Okay, welcome back to the Arnos playing field, where we're just about started to begin this battle between the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. I say the Leeward Islands first because they are the ones who won the toss this morning, and they have decided to take the field, and they are out already getting themselves together. I also want to say good morning to the people up in Anguilla and the BVI. I forgot them this morning earlier, Alanson. You can't forget these people.
I apologize to our viewers for that. Yes, good morning again to all our viewers, whether you're from the Windwards, the Leewards, or the wider Caribbean region. And we're about to get the first ball bowled. Edwards will be bowling to Pascal.
So it looks as if it's Nathan Edwards with the ball. He is going to open the attack here for the Leeward Islands. 3 slips a gully as he is going to come over from us in the commentator's booth end. It's a good delivery to start with. Is he bowled? Yes, he's bowled. Oh, my word. Look at the start. That's a tremendous start by Edwards. A Yorker length delivery, and Pascal is gone. First ball, Alanson.
That's a brilliant delivery to start with. As a batsman coming up, facing your first delivery of the day, a little bit slow in your reaction time. Nice in-swinging Yorker there by Edward. That one swung from off to leg. And Pascal was a little bit late in getting the bat down. And he was defeated there by that delivery. Excellent delivery, as he's replaced now by the captain, August.
So there we go. What a wonderful start. They won the toss and they decided to take the field. And with the very first delivery here at the Arnos playing field in this, the 2022 edition of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 Championship, Stefan Pascal is gone. Bold Nathan Edwards. And brings to the wicket the captain of the Windward Islands team, Akeem August, and the non-striker, we didn't say earlier, is Ethan Gibson.
Yes, that was really a lovely delivery there by Edwards. And he'll be looking to reproduce something similar to the left-hander, pitch probably around middle, hitting off with his which it will be now a waist swing from the left-hander. So that's very good bowling there by Edward. Left-arm seamer. Swinging the ball. It will be good to see how he goes in this game. But from that delivery, I think we could be in for some exciting times here, Roxelle.
Well, I'm telling you, it's really, really a wonderful start for Nathan Edwards. And we'll give you some information on him as we go. I'm going to say good morning to my friend Springer up there, Platinum Radio. I know he's definitely tuned in and would be really buoyed and happy with the start of his Leeward Islands unit here. Akeem August, the captain, he's from St. Lucia. He takes strike now. Yeah. It's beautiful delivery, pitching a good length and just moving away slightly there, Alanson. And we do have two of the Leeward Islands players here with us, helping us with the names, and you could hear the exuberance in their voices.
Yes, it was an excellent delivery, and the thing about Arnos Vale is that the wind is blowing, as we're looking here on the screen, from left to right. So that would aid his swing. He's swinging in that direction as a left-arm bowler, and you could see the slip cord is well packed. And if he keeps that ball around that line and length, then he can be in for business.
Yes, Edwards. He was in the Leeward Islands he was the Leeward Islands on the 17 captain in that tournament just concluded. Beautiful delivery, short, rising, and he had to fend that one off to backward of point, backward of square, that is. And very early into his work here, Edwards, Alanson.
Yes, he's looking quite promising. Stoutly built young man, strongly built, and he's bowling with a reasonable amount of pace. Not express, but getting good amount of lift off the surface. Seems as if he's searching for swing, bowling a fuller length at the moment, which is the correct thing to do. While the ball is new, you'd want to see how many of these Windward Islands batsmen he can dismiss. But I'm sure they will have other ideas.
Has employed a fourth slip. This one is a little pitched up, just moving away as well, and Gibson was able to punch it out into the offside. Really buoyed by that start there, the Leeward Islands. As we were saying, Nathan Edwards, he was the Leeward Islands captain in the Under-17 tournament just concluded in Trinidad and Tobago. And he also represented the Windwards on the West Indies on the 15s in the last on the 15 World Cup. So a good caliber coming here very early to take up the attack for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, and he's displaying that experience at the moment.
Beautiful again, just a little wider, and asking of Gibson whether should I play or not. Decided at the last minute not to play. And the surface looks as if it's going to assist the fast bowlers once they put it in the right areas as well, Alanson.
Well, from our vantage point, there's a generous covering of green grass on the surface, and that is live grass. It's not dead grass by any means. Of course, we are also in the height of the rainy season here, so the grass is being well nourished.
Edwards again. Driven. Pass point. He's going to get one. They come back for a second. So first scoring shot for the Windwards. They have lost a wicket, but they have moved on to 2 after the end of the first over. A good start. And 3, okay? 3. I'm corrected. Good start by the Leewards with the ball. And the Windwards would definitely have to dig deep at this stage because they've lost one of their more promising batsmen in terms of Pascal, but Captain Auguste and Auguste from St. Lucia and Ethan Gibson from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are going to have to take up the battle here for the Windwards.
Yes, and Landy Fort will be coming into bowl from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Captain Auguste. And Gibson, we saw on that last delivery of the previous over, he pushed that one through point. Played it quite late because of the swing, so did what is recommended when facing that type of bowling. But you could see that the plan is clear from Edwards. He's trying to keep the ball up. He will bowl a short one every now and again to keep them on the back foot, but he definitely wants to keep the ball full while the ball is swinging. And that was a very good force over there from Edwards.
All right, so Landerford. Yes, Landerford is going to be taking up the attack now for the Leeward Islands. Fort, okay, Landerford. Let's make sure we get that right. Landerford. He's coming from the beautiful Becco end. This one just outside the leg stump, and also getting some lift there as well. And he will be encouraged by that. The young man, he looks very strongly built. Looks as if he put his back into this, can get something out of this service, Alanson.
Absolutely. He'll want to make that adjustment quickly because, as mentioned before, the wind will be taking the ball into August. So he'll want to just get it a little bit more to middle and off for that movement.
Comes into Auguste with a no ball called. Auguste just pushes it out onto the offside. One more to the total. And the Windwards moves on to 4. So it is Auguste and Gibson trying to weather the early storm, very, very early storm with a wicket on the first ball there, Lanson.
Yeah, they definitely have some rebuilding to do on the back foot now, but they should be trying to forge a partnership, put some pressure back on the Leeward Islands.
Landerford again. There's a better delivery, pitching and coming just slightly across the left-hander. He was equal to the task.
Yeah, played with soft hands there by August. And just letting that one come onto the bat, angling his bat face down, and ensuring that it didn't go to the gully fielder in the air.
So, interesting times as we start this 2022 Rising Stars on the 19 Championship. Cricket West Indies on the 19 Championship. Landerford again. Beautifully bowled once again. Could only play in defense, and it trickles out to the man coming around at the point area.
Yes, and Roxley field, there are 3 slips on a gully, a man at point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, wideish mid-on, almost more of a straightish mid-wicket, and there's a fielder at fine leg. So he's bowling to a 7-2 field. So he would want to keep it in that corridor of uncertainty, so to speak, just outside off stump.
This one is poached away beautifully, short and dispatched with disdain and with control and command in front of, well, behind square. That's 4 runs. Beautifully played there, Auguste.
Yeah, that one was slightly too short. Gave August enough time. He's an aggressive minded player. We remember him from the under-19 competition, the on the 19 World Cup as well, that he scored a few brisk half centuries. So he will have a mindset of attack and will take on the short ball.
The Windwards moves to 8 for 1. Land the fourth will come again. This one again, not getting as much as he would like, but the man there at the final leg, widest final leg position comes around, and he does the cleanup. One more to the Windwards, 9 for 1.
Yeah, that one was quite full. Seemed wiping his trousers. May have slipped out in the hand. If you're someone who sweats a lot, the new ball could be very hard to grasp as a bowler. With that shiny lacquer.
Okay, land the fourth from St. Martin. Say again, good morning to the people, lovely people in St. Martin, as Land Ford is representing you quite well here this morning. You'd like to get back onto that line he was in. This is a better delivery, short and rising, just about the middle stump. As he ends the over, the score is 8 for 1. The Windward Islands just after 2 overs. Opening morning of the Cricket West Indies 2022. Under 19 Rising Stars Championship here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, so, little punches being thrown by both sides in the opening exchanges. We saw there in the first over swinging deliveries by Edwards, left-arm pacer, and getting the wicket. First delivery of Pascal. And now the two left-handers, they will be looking to forge a partnership. We saw the captain, Auguste, pulling one just backward of square on the onside. And he will now be on strike to Edwards.
Again, Edwards starts wonderfully well. A beautiful delivery, just outside the off stump, a shot rising again, a good length. And this is Auguste, equal to the task. He has with him his partner, Ethan Gibson. Ethan would have scored 102 runs in the just concluded Windward Islands Under-19 tournament. He had the highest of 28, and he will be looking to do much better in this tournament. But he was third on the run-scoring list for the Windward Islands tournament. Just a little wider. Seemed to be the more attacking of the two bowlers so far this morning, and well into his work. It looks as if he is well tuned. Didn't take a minute to get into his work, Alanson.
Yeah, he's a bit shorter in terms of his stature. When he bowls the ball, kind of kisses off the surface. He doesn't bang it into the pitch as Landifort does. So when that seam hits the grass, should skid off and come through quite nicely to the keeper.
Again, another one closer his time, and Ethan Auguste is equal to the task, and he's just leaving that outside the off stump. You refer to his stature. It looks as someone with the build and the height of a Malcolm Marshall. Who would have, as you said, who loved to kiss the surface and skid it on to the batsman.
Yes, he's a strong lad looking. He looks like he has broad shoulders. So, yeah.
Good delivery again, and he slips as he attempted to feel that one in his fall through. Seemed to be fine, and again, mixing it up. Auguste had to be equal to the task, something similar to the very first delivery he bowled of this morning.
Yeah, that one had some swing on it. It was a little bit slower as well. Loop to the batsman, so but right on the stump. So any mistake that he made definitely wasn't a chance for LBW or bowl. So he's looking for wickets, is Edwards. He knows that is his role. Seems to be the strike bowler for his team, and he wants to make all the inroads into the Windward Islands batting lineup.
This one is now not being able to keep away from leaving that one outside the off stump and fishing there, trying to punch that 1-2 point. A naughty stroke. He's admonishing himself there now, Auguste. he knows that he's very important to the Windward Islands cause this morning. And a 3-day match, he'll be looking to probably bat, if not the entire day, the Windwards to put a total on the board so that they can give something for their bowlers to work with.
Yeah, he has more than enough time. I mean, he really, the aim should be to see off this spell from Edwards, who is looking quite dangerous, and to make hay later in the day.
Drives and goes through the legs of the man of just a short extra cover. It's going to go into the extra cover boundary now for 4. Ogis moves on to, the score moves on to 13 for 1. And Ogis has moved his total up to 10. Ogis is on 10 and the Windwards are 13 for 1.
Yeah, the bowler and the field that extra cover will be very disappointed with that effort. That one really should have been a dot delivery. Again, looking for swing, going full, but Ogis, he watched it right onto the bat and was able to punch it straight to a wideish mid-off, but fielder misfielded, and he was able to get 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, wideish mid-off, short extra cover, 6 of 1 equal. Anyhow, so Ogis making use of the bad deliveries for sure. We've seen that, and that is a hallmark of a good batsman. But it's land 4. He's going to take up the attack again for the Leeward Islands. He has 3 slips a gully, 1 at point.
And that is exactly why he doesn't need to go looking for shots or trying to manufacture any shots. Just wait on the ones that he should put away.
Good delivery by Landerfoot on the stump. Asking of, at this time, Ethan Gibson to make sure he's strong and sound in defense. He was equal to the task.
That is where Landiford needs to be, just on a wrong off stump. He's not getting as much movement as Edwards, and he's more of a hit the deck bowler. So he should be just around the top of off, asking the batsman to play, to decide to leave, and with his slip corn there waiting for an edge, he would be well advised to continue along that line.
Landiford again. This is one is a shorter, getting on top of it. Doesn't look quite comfortable there, but he handled it in the end. That was Gibson. He's here as a Vincent playing for the Windward Islands at home. His first stint of under 19 cricket. And he's definitely being asked a few questions here by the opening bowlers from the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and what you will see as this pitch dries out, Roxell, is that there will be more bunks a little bit later on in the day. This first morning, there's a bit of moisture in the pitch. So as that dries out, the pitch will get a little harder and fast bowlers will get the ball to lift.
This one is wider, a little slower, teasing him, baiting him, trying to bait that edge out there. But again, Gibson seemed to be quite focused this morning. Definitely has to dig deep and weather the storm.
Another beautiful day here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We had some showers early this morning, Roxell, but it's clearing to be a nice sunny day. What you'll call normal August weather.
Oh, beautiful. That's an awesome delivery. It was short, it was rising, it was faster. And beating the bat there, I think he took it away after the fact, Lanson.
Yeah, that one beat him outside the off stump for sure. Nice lifting delivery, and as I said, he's bending his back. Yes. He's hitting the deck hard. As I said, a different type of bowler than Edwards, and that one almost resulted in a little injudicious batting there from Gibson, who is looking to defend.
This one is striking on the pad. It's uphill, but looks as if from our vantage point, probably pitching just outside the leg and maybe going down, yes. But well into his work here is Landiford, and definitely making amends from a looser first over, definitely now asking of Gibson a lot in his second over.
Yes, and it seems that he got that one to come in a bit off the seam as it pitched, and it seemed to be a little bit quicker than some of his previous deliveries. So he's warming to the task here, is Landiford.
Beautiful there. A wonderful over. Excellent over by Landerford. Finishing again by asking of Gibson, listen, are you going to keep this one out or am I going to get through your defenses? And Landerford definitely on the mark, on the money in that over for the Leeward Islands.
So you could see the two teams there just jostling for a bit of ascendancy in the early struggles. The Windward Islands, they have lost one of their openers and their vice captain, Pascal. And the captain, along with his batting partner, the opener, Gibson, they're looking to forge a partnership here. August, who so far has looked very aggressive, is looking to get the scoreboard ticking. I'm sure the Leeward Islands would want to get rid of him as soon as possible because once he's there, the scoreboard would be rolling.
So Geest facing up to Edwards, Nathan Edwards. This one is punch, back with a point, beautifully. Oh my word, that's a stroke of a man in form, a man with class. And Geest making use of this short delivery is really, really adept in making use and taking advantage of the shorter deliveries, Alanson.
Yeah, and that one was an error by Edwards. I don't think that is the length that he wants to bowl or the line, especially to August. I think that he really needs to go back to his fuller length and also a little bit of straighter in his line because he was causing some problems to all of the batsmen around that area, and I think that he needs to persist there as long as he's getting some movement in the air.
Let's see how he responds. This one short, a little bit fuller, a little bit closer to the batsman, but pitching and going away from August. He acknowledges that August. He moved on to 14 with that stroke, and the Windwards 17 for 1. And if you missed it earlier this morning, the Leeward Islands, they won the toss here at the Arnos Vale playing field, the main Arnos Vale playing field. Just on the outskirts of Kingstown, St. Vincent, and they have they decided to take the field, and with the very first delivery, they were in the ascendancy with a wicket.
That's a better length there, Roxell. Yeah, that's a very good length there. That one was fuller. A little bit wide. I think he would still want to get a bit closer to August. But that one was a nice full delivery, swinging away. So he's getting the ball to move consistently away from the left-hander and into the right-hander. So you don't want to make use of that as long as it persists, because almost every delivery he's getting that away movement.
Definitely. And with the wind blowing across the strip as we know it here at Arnesville. Fishing not one outside the off, as you said, again, just a little wider, stretching there for it was August, thought it was in his area, but didn't make it. The slips thought they were in for a shout, but a good battle here between Nathan Edwards and the captain of the Windwards team, Akeem August.
Intelligent delivery there by Edwards, tempting August, who we know is an aggressive batsman. So he's saying, if you want to drive, well, drive that. And I know I'm getting some movement and I have a pack slip cordon.
This one again pitching, but going very, very much wider than he would have liked. And August just stood and looked at it, leaving him. Nathan Edwards would try to now get it back onto the stumps. 17 for 1, 17 for 1. Edwards has the wicket to fall. Yorker delivery to Stefan Pascal, the very first delivery of the morning. That probably definitely made their decision to field even more sweeter at the start. This one is whipped backward of square. It's going to get one. They're looking for a second. Are they looking for a third? They're going to get it now. No, it's going to be trouble. Is it? Is he out? Let's see what the umpire says. Umpire says he's not out, but they were looking for a third. Almost in no man's land was August as he was, a quarter way down the strip, had to turn and recover. Seems as if, according to the umpire, he got back in. That would have been detrimental to the Windwards, Alanson.
Yeah, he almost gave it away there because at best he could have gotten probably 2.5 on that occasion, but definitely not 3 runs. By the time he was deciding whether or not to take 3, the fieldsman had the ball in his hand, and the throw from where he picked it up was about a 60-yard throw. So wouldn't be advised to take a run on that arm from that distance. So in the end, all is well that ends well for the Windward Islands. He survives, and he battles to live another day. One of the things that we notice here, Roxanne, is that for Edwards, yes, for Edwards, there are 4 slips and a gully, and for Landefort, there are 3 slips and a gully. So they are acknowledging the fact that Edwards is getting the ball to leave the left-handers, and that is his main line of attack. So Landefort continues now from the back end.
This one is punched in front of the, just in front of the man who is a wideish, short mid-on position. He gets a single, two there, all right. Missed that second there, so they move on to 21. Make it 21 for 1, the Windwards. 21 for 1. And Ogis is on 16. And we have Gibson on 4. And they are weathering the very early storm. It's Landeford and Nathan Edwards are well into their work. The umpires are standing today from Barbados, Troy Trudeau. He's at the standing end. And at square leg right now is Ryan Banwari from Guyana. And he's bold! Pitching, coming back into him and taking the leg stump with it. Landeford getting the result and the reward from really plugging away this morning, Alanson.
Yeah, that was an ill-advised shot from Gibson. That was not a half volley by any means, and we have seen that both bowlers, Edwards more consistently, but both bowlers have been getting the ball to move around. It's a new ball. You're not advised to drive on the up against the new ball in a red ball game of this sort. So Gibson, when he thinks about that, he'll be disappointed, but the bowler will be cock-a-hoop because that one, with the angle, it was pitched on off and straightened still to hit off. So that was a very good delivery there by Landefort. Top delivery. So they have gotten 2 wickets bowled by very good deliveries here, the opening bowlers for the Leewards. And both openers now back in the hut. One defeated by pace on his first delivery, but I think that Gibson will say that really that was a loose shot, albeit to a good delivery.
Well, he attempted that shot in the previous delivery. It was a little uppish. It was shorter, so he had the time probably to get over it. He didn't control it fully, but he did get 2. And this one was closer. It was swinging, and obviously didn't get behind it as he should have. So coming to the crease now, I make it Moronsi. Yes, Edmond Moronsi, the number 9 on his back. He is from Dominica. Good morning to Gavin Richards and the guys down there in Dominica, or up there in Dominica in terms of where we are situated. And it is Moronsi who is going to now face up from Landefort. Let's make sure we get that right. Landefort. From St. Martin, and doing a really good work here for the Leewards this morning. This one is short, rising, and actually passing over the middle stump. He's coming really far across those stumps there, Moronsi.
Yeah, I think in his mind he's looking to get behind the ball, but as we mentioned before, from Landefort, he's hitting the pitch hard, so he's getting the ball to lift. And as we said also, that the pitch, as it dries out, will aid him in that pursuit. And Moransi, another left-hander, so they have 3 left-handers consecutively here at the Windward Islands.
Oh, this is a short rising one. Just above, it looks from our vantage point, seems as if it may have gotten him just above the knee roll.
Yeah, looking at his technique, he seems to be somebody who gets quite square on as opposed to remaining side on to the delivery. And that may be a problem against this bowler in particular because he's getting the ball to lift off of a length. And so he needs to be quite careful and watch the ball very carefully because he can be struck.
Yep, well, in a spot of water, 21. Okay, let's make sure we get that right now. Yeah, I actually have that there. I'm looking at the top number, 21 for 2, the Windward Islands. They were asked to take strike first here by the Leewards. Doesn't look comfortable as he attempted to pull hook that one. I was in two minds, I make it, in terms of which shot he should offer. And as you said earlier, Alanson, because of his technique, is trying to get so square on that put him in a bit of difficulty as he tried to play that one.
Yeah, he becomes a bigger target.
Yes.
And as he played that delivery, he seemed to be rushed a little bit for pace. So that one seemed to come high off the bat or close to the glove. Didn't go away with any power, but he's off the mark. He'll be pleased with that. And the burden grows on the shoulder of Captain August here this morning.
This one is he's leaving this one outside the off stump as Landerford comes to the end of a successful over where he had Ethan Gibson bowled, and Gibson went for 4. Before that, Stephen Pascal faced one delivery, very first delivery of their innings. He was bowled by Edwards, and the Windwards at 22 for 2 so far. Auguste is not out on 16.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with that start so far, the Leeward Islands. After getting a wicket off the first delivery, the Windwards, they were building a little partnership, and they would have felt that, we are getting in a better position. But that wicket of Gibson has pegged them back a bit further. And if the Leeward Islands are to pick up a wicket or two more before lunch, especially the captain's wicket, they will say that they have had the better of the session for this morning.
Employing 3 slips of gully, a man at point. A shortish mid-off, I make it, or wide extra cover, your choice. There's a man on the fine leg boundary wide. Edwards again. A beautiful delivery. Is that? Oh, there's an appeal. There was a sound, but I make it the sound of that beautiful delivery as it kissed the surface or bat onto pad. But wow, a good delivery forced up to Moranse here, Edwards.
Yeah, that's a length that I think he should be bowling to. Moranse seems to be a fairly squared-on batsman, and with him getting that ball to leave the left-hander, can be some interesting times there. So he should pose great danger to Moranse if he keeps the ball full and continues to get away movement.
Yes, this is the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The last tournament was held in 2019. Defending champions of Barbados. The Windwards were second at the end of that tournament. The Leewards were sixth at the bottom of the table, and both maybe looking to do better this year. The Windwards may be looking to try to go at the top. The Leewards are probably trying to push for one of those top spots. He's driving on the ball. That's full pitch and moving away. Moranse, he's going to have to take a few deliveries to get the measure of Edwards, because Edwards has been doing really good work here for the Leewards this morning.
Well, he will be well advised at that line to leave the ball alone, because he has been getting the ball to leave him. It's not close to the stump. And based on the position that the team is in, it would be better for him to survive. Especially against these two bowlers who look like they're in good bowling form so far this morning. 5 slips in on a gully.
Oh, he's gonna be, his head plumb is gone! Yes! A magnificent delivery by Edwards. He has the measure of Moranse, and that is his second wicket. Beautifully bowled here, Edwards. He is on top of the game, and Leewards, they are on top here this morning.
So the St. Martin opening bowling pair, wreaking havoc here at the Arnos playing field. That one was a swinging delivery, full. And again, we mentioned it quite early when we saw Moranse come out to bat, that full deliveries will give him problem because he's squaring up quite often. And also, it seems as if when he comes forward, that the pad is planted quite early, and then he has to get the bat around the pad. So if you could sneak it on there quite quickly, it will give him some issues. So good thinking. Edwards, based on the way that he's bowling, I could see that he actually is planning what he's doing to the batsman. Delivery to delivery, see that he has a plan. And that's good from a young man. Well,
Nathan Edwards, really good work for the Leewards. The Windwards are in a lot of trouble. I make it, they are 23, is it 23? 23 for 3? Yep. Just corrected, yes? 22 for 3, 22 for 3, and Nathan Edwards using all of his experience this morning to put the Leeward Islands in the ascendancy, and if they had asked for anything better than this after winning the toss and deciding to bowl, they would have said, well, thank you so much for what you've given me. Coming to the wicket now is Devonny Joseph. He would need to produce what he has produced for the Windwards so far this year, because he's done well in the Windwards tournament, topped the batting in the Windwards Under-19 tournament with 175 runs, and he did really well as well in the West Indies Under-17 tournament. That's Joseph, and his captain would need to pull something out of the bag here for the Windwards. In two minds there. A very early Joseph. He was looking to play and then decided at the last minute not to play, as Nathan Edwards a full pitch delivery up there and moving slightly away. Not as much as he's done this morning, but this one still tested Joseph in his first ball that he faced.
Always a good length to come with force up, and it was just a little wide. So at the end of it, he was able to just leave it alone. But good bowling here by Edwards. We see, well, I'll come back to that shortly.
Whipping this one away is Joseph behind square. He's going to get one. They're looking for two. Could get three here easily. Yes, they're going to turn for the third. And so the score moves on to 25 for 3. The Windward Islands, 25 for 3. And they've lost Stephen Pascal without scoring, Ethan Gibson for 4, and Edmund Moronse for 1. Nathan Edwards has 2, and Landefort, he has the other. And the Leewards winning the toss and deciding to field this morning, definitely getting the rewards for their choice.
And we look at that delivery, that previous delivery. It's the same delivery that got Moronse. But Joseph didn't plant his front foot as early.
Again, driving here and peeling off and going to the man at the gully position. And you can see there's a little bit easier in terms of getting into those positions here for Joseph. Looks the part, and the scores that we've seen from him in 2 tournaments prior to this year definitely shows us that he has some quality.
Yeah, and so I'm going back to that delivery, the same one that he clipped for 3 behind square. That was almost the identical delivery that Moronse was LBW2. But what we saw from Joseph is that he did not plant the front foot, so his feet were outside the line of the delivery, and he was able to access it with the bat, which is very important, especially when you're new to the crease, because your reaction and your movements will not be as crisp as when you have spent some time. And we saw that attempted drive there from the captain, but no run conceded.
That's a good morning to our fellow commentator. He'll join us in a bit, Castor Morris. You would have be quite familiar with his voice during the VPL, and he'll join us in the next half an hour or so as he would take you guys to lunch. As it's now Joseph taking strike from Landefort. This one is pacey but wide. Looks as if he missed his control there. Very wide of the stump, possibly almost at the edge of being called a wide there in this 3-day game, Alanson.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It would have been a wide in limited overs
for sure
game.
For sure. So let's tell you, Devonny Joseph in the Windward Islands Under-19 tournament 2022 scored 175 runs. He had a highest of 130, a big century there. And this one he takes off the hips quite neatly. A man finally comes around, wideish, and gets it into his keeper. And there's one more to Joseph. He moves to 4. Score moves on to 26 for 3. A storm that has to be weathered by both Auguste and Joseph here, Alanson.
Yeah, and so far he's just faced a few deliveries, but he looks to be getting in better positions to access the ball than Moronse for sure, who was there before him.
Ogist is top edging this one. He's going to go to the boundary for 4 over the slips. And he's very, very offensive. Loves these short deliveries. Wasn't on top of this one, but still gets 4. He moves on to 20. Ogist trying to fight fire with fire. And the Windwards moves on to 30. 30 for 3. He would need to definitely stay there for the Windwards. And that may be one of the four strokes that he would not want to repeat, Alanson.
Yeah, he seems to be almost a compulsive puller and hooker. That one rushed him a bit for pace.
Yes.
As we have been saying, Landeford has been bowling quite quickly. He's hitting the deck very hard.
This is a good delivery on the middle stump and definitely asking to be played. And Ogis was behind it, peeled off to the man at the gully position. And Ogist on 20 would need to bat this morning session. We go back to Devonnie Joseph. He was judged the most valuable player in the Cricket West Indies on the 17th tournament just concluded, and he was he also took up the most wickets in that tournament as a wicket keeper. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a Grenadian.
And when we said most wickets there, we're talking about catches as a wicketkeeper, most scalps, along with Orlando James from Trinidad. They were both, I think they had 10 catches at the back as the wicketkeepers for those two teams. One more to the total for the Windwards. Ogist moved on to 21, and the score on 31 for 3, Alanson. Leewards would be happy with what they've done this morning.
Absolutely, and they would know that based on how these two are shaping and what they come into the game with, that this is a key partnership for them to break.
Looking to drive that one outside the off stump. I make it Joseph, and that one just missed the edge. Would not have been in control, and Landeford would have been pleased to pick up another one there, Alanson.
Yeah, that was uncalled for there by him. So far, prior to that delivery, he has been quite circumspect in terms of what to play and what to leave. But he was going after that wide one, and the length, I think, really baited him into that drive. But there's a pack slip cordon for both batsmen. As a matter of fact, for Edwards, there are 5 slips on a gully. Wow. Matter of fact, because there are 5 slips, it actually looks like 6 because they're evenly spaced all the way over to gully.
Correct.
Yeah, we got teams who are in
Driven back past the bowler and beating the man who's at a short extra cover. He's going to get 2. To Geest. Geest moves on to 23, and the score is now 33-4-3.
So he's keeping that length very full, Edwards, looking for wickets.
As he should. He's on top.
Yeah, he doesn't mind being driven. But he knows that when the batsmen make the mistake, that he has the slips waiting.
Well bowled again, but solid in defense is Ogist. Asking of the batsman again here, Nathan Edwards, and he's been the pick of the bowlers this morning in terms of his consistency and length, and started the business for the Leewards with a very, very first ball and walking back very positively. Looks as if he knows what he's about, and he's doing what he needs to do for the Leeward Islands with the ball this morning. Another good delivery, slower, and coming back into to Ogist, working here, but Ogist again equal to the task. He has a big, big role to play for the Windwards this morning. He could be the difference between them getting to 150 and possibly being rattled out this morning. Doesn't want to leave that door open for Edwards here. Needs to bat and bat. And you can see the support is definitely coming from the slip cordon. A big, big, big slip cordon here for the Leewards.
Almost everyone had slip.
Oh! Did that one get through? Yes, it did. He's taken a little bit off of it as well. And, oh, it looks like it fell in front of the keeper as well, from my vantage point, Alanson.
Yeah, it didn't carry. But it looks as if he's bowling some cutters in between now.
Yes.
Those last two deliveries seem to have rolled his fingers over them. So he's showing that he has a wide array within his arsenal.
This one is pitched up and beautifully driven. Oh, that's four. Auguste moves on to 27. The score to 37, and that one was overpitched. One of the very few this morning from Edwards.
Yeah, he got a little bit greedy there on that last one. Went up a little bit too close to August. And that one was a long half volley and aptly dealt with by August, driving, playing the off, driving the approved manner for 4.
Yep.
So an easy boundary for him with 5 slips, essentially, and a gully. Lots of open spaces in front of square on either side.
Let's see what he answers with. This is Edwards. Beautifully driven, through extra cover. That's going to go into the boundary. That's another 4 for Auguste. He is making hay while the sun shines here at the Arnos Vale playing field. He's on 31 and pushes his Windwards team's score to 41 for 3.
That was a better shot, Roxell. That one was a harder shot to play. That one had some away movement on it, but he was able to open the face to get it wide of the man at the wideish mid-off. We have been debating as to whether it is a wideish mid-off or an extra cover all morning. Yes. And he was able to get that one into the gap. Nicely timed and a good boundary there from August. But I'm sure that it would not discourage Edwards. He's probably coming closer to the end of his spell. But he has done a good service for his team so far for this morning.
So it looks as if Michael Palmer, he is going to pick up the attack now for the Leeward Islands. He was also part and parcel of the Leeward Islands on the 17 team in Trinidad just a few weeks ago. Palmer, he's no rabbit with the bat as well because he got a 80 odd in that tournament against Guyana.
Yes, and he's also from St. Martin. So
Martin producing some good fast bowlers.
Yes, and so many cricketers now from the Leewards are from St. Martin. They have Carty, who is also on the West Indies senior team. So good to see cricket on the up and up, so to speak, in St. Martin.
Yes. Strongly built as well. Good delivery to start with. And it's going to go through the slip cord and down to the third man boundary for 4. Not in control, but 4 more to the Windwards total. They move to 45. And that's Joseph moving on to 8. Yes, Joseph moving on to 8. And not a bad start from Palmer, albeit he conceded that boundary.
Yeah, that's a touch short, I would say, but a very good line. So that's the line that you'll be looking to bowl, but maybe just get a little fuller because there's still some movement being offered both off the surface and in the air. So he'd want to take advantage of that while it is available.
It's Palmer again. This is a better delivery, shortish and coming in. And getting behind it solidly is Devoni Joseph. Still boisterous in their support. The field is from the Leeward Islands. And so, as they should be, because they have done some very good work this morning, trying to weather the storm here now, Joseph and Auguste. Auguste is on 31. Yes, Auguste on 31. Devoni Joseph on 8. And he faces up to Palmer. No ball called there by umpire Trudeau, and so they are going to move that total up to 47, and 1 in the process for Joseph. He moves to 9. What do you make of that, Alanson?
Yeah, there was some excitement there from the fielders. He was playing a little uppishly on the leg side, and they have two fielders, one at a short mid wicket and one just at a forward square leg. Pretty close to the bat. It went in between both of them, but at a catchable height. So there was some excitement there from the fielding team. But Joseph, he lives to fight another day.
Palmer now to Geese for the first time this morning. And short and wide-ish, hitting the surface. Looks as if he's also one of those of the nature of Landerford, where he's trying to hit the surface and hit it hard as well. I haven't seen much of swing from him so far. But I think once he gets it right and in the right areas on this green surface, it could be a bit to handle as well, Alanson.
I'll comment after this delivery.
This one is at the top edge. Let's see the man at fine leg. It's gonna go over him again. Not in control, but 6 more to Ogis. They make it living a dangerous life here. He moves to 37 and compulsive. You said, I don't know if you want to use another word there, Alanson.
Yeah, it's a happy hooker. Seems to not be able to resist once the ball is short of a length. And that one, he got the top edge. It measured the man at fine leg.
Yes.
And if he was probably a few inches taller, he may have had a chance. But not the biggest of boundaries here. The ropes are not all the way out, as they would be for an international game. So he was able to get away with that.
Yes, so the 50 comes up for the Windward Islands. 53, I make it. 53 for 3. Ogis is on 37. He faces up again to Palmer. Short and rising. Easy for Ogis to control because I'll get behind that one. He seems quite adept at playing these deliveries. It's comfortable.
Yeah, we are speaking about Palmer's bowling and he's hitting the deck hard. Seems as if as he gets warmer, he's getting a little quicker. Not as quick as Landiford to bowl some fairly quick deliveries this morning, but in a similar mold, first change bowler. Looking to hit the pitch, bowl there and thereabouts around the off stump.
This one is a better delivery. This one is a closer to the batsman and not as short and rising as well. And had to come down on that one hard there, Ogis, at the end of the over, Alanson.
So far, we have had some action here, and just after almost an hour's play, scoring rate is quite high, so it's interesting cricket, but you have had the loss of 3 wickets for the Windward Islands. And so we've seen a bit of everything. We have seen seam, we have seen swing, we have seen wickets, we have seen boundaries, and we have even had a 6. So it looks like a full plate here to be consumed by all our viewers.
Well, Nathan Edwards is going to begin his 6th over. Before this, 5 overs, no maidens, taken 2 for 26, and he comes in now to Joseph. Gets on top of that one and punches it to point. The man at gully comes around. And 53 for 3 after being asked to bat the Windward Islands. The Leewards won the toss and inserted the Windwards. Stephen Pascal was bowled and Nathan Edwards without scoring on the very first ball. Ethan Gibson, he was also bowled. He got 4 and he lost his wicket to Landerford. And Edmund Moranse, LBW, and Nathan Edwards for 1.
What do you say? The score wrong?
Shorter delivery again. And had to get on top of his toes there, Joseph Alanson.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be the tallest batter. And this one played well in the end by him. He watched it all the way and was able to keep it down. Not as quick a delivery as we have seen from Edwards. It's now coming, I think, into his 7th over of the spell. So wouldn't be as fresh as he was a bit earlier. So the pace is going down a little bit, but good delivery nevertheless.
Oh, good delivery. This one just about there, where he was working and working well this morning. Still has it in some gas in the tank, and Nathan Edwards. And this one just came back into him slightly and make it, and had to be equal to the task, was Joseph. And that he did to keep that one out, Alanson.
Yeah, I like the look of this bowler here, Edwards.
Definitely.
Seems to know what he's about. And he has the mindset of getting wickets.
The opposite of this direction, this one. Shortish and moving away this time from Joseph, and testing Joseph here is Edwards. And you said it a few times this morning, Alanson. Definitely knows what he's about. He's mixing it up. He's working and working, asking of the batsman, listen, I'm not bowling with 6 deliveries similar to you. You have to try and negotiate what I offer up to you.
And he's in a position to do that. With his team on top, he could go searching for wickets, which is not bad at this time for his team.
This one down the leg side, and let's see what the umpire's call would be, if there is one. And yes, he does signal leg by, so the score moves on to 54. 54 for 3. And that was a loose delivery not taken advantage of by Joseph, I make it. One of the very few by Nathan Edwards this morning.
Yeah, and that one, it seemed he was looking for the Yorker. As I said, he's looking for wickets. You know, he's coming to the end of his spell. He has already taken 2 wickets for his team. He'd be very happy if he could get one of these 2 out, who we may consider as the 2 premier batsmen in the team, in the Windwards team. So that's definitely his plan here. Let's see how he goes.
A short one, and deciding to get on to this one now is O'Geese. At the end of the over, the Windwards 54 for 3 after being inserted by the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, he's the type of bowler. He's quite short. Is Edwards, and his action, it's not he doesn't jump high into the crease or attack the crease. He seems to run through the crease, so he will not get a lot of bounce, and the deliveries will not be as easily control when you want to play a horizontal bat shot. So I think it's the better approach from Edwards and from Ogis, and also Joseph, to not take on the short ball too much against Edwards because of his action. And of course, at 54 for 1, we now have drinks. Okay, cool. Come back. Well, that's you could find out from them what time they go for lunch.
Can you tell me what time that you're going for lunch?
So you come.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Palmer again, delivering up another no ball. They get one. Devontae Joseph slipped in his attempt to come for a second, so the Windwards total moves to 56. Make it 56 for 3. And Joseph moves on to, let's get that 10. He moves to 10. Auguste is on 37. All right, and let's say good morning to Caswell Morris. Caswell, the Leewards winning the toss and inserting the Windwards has done quite good work so far in the hour, albeit 54 runs, 55 runs have been scored. 6 runs.
Good morning to you, Roxel. Good morning to the viewers around the region. A very good start here by the Leewards. Fantastic cricket. It speaks well for the Leeward Island Cricket Board and those countries that makes up the Leeward Islands. good rebuilding process here as well by the Windward Island. This partnership is key and vital if the Windwards is to put on any total that should be competitive.
All right. So Palmer again. He is gonna continue his attack. Comes the ball to Auguste. Good delivery again, short rising. And yes, Cosnell, you spoke of a partnership because there's a pretty good partnership at this stage of 34 between these two, populated by boundaries. But when the bad ball is there, it should be put away, right?
It should be. It should be. And there's a lot of... One of the things I haven't seen much from the Windward Islands is the turning over of the strike, which is very vital. It will be also key because we see a lot getting into a rhythm. It could speak trouble for the Windward Islands.
Oh, this is a full pitch delivery, driven straight to the man at Madoff. Can't beat him. So the score remains on 56. And we're going to have lunch taken at 12:30 due to the delayed start. So everything has been pushed back slightly. Started at 10:30, so we're going to have a pushback in terms of the intervals. Punching again. This one into the man that covers and not fielded well. Took his eyes off it. Is it going to trickle into boundary? No, it doesn't. They're going to come for the third now, and Palmer will not be happy with that fielding there, Cosnell.
Yeah, it's a bit of sloppy work there, but the outfield is a bit heavy because that's a quality cricket shot. He stood tall and played it off his back foot. What the Leeward Island cannot do at this time, they have gotten all the breakthrough. They cannot become relaxed that the Windward Island take over the mantle from here. They have to continue to push. They are doing it good, yes, but they still have to press for the wickets.
Okay, this one is outside the off stump, left alone there by Joseph. He's on 10. Auguste has moved on to 40. And Windwards are pushing their total up to 59 with those 3 added. And not scoring at a bad rate at all, but they've lost 3 early wickets, the Windwards, and they're looking to continue their rebuilding process here, while the Leewards would be looking to continue to make inroads. Stucking that one into the onside, having a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and looks as if there's going to be a drinks break. So for those of you who may have missed the earlier parts of today's session, we started at 10:30 because the outskirts, so to speak, of the wickets, the strips here at the Arnos Vale playing field, there was a little damp area around it. And as we open the innings, so to speak, of the 2022 Cricket Western Days on the 19 tournament here in St. Vincent, the Leeward Islands won the toss here at the Arnos Vale playing field, and they inserted the Windwards. And the Windwards, they were in very, very early trouble. Stephen Pascal was bowled with a beauty by Nathan Edwards, and the action started very, very quickly. Pascal obviously failed to trouble the scorers. Then Ethan Gibson, he was bowled, land the fourth for 4, and then Edmund Moronse was a third wicket to fall for the Windwards. LBW, Nathan Edwards for 1. Since then, the Windwards have progressed to 59 for 3. Captain Akeem Auguste, he has been scoring quite freely. He has taken advantage of the loose deliveries, and he has pushed his personal total up to 40. With him, Devoni Joseph, who has some promise. He performed well in the Windward Islands on the 19 tournament, and also did pretty well in the just concluded on the 17 tournament, CWI on the under-17 tournament in Trinidad and Tobago. He has 10, and they have had a partnership, I make it, of about 37 to pull the Windwards out of the woods, so to speak, at this stage. We'll give you the bowling figures of the 3 or 4 bowlers for the Leewards in a bit. But so far, at this stage, could probably say it's even Steven, but it didn't start like that, Cosnell.
Well, and it is fundamental that the Windwards do not also reach to a place of settlement, believing that they're out of the woods. They're not there. 3 wickets down before lunch for any team. It is fundamental in what the fielding team won the toss and elected to bowl. They have done their homework. They have done the work that they asked the bowlers are asked to do. And any start like this, another wicket or 2 before lunch could speak serious trouble for the Windward Islands, as well as this wicket. This wicket partnership here is vital and key towards any total that the Windwards should put on. And with the batsmen on 40 and 10, they are very watchful and they're playing very well. This ball at this stage should be able to lose its shine and should be losing its swing. So they should be able to negotiate well here on. But it depends on what how they play, the temperament in terms of the selection, shot selection, ball selection, and it could speak volume from there.
All right, so far this morning, the pick of the bowlers from our vantage point for the Leeward Islands, Nathan Edwards, he's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden and taken 2 for 26. Shamikito Landefort, he was a very strong built opening bowler from the Beckway end, and he had 1 wicket so far, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Michael Palmer just has thrown up 2 overs, and he's conceded 17 runs. And we also had, well, we'll get that back for you in a bit, the 4th bowler used this morning for the Leeward Islands. But 59 for 3, the score at the first drinks break.
What's the name of the bowler?
All right, so there's a change of bowling at the commentary booth end. They're just trying to ascertain the name of the bowler. So without numbers on the back. Amri, okay, so Onaje Amri. Onaje Amri is going to take up the attack. He's going to replace Nathan Edwards. So the first sight of spin this morning from the Leeward Islands.
Yes, it's a good time to deploy the spin attack. The reason being is that the pitch is drying out. It has been exposed to the sun for over an hour. No swing. The opening pace have done very well. They have removed 3 wickets for the Windward Island, and now they are seeing what the track has. There's a lot of grass from our vantage point here, so it will be interesting to see what the spin bowler extract from this pitch.
Right, he's a strong, tall young man. Right arm off spin. So it's Onaje Amri. Yes, and Amri also represented the West Indies in the last Under-15 World Cup, So quite experienced bunch here, the Leeward Islands. This one is a good delivery. Oh, popping up in the air there, just eluding the man at the short leg position. Amri, as we gave him the kudos for making the West Indies on the 15s a couple of years ago, making some trouble here for I make it Joseph.
Yes, and that is what I'm talking about. That bat pad will be very crucial at this position to see how he plays the spin. Sometimes you play psychologically on the mind because you know that this man plays for the West Indies on the 15. Under 19, sorry, and it will be interesting to know how they play him from here on.
Making the batsman play and driving 2 deliveries on a trot back to the bowler here is Joseph. Amri seems to be enjoying himself, he's laughing. So he returned to his bowling mark. It's a good delivery. This one is beaten, pitching and moving away. Yes. And he looks as if he is someone who enjoys his cricket. He's all smiles out there as he completed his first over. And the score is 60 for 3. And we go into the second hour's play here at the Arnos Vale playing field. And Amri would have had the experience of playing for the Windwards before, and the West Indies as well. The West Indies on the 19, so really good caliber of cricketers here on show this morning. Yeah. Palmer back on the attack. Good delivery. This one is pitching and coming right back into Auguste, and Auguste is equal to the task. As Palmer is coming from the beautiful Beckwith end. Casnell, I'm not sure when last you've gone to the Grenadines, but trust me, you need to.
Are you putting me on a spot here, Axel?
Man, you need to take some time off. You guys pulled me off of the job, off of my vacation to come on the job because I had a week and a half down there just 2 weeks ago. It's just decided to Beckwith, just blocked it out and took in some of the sea. This one is taken off the pads, tucked to back with a square. He's going to get a single Auguste. And anyone visiting these parts, the Grenadines are the places you need to be after you've enjoyed some of St. Vincent Casnell.
Yes, and just like the Leeward Islands are enjoying the bowling, what I'm particularly impressed with is that they have not allowed the Windward Island batsmen to be free and fluent in their run scoring. They have asked them to play it for the runs. They have been bowling wicket to wicket, and that is the problem that the Windward Island has not negotiated well for the morning. And once the ball is on the wicket, the ball itself will do what it has to. But a good shot delivery now, they will come back for the second run. But, well, this side on one. Yeah, but I'm very impressed by the Leeward Island bowling attack that have asked the Windward Island to manufacture their own run scoring for the morning.
All right, so just to clarify the information, Amri just played for the West Indies on the 19 in the last World Cup hosted here in the West Indies. So again, great quality in terms of what we have on show here at the Arnos Vale playing field this morning. So Amri, with the experience, and he would obviously take up the attack again, and he seems to enjoy his cricket. Palmer, though, is with ball in hand. This one is just driven back down to the man at mid-off, Auguste. Looking the part this morning and taking the responsibility on his shoulder for his Windward Islands team. They were in a lot of trouble earlier, and he has now forged a good partnership with Devonnie Joseph.
Yeah, I think the message that is coming out of the Windward Island camp during that Jinx break would have been to see it to lunch. And once you're there until lunch, it puts back that mental pressure back onto the Leeward Islands that they have to. And that's a magnificent shot. Nothing can be done to that more than pick it up from the boundary ropes.
Yes, this is what he's done all morning, Auguste. When it's in his area, when it's bad, he has taken advantage of it. And this one was well pitched up to him, and he drove back past Palmer for 4. He moves to 46. Inching closer to his first half century of this tournament, and the Windwards moves on to 66. 66 for 3.
And this is what I'm talking about. Once you're there, the runs will come. This pitch will dry out. This pitch will lose its moisture. So the pace attack will just have to depend mainly on maybe like slower balls, because once this dries out, the batsman should be the dominant feature.
And they're dominant. He is beautifully. That's going. That's going all the way. Yes. Oh, in front of square for 6. Gets his half century of it. Auguste moves to 52, and that was a shot of a man in control. And he has taken his team's total to 72. Beautifully dispatched there, Auguste.
Classic cricket shot. The only thing that was wrong with that delivery, it was too short. The bowler doesn't have the pace with the wicket. He has the height, but the pace was not there to rush the batsman. The ball is old, it's getting old. And he's there a long time, so he's got enough time to swivel around and play that shot over square, 6 runs. A magnificent shot there.
Right, so 72 for 3. The Windwards weathering the storm. We did have some rain, a good bit of rain yesterday and this morning, and that probably was the storm that they saw. They had Pascal, very first delivery back in the hut. The Leewards were on top, but now fighting and fighting back here are the Leewards and the Windwards at 72 for 3 after being 30 odd for 3 earlier.
Yes, good comeback, good partnership, and we could see that the Leeward Islands they are now thinking very hard as to what strategy they have to use to get rid of one of these batsmen to break a partnership and get really deep into the backbone of the Leeward Islands batting.
Well, it looks as if the former President Suite has decided that he's going to take the ball hostage for a while. There's some search being done, and that was a tremendous shot. I remember in my very, very, very early days of watching cricket here, Ignatius Cadet, St. Lucian, going back on his back foot and hammering Patrick Patterson over in that area, and that was very similar in terms of the style of the shot that was played.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to say in your early days of playing cricket, Roxanne.
I'm still playing cricket, Costner. What's going on?
I just question your ability to.
Anyhow, we won't go into that cricketing part. The 50 partnership has come up for these two. So they have taken the total from what? I make it 22 for 3 to 72 for 3, and really good work by Auguste and Joseph, and they will have to continue. They will have to continue, as you said earlier, see the Windwards to a pretty good score at lunch. They're scoring at a very rapid rate, I make it, at this stage.
And that is fundamental. If you're scoring, you cannot be looking to secure your wickets only. You must get the runs on the board. That is important. And once the wicket partnership still stands and the runs are coming, that pressure will go back onto the Leeward Island. I am impressed. The two batsmen here, they have soaked up that all the pressure that was put on the Leeward Islands. They at one point had 5 slips and a gully. The left-hander was swinging that ball across the left-handers, and he was reaping havoc. But now it has caused the captain to think, Onaj Amri, he's back. He's back for his second over. And it will be important for him to use his experience at this time.
And that one is full pitch, beating everybody. Let's see how close it goes to the boundary. They're going to get 2. Are we going to... So 2 byes conceded. Score moves to 74. Amri would have to pull... on his experience with the West Indies on the 19s and try to pull things back here for the Leewards?
He should, because in December of 2021 in the under 19 against South Africa, he bowled and got a 4 for 8, I believe is his best in that tournament, 4 for 8 against South Africa. So it would be important to see how he uses that experience at this stage.
Okay, so 1 more to the total. Joseph moves on to 12. And the Windwards inched up to 75 for 3. That's a good delivery. This is a better delivery from the first 2 offered up. Still doesn't seem to have gotten where he wants to pitch his delivery. Still mixing it up a bit here, Amri. And just looking to make sure his fielders are in their right position. And this one is driven down to the man, coming around from mid-on. Single to Ogis, he moves to 53. So weathering the storm quite well here, the Windward Islands. Oh, this is a pitching, hitting in front of a middle, and as I said earlier, Cusnell doesn't seem to have had that control that he wanted. He's still mixing up a bit, but this one definitely hit and skidded on to me, onto Joseph, and he was hit plumb in front of the middle stump from our vantage point. Joseph has lost a wicket, and that important partnership has been broken.
Very vital, very vital. Experience coming into play here. I was just gonna comment on the mannerism in which Joseph is approaching Amri. It's either he's playing too careful or he's just lackadaisical. Maybe he's tired, he have exhausted, because the sun is hot here. And there you see that one, he was neither playing or he was staying back, but that ball skidded on and it was the end of him there.
All right, so a fourth wicket going down now here for the Windward Islands. They're 75, I make it 76. Okay, so didn't add that last one. 76 for 4. 76 for 4, and just as that partnership was about to grow, Amri had other thoughts, and he has brought back another wicket here for the Leeward Islands. So Pascal, the wickets to fall for the Windwards. Pascal without scoring. Ethan Gibson for 4. Edmund Moronse for 1. And just a few minutes ago, Devoni Joseph for 12. Amri is going to come now to the new batsman, Tariq Edwards. Edward. Okay. No S on it. Tariq Edward. And a good one to start there as Amri finishes his over, and he'll be happy to would have taken up that wicket to level things back out and get a little bit more control in terms of the proceedings back in favor of the Leewards Cosnell.
Yes, and with his experience, that is why he was brought on. The skipper Tucker believes that he could get a breakthrough. He have done that for the skipper, and just before lunch, doing that what we call breaking the camel back here for the Windward Islands and put them back, a little bit of pressure back onto them. 76, yeah, for 4. Still a little even Steven, as we could say, but the wicket column is something that it will be questionable.
Well, Tariq Edwards, St. Lucian, in the 2022 Windward Islands Under-19 tournament, he was the 4th highest runs getting that tournament. He had the 79, a highest of 38. And he would definitely want to forge another partnership here with his captain, Auguste. So Harris is the new bowler. And this one is peeling off the edge, going past the solitary slip. And he's going to get 2. Auguste says he doesn't want any more than the 2. He moves to 55. Yes, Auguste moves to 55, and the score is 78. 78 for 4. Amarius Harris. I have the first name correct there. And this again, trying to replicate that first stroke. Just outside the off stump, well pitched up.
What Gis cannot do now is allow himself to be back in the hot. He still have to see himself through until lunch. He's a seasoned batsman there, and if he loses his wicket at this time, it could speak trouble for the Windward Islands.
And Harris is also from St. Martin, so a number of these bowlers this morning for the Leewards from St. Martin. So this is a better delivery, right on the stumps, coming along forward there is O'Geese, comfortably forward. He seems to be quite in control of his innings, and he looks as if he's definitely zoned in here for the Windwards. This one, he tugs from outside the off stump, couldn't get past the man at short extra cover. One of those shots that we have not seen this morning from O'Geese. Harris inducing something there from out of the bag. With this one, he drives through the covers, extra cover area, going to get one. They're looking for a second. Yes, they're going to come for the second. And so 57, O'Geese moves on to, and the 80. It's now 80-4 at the end of this over offered up by Harris. Your thoughts on Harris, Costner?
Well, he's been hitting his areas, and one of the fundamental things you want to do as a spin bowler, you have seen the conditions, you have been feeling and observing the condition with the pace. That is for the pace. You're a spin bowler. What you have to do now is, we have seen Amri operating from that end. The wind is blowing with the angle of the left arm coming into the left-hander. He would not extract much turn out of it, but what he has to do is just hit those areas, get his line and length correct, and then he will know whether or not you have to put extra rev on that ball and extra spin.
Ah, beauty by Amri. This one is, wow. Pitched and just beat everything. It went through the arm, it seems like. And, in some problems there was Edward Amri again into his work. This one just a little slow through the air, and a man coming from a leg slip coming around and feeling well. And we want to say good morning to Vernon Springer and the guys up there in Antigua. Thank you for your comments so far. Another good delivery. And not moving his legs a lot there, Edwards.
He has to be very careful. Edwards has to be very careful, because Amri has that ball like a skid on at him. And with him not moving that leg,
And there it is.
Could speak very, very dangerous territory that he's looking to get into. He's a tall lad. He needs to stretch those legs down the track away from the line of the delivery and put Amri out of contention.
Another good delivery from Amri. The previous delivery was shorter, and Edwards was trying to pull through the onside. This one was again back on the money. Amri into his work. And there the fielders around go up in unison with an oar. Seems as if Edwards just got the baton down on that one on time. And another over comes to the end here for Amri. 80, I make it. 80. 80-4, 80-4. The Leeward Islands, they won the toss this morning here at the Arnos playing field as we bring you coverage of the Cricket West Indies under 19 tournament, Rising Stars. The lads are going to take the mantle of senior cricket in not too long future from here for the West Indies, Costner.
The future is looking bright, very bright, just as the sun is shining here at the Arnos-Day playing field. I'm very particularly impressed with the stats of Harris. He has an economy of an average of 8.57. He's bowling at an economic rate of 2.86. For any spin bowler, that is excellent bowling. In his under 17 career, he has got some 7 wickets for 60 runs, which is top quality bowling in light of everything that is happening. So he will be a very crucial bowler here for the Leeward Islands.
Okay, this one is hitting the pad, but it's definitely going down the leg side. Harris in his work. It looks as if he has some dyed hair, some plaits and stuff. You know, the styles of the young people. I don't want to say the young people, the styles. You know what I mean? To go with the flow sometimes, but it's Harris again. He comes up advancing there. I like to see this to a spin bowler, using the feet, knowing whether you're to the pitch or not. And this time he was not, and just allowed it to go on to the onside. O'Geese still batting well for the Windwards. Beautiful, well played, a good cricket here, good cricket. This is absorbing cricket now as both teams try to take the ascendancy from the other as they get ready to go into the lunchtime break. Trayvon, man, a wideish, a short mid-off, comes around and feels well, gets the support from his fielders. Harris again, from St. Martin. And this one is driven in the air, but over the man at a deepish mid-on, a long on. Mid-on, you probably want to say that, and goes into the boundary. Auguste moves on to 61, and it's 84 for 4. Auguste again taking advantage of a bad delivery, Casnell.
Yes, a bad delivery, and I'm very disappointed with that delivery somewhat by Harris, because he has been bowling that off-stump line, which is getting that ball just about off-stump to middle stump. For the first 5 deliveries of the over, and then just drifting down a bit was able to give Auguste enough time to play that over the man there and got 4 runs, but still a good over.
All right, so I'm gonna leave you this to take you guys through to the luncheon interval. Lance and Cricksyoung and Cosnell Morris as Amory gets ready to begin another over.
Good afternoon again to our viewers, and good afternoon, Cosnell. As Amory continues, he's bowling to the Windwards skipper, August. Nicely played there off the back foot, tucks it behind the point. Looking for 2, turns very quickly, drops the bat, but he's able to get there comfortably. In fact, the throw hits the bat when it comes in, Cosnell.
And that's the thing that the Leeward Islands should not get too relaxed with, because Auguste is still there, and he's a set batsman, as we will say on this part of the world, in the region. He's set there. So the thing about the Leeward Island players and the fielders, they have to get very sharp onto the fields, get the 2s into 1s, let the Windward Island make their own mistake.
Down the pitch that time, but this one defeats him. Appeal. He gets back into the crease. But that one was a nice flighted delivery there, Cosnell, and good thinking there by Amory.
Excellent. And what Amory is asking him to do is he's not pitching it up in his arc. He's asking him to come. And once you're able to get him come down 1, 2 out of the track, he can slide that faster one into the arm ball that he has.
This one is that quicker arm ball. Punch, misfield there by the fielder there at cover point. And that is something that the Leewards will be disappointed with. They have had some misfields here in terms of their ground feeling. They wouldn't be pleased with that this morning thus far.
Well, I don't think the Captain Tucker and the management staff will be too somewhat dismayed based on the start that they had. If it was like 110 without loss, then that would have been something in the notebooks there from the management team. But they would, not that they are settling for mediocrity, but they would somewhat let 1 or 2 slip through the crack.
And we see that delivery there by Amory, given generous flight, and he got a lot of bounce and turn, using his height to his advantage and totally defeating Edwards. This one, it's 2 leg side. He pulls it behind square, should be cut off. Very good feeling there by the man at deep square, like keeps it to 2 runs.
But that is why I trying to figure out.
But Cosnell, I perceive that the way that Amory is bowling, he will be a handful, especially when you get later on, later into this game when the pitch wears a bit more. because of his height, and he has some strength in his arms, and he's using his fingers to put a bit of turn on that delivery.
And that is vital. That will be vital. He's a key component to the Leeward Islands setup. I do hope that he uses that experience and see what mystery he can create. You have already made an indentation into the Windward Island score wicket column, and it's very important that he continues.
So after 19.1 overs, it's 91 for 4. Single there taken by August. Brings Edwards into strike, I think for the first time. So Edwards on strike for the first time. So that was his first delivery that he has faced to Harris. Very tall batsman is Edward.
It would be impressive to see there is 2 slips that is waiting there. Harris now, that delivery will come through as a leg break to the right-hander. 2 slips are waiting, right? I would prefer that Harris comes back with that same over the wicket angle and let him drive that delivery instead of that kind of angle, because what he's going to do, he have to drop it more middle and leg to get that ball to turn.
Yeah, he's asking the ball to do a bit more from that angle. So he's looking for more of a spectacular delivery. We have seen pretty just turn from a few deliveries from Amory. However, we have not seen that as yet from Harris. So he's asking a lot of himself to get it to turn away from the right-hander with the angle going in. Also, when you look at the way that Edward is setting up as a batsman, he seems to favor the onside. So that mid and leg line, especially if it's full, it allows him now to whip through the onside, as we have seen from him in the last 2 deliveries.
Well, then in that case, the feel change has to be different. The feel has to be different for the right-hander.
It's a nice delivery on that occasion to end the over. So after 20 overs, the score is 94 for 4 here at the Arnos playing field. The Windward Islands being inserted by the Leeward Islands. Some quick wickets falling initially, but this now is another important partnership after a vital 4th wicket partnership between the captain and the batsman who was just dismissed, which was Joseph. So the captain has a lot on his shoulders here. He's not out on 65. So he's doing the bulk of the scoring, and he would need really to see his team through. He probably needs to be the last man dismissed or to almost carry his bat through this innings here today. So Amory will continue to Edward. The long off and the mid off and the mid on are very deep, almost back to the boundary.
And that's what he's been waiting for.
Yeah, that one has been smashed over mid wicket. That one was too much into his half, and he was able to get into the slug sweep and dispatching that over mid wicket. And as we said before, he seems to favor the onside, Edward, based on the way he shapes.
We call that somewhat of a long handle, because he was not really to the pitch of the ball, but because he's tall, he has enough reach for that delivery, and he was able to dispatch that one in the mid wicket region.
But Amory shouldn't mind that he's a tall man, and if he gets one to bounce a little bit more, then that one should present an opportunity for a catch.
Amory's from Nevis. You know that St. Kitts and Nevis have just gotten their general election and have installed a new prime minister. You know, and so Amory will somewhat be intrigued to know that things are different, and he should make a difference here at the Arnos playing field.
Absolutely. And he's bowling now to the Windwards skipper. Good delivery, just on the wrong off stump. Slight turn away. But one of the things that you notice from him, he gets bounce almost on every delivery. He's a very tall man, well over 6 foot. You could see from here, even though we're not close to him, but you could see he's towering over everybody on the field. That one was a little bit short. Was there for the taking, but the turn, I think, defeated that shot, so he got the turn of the bat. And so it's now 100. The 100 is up for the Windward Islands. 100 for 4. And with that shot, the captain, August, he moves on to 67, 66.
Great recovery work here by the Windward Island. Psychologically, when you see 100, it puts that position, your mind in a good position. I think if the captain stays there, he could see the first 100 for the tournament. Because he's somewhat relaxed, he's not under pressure. He's playing fluently. He's running between the wicket. He just need the water, the Gatorade, the bananas, just to keep him up. Because the sun is hot, it's stinging here after some early morning dew.
So after 21 overs, it's 100 for 4. They're scoring on almost 5 runs and over, so they're going pretty quickly. But they have lost 4 wickets. I think at this stage, both teams will be fairly satisfied with where they are. But of course, for the Leewards, they'll probably just be saying, add 2 wickets to the score, and we'll be on top. So the Windward Islands must not be in a position where they are getting complacent here at this point. I think they would definitely not want to lose the wicket of their captain, August, who has been instrumental in the run scoring so far, as Harris continues to hit.
I'm not sure if I'm overthinking Alanson, but you just have just over 20-25 minutes before lunch. In my case, the captain, Tucker, I would have brought back my left arm from the top there to bowl with the left and right. This is a magnificent cricket shot, a glorious shot there, reverse sweep manufactured there from the captain. He's seen it big like a breadfruit, and this is the reason why we would have brought back the left arm to see what he can extract.
Yeah, he seems to be comfortable out there against the spinners, especially Harris, who is turning into him. We hear so much about matchups these days, so that is his matchup. That's a lovely shot. That's punched out the back foot into the gap. The outfield is a little bit heavy from the rain, but they will get 2 runs. Doesn't go to the boundary, but that's nicely placed. And good footwork there being shown by Ogis, who has not been shy of using his crease, either advancing down the pitch or stepping back into his wicket to play the spinners. So another good delivery there from Harris. Slower, not as quick as the previous one. It's turned on the onside. No run conceded there. He's down the pitch this time, but doesn't find the gap. Nice feeling there by the man at short. Mid wicket. Looks like Edwards, the opening bowler. If he had gotten the gap, it may have gone to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a very good use of the feet. The only thing is that he did not evade that fielder there at short mid wicket.
This one, the feeling is done by Edwards' bat. It was going down too long on. Most likely would have been a single. But Edwards would say, well, Skip, I owe you 1 run there, for sure. At least 1, may have been 2. So 106 for 4 at the end of the 22nd over. And as we make our way up to lunch, just another about 20 minutes or so to go before lunch. Mainly pace bowlers used for the first part of the morning, hence the over rate is not as quick as it may be otherwise. But there's now a change in bowling. Mackenzie is coming on to bowl. So Amory, we saw he had the ball in his hand, but just a little late change in the thought process there by the skipper. Tuckett Carl Tuckett, when you hear his name, you'll be reminded of Carl Tuckett, who played for the Leeward Islands. And I've been told that he is a son of Carl Tuckett, former Leeward Islands player. He also played a one-day international here for the West Indies, Carl Tuckett.
Tuckett had a wealth of experience for the Windward Islands. He played a number of years and really did his job for the Leeward Islands. Sorry.
Yes, an all-rounder Tuckett, medium pacer, hard-hitting batsman, quick in the field. I think he's now an umpire in the CWI setup. So Mackenzie will be bowling to Edward. And this one is a little bit short outside the off stump. Punched through the offside, but didn't get the gap. So he would think, as a bowler, that he probably got away with one. Because if it had beaten him, it should have been a few runs for the batsman. Nice flighted leg break there. Not much torn yet, but that's a good line and a good length, bringing Edwards forward, who seems to be reluctant to get on the front foot most times, seems to be more comfortable on the back foot. It's flighted delivery, turn, but straight to the man at short mid-wicket. Some excitement there from the feelers behind the wicket. They're still very much in it, and they think that a wicket or two here before lunch will be a very good morning session for them, the Leeward Islands. So good delivery again there.
He's a leg break bowler. I'm always gleaming with smile when I see a leg break bowler, being a leg break bowler myself. Once he pitched that ball in that right area, there's a lot of grass, green, live grass there. He should be able to extract, and there you see, that's what I'm going to talk about. He should be able to extract that turn from the right-hander. And it is always a dangerous territory when a right-hander sees a ball turning in front of him like that.
Oh, that one was a lovely delivery. That one came in with a bit of drift, and then as it pitched, it turned away. That was a very good delivery there. And so a solid first over by Mackenzie. The score after 23 overs is 106. So that one was a maiden to start. So a good first over there by Mackenzie, the leg spinner, Casnell.
Very good start in any tournament. You will want to have a good start. Maiden to start with is nothing of a perfect start.
So we were wondering what was the reason for Amori being taken off a couple of overs ago, but it seems like it's a change of ends. So he's coming now from the backway end. He'll be bowling to August, who in my opinion, I think he's the bowler that has troubled him the most. Flighted delivery, punch straight. So he'll see what he can extract from the southern end. From the northern end, he was getting a good amount of bounce. There's a fairly even covering of grass from either end, so conditions should be similar. But we'll see how he goes here. There's an in and out field. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, a long on, a long off. But there's also a leg slip, and a man at short leg, along with a short extra cover, a short mid-wicket and a backward point. This one is short and turned uppishly, almost carrying the head to the man at the short mid-wicket position. This time he gets it down behind square. Should get a couple. Good run in there from Edward. He was always looking for 2 runs.
What I'm particularly impressed at is that the Windward Island players, they are not taking it to Amri. They know that Amri is one of the most senior and experienced bowler on that Leeward Island bowling. And what they're doing is just looking to extract any ones and twos they could get from him. And if he bowls a loose delivery, it tells you that they will get into him. That tells you that the pressure is so much, not pressure to say, but that Amri has to change the end in which he's bowling from. If he was more so comfortable with this commentary booth end, he would have continued up to lunch. But he's still looking, he's still searching to see where he can find his comfort zone. And the Windward Islands batsmen, they are not feeding him in that comfort zone.
Yeah, so at the end of the 24th over, it is 109, so 3 runs from that over, 109 for 4. And as you mentioned, Amory, I think what the captain wants from him is a wicket, another wicket. He got the wicket of Joseph, but they're searching for wickets here. And so after a while, without success, after having taken that first wicket, they have just switched things up a little bit to see what he can extract from the southern end. So they're looking, they're searching, they're trying different things, which is commendable. You know, they are the ones who have inserted the batting team. They won the toss and selected to bowl. So they want to make sure that they maximize this first session, having done that to justify their decision to bowl first, which in my opinion was the right thing to do based on how the pitch looked this morning. So Mackenzie continues to August. Long on and long off in place. Silly, well, that's a short leg and leg slip and a slip as well. So in and out field. Generously flighted.
That should have been picking height at this time, coming down toward direction. But I'm somewhat impressed, questioning, not impressed, but I'm somewhat questioning. There is not a mid-wicket per se. There is a wideish mid-on, sorry. There's not a cow corner. So the short mid-wicket that is there, I believe that he should be pushed back to a cow corner area. And because he's bowling a leg break into the left-hander. You will want that left-hander with August being the seasoned batsman. He will be looking to manufacture the sweep shot.
So are you bringing the layer out in the eye, right? And when it comes in like
This one is pulled out to square leg, but the man there on deep square leg should cut it off easily. Single taken. I think it could go either way in terms of that field positioning. Because it's close to lunch, they may say, well, we can't lead that many runs now, so let's try to see if we can get him to make an error. But also, I mean, you have a point that he's the one who is set on going at the bowling, and so you may just want to see if you can get him dismissed, looking to hit in that region. Into the wind as well, that I may add. So Edwards, he comes back into strike. Edwards, sorry. Lovely delivery there by the leg spinner. Beautifully flighted, a lot of turn and generous bounce. And that, if Ian Healy was keeping, he would have said, ball shine. This one is a little too full, so he's able to drive it inside out, peeling off the outer half of the bat. They'll get 2. They will look for 3, but it's not on. Correctly told not to come back there was a captain.
When I look at the bowling action of Mackenzie, he has a smooth flow. He doesn't have a jump. He doesn't have that kind of action. He just goes right through. And most leg break bowlers, you know, sometimes they either have a small jump, nothing of extravagance, and he doesn't have height as Amri. So he's somewhat of a shorter stature, and he's smooth. He's pushed that ball straight through. So with whatever tone that he has to manufacture it from his arm action.
This one is driven again, but well fielded there by the man at extra cover. Quite full, that one. I think Edward really should have been looking for a more aggressive shot there. But he, as we mentioned before, is not so... He's got a bit reluctant to come onto the front foot for a very tall man. That is where he likes it. He likes to go on the back foot and punch or pull or cut. But that one was a bit flatter, a bit quicker. by the leg spinner. So he's bowling okay so far after his maiden follows it up with another over in which he tested the batsman, beat him outside his off stump a couple of times with some lovely leg breaks. And we're moving up to lunchtime now. What are you going to have for lunch, Kaznel?
I believe I may have some local Creole food, yam, bananas.
All right, sounds good so far. What else?
I'll have some water.
Okay, so yam, banana, and water.
Are you speaking in the meat category?
No, well, you have to tell me what you're going to eat.
Codfish.
Okay, then. All right. This one is shorter by Amory. Ogle stands tall, punches it down to long on for a single. It brings Edwards back into strike. So this is a pattern that we have seen over the last few overs. That Ogles, he gets a single quite early in the over. And most of the remainder of the over is played out by Edwards. Edward, whose job is really to stay there with his captain until lunch and come back out afterwards to see what they can add to the total as Armory continues.
Edward's somewhat going to play until he sees lunch, I believe. But what the batsmen here for Windward Islands cannot do, they can't get too relaxed because an odd delivery could either pop up off the bat. There's a short leg, there's a leg slip and a slip. So they're still, the captain for the Windward Islands is still searching, he's still knocking on the door of the Windward Islands, and that is great captaincy.
Yes, very good. I think some of the senior teams could learn from that. Not calling any names, but we have seen over the last few years that even on the international scene, several of the captains are extremely defensive. Not too sure why that is the case, especially in the long format when your job in the field is to take wickets. It's not to contain. This one is short, and it's pulled behind square. Should get to the boundary quite easily. He just leans to the offside to get inside the line and pulls it behind square. So that's 4 runs. A little too short from Amory. Again, as we said before, he's searching for something just before lunch.
Yes, it is important that that Edwards stay there. Even though it is lunch, coming up to lunch, you still have to look for the scoreboard ticking over. And it is important that with this, it goes into lunch without losing another wicket.
And that brings up 41 partnership for them. This one is punched in the gap. Nicely played for a single. 2 runs not on offer there. So they have brought up 42 runs together this pair, and the score is now 118 for 4. And I think that if they get through to lunch, having not lost another wicket, the Windward Islands will feel fairly satisfied with their progress after having lost a wicket on the first delivery of the day.
Well, it's the first ball of the tournament, and you cannot be too hard on the batsman because, your eyes still, reeling from an overnight sleep, you relax, jet lag, whatever lag. And, you're not, you come in to play cricket, but you're not prepared for cricket. So the first ball would have caught you off guard. We have seen that on many occasions. I remember Shane Watson got a ball like that from Kemar Roach, and he was somewhat bamboozled as to what is happening.
That's why it is always important, if you're a quick bowler, your first delivery, that you target the stump. And maybe try to bowl as quick as you can, because the chances are that you're going to beat the batsman for pace for the first delivery of the day. Mackenzie to continue. Very full delivery, slow flighted, defended by Edward. I think now he has locked up shop, so to speak, in preparation for lunch. And would not be looking for anything too expansive unless he gets a rank long hop. Oh, lovely delivery there again by the leg spinner. If you can get that one to pitch maybe just on off, thereabout. This is a little bit wide of off stump at the moment, but if you can pitch it around off stump, it will be a deadly delivery.
Yes, because you have 2 slips waiting. Why not try 1 or 2 delivery around I think that is more from a leave alone than a shot.
Yeah, he left that one. He didn't attempt to play at that.
Yeah.
It was very wide. And again, that's what I'm saying, that he should try to get them a little closer in his line to the off stump. This time he does, but it's not with the flight that he had before. And this one is well placed, well weighted off the bat, and they get 2 runs. Good batting there by Edward.
Great batting. And I was saying, Mackenzie could try around the wicket. If he bowls some around the wicket with that 2 slips that is waiting there, with the tone that he's extracting, I believe around that leg stump region for the right-hander would have been roughed up from the opening bowler. And he should be able to get some grip and tone there.
This one is a attempt outside the off stump. Very full, very wide. Looking to see if he'll play that expansive square drive. But not tempted there with the 2 fielders behind square. 3 fielders actually behind square on the offside. 2 slips and a backward point. This one is well bowled. I think that's the area that he should be more often. Just around that line and that length. And when one turns just a little bit more, then he can get the edge. So at the end of the over, this is the end of over 27, and the score is now 120 for 4. This may be the last over before lunch, or they may get in another. But with 2 spinners in operation, we never know. They may actually get another one in after this one, Casdell.
But I think if the Captain Tucker should do is to ask the Windward Island batsmen to play over, bring up the long on and the long off, and ask the captain and Edwards to try go over, play. You want runs, play for it. You know, make a gamble because it's Super 6 sponsored cricket.
And for those of you who don't know, Super 6, that's one of the lottery games here in the Windward Islands. I think it's across all the Windward Island countries. And yeah, that one was a bit short, punch to the offside. But you're making a good point and a valid contribution there, Cosnell, because seeing that this may be the last over before lunch, the batsmen are thinking about survival. So get them to think about something else.
And that's what they're going to do. Just push it down the ground, relax to the 1. But had that long on and long off up, it would have looked to go over the top and could have gotten a ball peel off the edge or some miscued shot, you know.
Absolutely. So I think this is one of the times, or the first times that they have, for the first time today, I think that they have really missed a trick. They have been good in terms of their tactics, the Leeward Islands this morning. But I think that bringing up the field really should be the way to go at this point. And in local cricket parlance, they will say that Edward, he was long forward there. He's looking just to see out the bowling to lunch with forward defensive shot there. Another dot delivery. So the field remains an in and out field. So the long on and long off, they are out along with the deep mid wicket. And again, you see Edward, he's stretching forward in defense. So they may get in another over. That over, because most of it was defensive batting, went by quite quickly. Oh, no, the bails are being removed. So that's lunch. On day 1, in the first encounter here at the Arnos Vale playing field. Remember that there are other encounters at the Cumberland playing field and at the Park Hill playing field happening simultaneously. But in this encounter at the Arnos Vale playing field here, between the Windwards and the Leewards, the Windward Islands, they were sent into bat first by the Leeward Islands, and Ethan Gibson, he was bowled by Chamike to land the fort for 4. But the very first ball of the day, Nathan Edward bowled Stephen Pascal for a duck. And Edmond Morancy was dismissed, LBW Nathan Edward for 1. And Devonny Joseph, the last wicket to fall, he was LBW Onaji Amory for 12 of 24 deliveries. Not out on 76. Looming large here at Arnesville playing field is the captain of the Windward Islands under-19 team, Akeem August. He is on 76 of 81 deliveries, striking at almost 100 with 9 fours and 2 sixes. And Tariq Edward is providing good support. He's on 22 of 47 deliveries. And the bowling for the Leeward Islands under-19, Nathan Edward, who I think was very impressive, Casnell. He bowled a total of 6 overs, and he went for 26 runs. He had 1 maiden, and he took 2 wickets. Landy Fort, who got the ball to lift off of a length this morning. He bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. Michael Palmer, 3 overs, none for 29. Was a bit expensive. Onaje Amri, the off spinner, very tall man, powerfully built. If you see him coming off the plane and going to play cricket, you'd assume that he would be a fast bowler. But he bowled 8 overs, 1 for 25, 1 maiden. Amoris Harris, he bowled 4 overs, none for 18. And Micah Mackenzie, the leg spinner, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Casnell.
A fantastic bowling there by the Leeward Island bowlers. They stuck to the game plan that they would have gone out there, won the toss, and put the Windward Islands on the back foot. They did that. That's what set the momentum after a very cold morning start here for the Windward Islands. They're playing in the Windward Island territory. They have not been adjusted to the condition, and from the first ball, the Leeward Islands show that they are ready for cricket. They put the Windward Islands on the back foot, and what the Windward Island had was to do is to allow the captain to play a captain role, a captain knock, and that he did, and really see the Windward Islands out of that, and they are able now to be at a very somewhat of a great position, you would say, put in comparison to the start that they had.
Yeah, I think they'll be satisfied with that position. 121 for 4 after losing a wicket on the first delivery. And the Leewards also must be commended for their approach in the field. They had a few slip-ups here in terms of the ground fielding here and there, but their tactics were quite good. And the bowlers also seem to have a plan against different batsmen. And so at 121 for 4, we're going to leave you here at Arnos for a while. We'll come back at around 5 minutes past 1 local time, where we'll have the post-lunch session. We'll be back. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnos playing field. You're not missing any action here in this fixture between the Windward Islands under 19 and the Leeward Islands under 19. We have had a slight rain delay. So we'll be back with you shortly. The covers have come off and they're doing some mopping up now with the Super Supper. So as soon as we have live cricket, we'll be back with you shortly and have things on the way.
To the Arnosville playing field where we are going to commence the post-lunch session of this encounter of the Cricket West Indies on the 19, Rising Stars on the 19 Cricket Championship, the first day of the 2022 championship. And here at the Arnosville playing field, we have the Windward Islands taking on the Leeward Islands. And at lunch, the Windward Islands 121 for 4, which indicates a good recovery from their position of trouble, at deep trouble at 22 for 2 earlier today.
Yes,
Alanson.
good afternoon to all our viewers. And they were in some trouble with the loss of 2 wickets. 1 wicket falling on the very first delivery of the day. Excellent in-swinging Yorker bowl by Edward. Edwards, and he was backed up very quickly afterwards with the wicket of Gibson. The score just on about 21 or so, or 22. And they were in some serious trouble at that time, the Windward Islands. But the captain, Akeem Auguste, he has done what is expected of him. And he has forged a few partnerships along the way, including this one now with Edward. And they have recovered 221 for 4, which is not a bad position to be in, but they would want to press on, ensure that they bolster that position during this session.
Well, trying to make sure that they get back on top of the game would be the Leeward Islands, and through Mackenzie, the leg break bowler, who is going to start the action for us after lunch here from the commentary booth end. Mackenzie will be coming to Edward. Is it? No. That's Auguste. Yes, Auguste. Solid in defense. First delivery after lunch. He's on 76. Edward on 22. And we had Nathan Edwards bowling really well earlier today. 2 for 26. A pick of the bowler so far. This one is whipped away off the pads. And the man coming off of the square leg boundary. He is going to throw one in. Could have been a tight second run there, but they've completed it quite easily, Alanson.
It was very good running there by August. He made sure that he touched down very quickly, and then he was back for the second. So aggressive running here. I think he wants a strike.
Mackenzie again. Oh, well played. Through the mid-wicket area, he's going to get 2 quite comfortably. Moves into the 80s. He's on 80. And the Windwards 125 for 4 behind this solid batting by their captain.
Yes, Ogis, he has about 2/3 of the runs for his team. At one point earlier, he was at about 75%. So he has been doing most of the running.
It's a good delivery, pitching and hitting him in front of the pad. Umpire, I make it. Umpire Banwari says, you have been caught in front of the stumps, Auguste. And this is a big breakthrough for the Leeward Islands, Alanson.
Yes, this is a massive wicket for the Leeward Islands. Very good delivery there by the leg spinner. Got some turn back into Auguste as he was pressing forward. But that one beat his inside edge and struck him on the pad. Wasn't too high, seemed to hit him below the knee roll. He wasn't stretching far forward either, and I judge that to be a good decision by the umpire.
By the commentator's curse never seemed to go away from this lovely game that we love. We're just about talking about Auguste, how solid he's playing, and how he's been instrumental in making sure the Windwards came out of that period of problems. But as we said so, he has been beaten by a good delivery, as you so correctly said, Alanson. And the Leewards will be looking to press on from here, having dismissed the mainstay so far for the Windwards.
Yes, and it is something that we have been saying. Even though the Windwards may have gone to lunch thinking that they are in a fairly good position, you add 2 or 3 quick wickets to the scenario and changes things completely. So the Leeward Islands will be buoyed by that wicket, seeing the back of the captain, who has been very prolific so far today. And he's replaced by yet another left-hander. They have quite a cadre of left-handers, the Windward Islands. Something that we noted earlier, and perhaps they should think about breaking that up, probably with a right-hander or 2.
Left-hander replacing left-hander, St. Lucian replacing St. Lucian. It's now Noeli Leo on strike. And he gets a good delivery as well. Just about getting enough onto it, and it's sped out to the man coming from the point area. A good delivery first up to Leo.
Yes, he looks to have settled now into his bowling, Mackenzie. Whatever he had for lunch, it has been working well for him so far.
This is another good delivery. Probing there again is Mackenzie. And coming forward and just keeping that one out again is Leo. The Windwards, after the resumption, 1 over since lunch. They've lost the wicket and they've moved on to 125 for 5.
Yes, and it seems as if this is something that we must always bear in mind that whenever you go to the break, the first few overs as you come out of that break, whether it's a drinks break or lunch break, tea break, these things are very vital because you can lose your concentration. The bowling team can regain their ascendancy, so it is important that you come out of the break being switched on. Not to say that Ogis wasn't switched on, but it's something that you have to really guard against, even more so than in other situations, which is ensuring that you don't lose wickets just after the break.
Well, in our pre-resumption discussion, we were discussing whether or not the likes of Landefort should not have been brought back just for a few, just before lunch. He is here now with us. After lunch, he had a spell of 4 overs, 1 for 15, and with the exception of the very first over, I think he was also on the money for the Leewards earlier.
Yes, he bowled very well. He got lift outside just off a back of a length. So it'll be interesting to see how we go now that the pitch should be harder.
So Landefort, as he comes in there, just straight down the leg side on that first delivery, and the Leewards must be buoyed. They seem to have this knack of getting an early wicket at the beginning of sessions.
Yes, and it will be something that they would want to continue because it puts the pressure back on the batting team, and it means that you'll have probably in the next few minutes, probably half an hour or so, with the batting team on the back foot.
This one is short and gets the treatment. That's going to run into the boundary for 4. The point boundary picks it up now, and that's 4. Let's see, that's 4 to Edwards. Edwards, loose delivery, short and wide, and punished as it should at this level.
Yeah, that one was a loosener. You would see, if you recall, watching a lot of cricket in the 90s and 80s, a tall fast bowler would come back for the new spell. First delivery or 2, they would just bang it in short halfway down the pitch. And at that time, the batsmen would leave them. But, of course, things have changed.
Well, men are scoring 200, almost 300 runs in 20 overs. So and this is a better delivery. This one, really good length delivery and coming back in a touch. And he had to come down on it hurriedly and just managed to keep it out there, Edwards. And Landefort responding well.
Yeah, it seems as if he's not necessarily the quickest of starters as a bowler. His first over sometimes, could be awry based on what we have seen today. But as soon as he settles in, he bowls well. So he'll be hoping to settle sooner rather than later into the spell.
So from here, you think about this, from here onward, what would the Windwards be looking for? This one just measuring the off stump there, a coat of paint, a touch of varnish, but good judgment you make it on the part of Edwards?
It was a good leave. I think in a four-day game, it's a 3-day game, it's a fairly good leave by the batsman. It came in, but even with the inward movement, it still evaded the off stump. So good judgment. We give the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I'm not sure what's so funny, but lunch has been good for our co-commentator. Oh my word, Cosnell Morris, and a boss's run there. That is Landefort. So
it seems as if he might have been sharing in the joke, Roxanne.
This is what I'm saying, because he probably caught it there and decides, listen, I can't go through my bowler, even a worse delivery than the short one I bowled before. So after lunch here at the Arnos Vale playing field, Cricket West Indies, on the 19 Rising Stars, Landefort. This one is touched behind square for a single. Let's see if there's a signal. Yes, there we go. There's a leg by. So the score moves to 130 for 5. The Windwards 135 for 5. From here, what do you think would be a good score for them to bowl at Arlington?
They need to get in excess of 200. It would not necessarily be the easiest thing for them to do, but they need to get in excess of 200 runs. I think that would be not a brilliant total, but it will keep them in the game. Based on the conditions that we saw this morning, we will expect that tomorrow morning we'll also have similar conditions that will favor the seam bowlers and swing bowlers. So it will be a chance for the team that is bowling at that time to make some inroads into the opposition.
All right, so let's see what transpires. The Leewards would obviously love to get the next 5 wickets as cheaply as possible to get their innings going. This one is outside the off stump and is picked up in the slip area by Armory. And that's the end of the over. 2 steady overs. I probably would see a better over from I make Lang the fourth when he comes back. But Mackenzie did start well, and the Leewards making inroads since the luncheon break.
What we saw from Mackenzie before lunch is that he bowled 3 overs. His first over was a maiden. He's pitching them fairly well. He's not, the leg spinner sometimes can be prone to a long hop here and there. It's not the easiest form of bowling to master, but he has been good in terms of his line and length. What I would like to see from him to Edwards, the right-hander, is to get it more around the off-stump line. He has been a little bit wide of off-stump, allowing Edwards to leave him. So now that they have gotten the wicket of the captain, you will want to challenge Edwards to drive with those feelers in the slips. Just a little too wide, in my opinion, although that one seemed to be the top spinner.
Okay, so Mackenzie turns. This is a full pitch delivery. I think the batsman could have made a better use of that one. Could have been walking into that one and driving it, but thought that he shouldn't. I see he remarks his guard, or he's getting ready to face again. This is Edwards. This one he drives beautifully, and he's going to get one. A wide-ish mid-off position. I think the previous delivery could have gotten equally, be treated equally.
Yeah, it's something that I want to see from this competition in particular, is how these young players play the spin bowling. We have seen that in recent times in the senior team that it has been a problem, not only in the white ball format, but also in the longer format.
Leo drives this time, down to the man at mid-off. He's actually pitching a fuller length so far this over Mackenzie. And it's a good delivery. That was a testing delivery, but equal to the task was Leo. And he seems to be content to just play himself in. Mackenzie would have other thoughts. Not a good delivery. And this one, just about the area where he may have gotten that wicket previously, or just a little closer to the off stump. But Mackenzie ends with a maiden delivery. Impressions, Alanson?
Yeah, I think what he's trying to do is to ensure that he doesn't bowl too many short deliveries. He's realizing that that's the area that both batsmen may be more comfortable scoring, and that's off the back foot. For sure, that's the case with Edward. You saw that one that was very full in the over, and he just basically tapped it back. Having thought about it, the next delivery, he actually punched it through extra cover for a single. But that is an area that he perceives to be an area of weakness that he would try to attack. But as I said, he needs to get it not as full as he has been getting it to Edward, just a shade shorter.
Oh, land the fourth again, and a good length, and coming into, I make this Edwards, yes? And is equal to the task, playing it onto the onside. Tallish figure, Edward, and he seems to love to get going when the ball is there, but has been quite controlled by the bowling so far since lunch. Land the fourth into his 6th over, make it. And he's going to be looking for his 2nd wicket. Not a good delivery, well pitched up, on about the off stump, coming back into the right-hander. Edwards again, just playing it on to the onside. And a nice testing cricket, a period of testing cricket right now here for these young men. budding senior West Indies players. Definitely will be looking to continue to develop their craft. This is one of the outlets that they have to do so. Drives. Probably. Go ahead.
Again, you see that little bit of reluctance. He's a
Yes.
very tall man, but
Yes.
doesn't really come far forward. And that one there, it came off the bottom of the bat because he was still quite upright. And if he had bent a little bit more into that, he would have gotten better timing and probably would have.
That's tried. Yep.
Yeah, would have gotten it to the boundary. But he, as a batsman, he seems to be quite aggressive in his mindset. However, it seems that he has tempered it for the last few overs before lunch and also now having come out after lunch because of the position of his team, which is good to see that he's playing the situation.
Well, playing the situation quite well, and Landerford is also equal to the task in terms of challenging bowling in those areas where his captain and his team would like him to bowl. He's doing well, and good absorbing cricket so far since the resumption. He has 2 slips, a gully, a man at point, cover. Oh, naughty, naughty, naughty. You could see he's waiting for a bad delivery and was trying to make that into it, and at the very last minute, Alanson decided against it.
Yeah, but by that time, I think he had already played the shot. So we were talking about him changing his approach, and
Yes.
just one moment there where he lost his concentration. Fortunately for him, he's still at the crease, didn't get the edge. So he needs to regather himself here now.
This one he is pulling, it's in the air, is a man under it, can't get there, he wouldn't, and he's gonna get 2. Edwards moves to 29. Not the best of strokes, but again, the aggression and the attacking nature of the man coming through there, probably was there also for the shot, but he wasn't in the best of positions.
Yeah, and I think that is what we have seen from Landerford so far from his bowling, that when he goes back of a length and he hits the pitch hard, he can rush the batsman. And he was a little bit rushed there into that pull shot, which is why he didn't get it off the meat of the bat. Seemed to come off the top half of the bat, so he got the distance in the air, not necessarily horizontally.
Right. 133 for 5. The Windward Islands inserted to bat by the Leewards here at the Arnos playing field. We're talking about Cricket West Indies, Rising Stars on the 19 Championship, day 1 of the 2022 edition. Full toss and driven straight to the man at mid-off. That would be an ideal delivery for a batsman who uses his feet well. Huh? Mackenzie again to Leo. And there's a good delivery. Pitching and coming right back into Leo, taking on the pad. Umpire Banwaris is not out.
Yeah, that one turned a bit more than the one that he bowled to the skipper to get the wicket. Also had some bounce on it. So good delivery there by Mackenzie around the off stump, but turning back into midland leg.
Seems to be some byplay around the wicket keeper area down there. Walking away was Leo, trying to re-establish his concentration. It's a full pitch delivery again, and just punching it, content to punch it right back onto on the offside. Again, the man at mid-off picks up. Short of a length, and going back and just playing it easily, comfortably into the point area. Again, seemed to be curbing his aggression as well here, Leo.
Yeah, that one was a googly, the Roxel.
Yes. Good bowling, good variety by Mackenzie. This one actually pitched and came right back into the batsman who's cramped for space, and managed to get it back onto the offside. A single. A lot of chatter on the field. The Leewards are spurred on.
And so we didn't see the googly from him before lunch, but now that he's settled into his spell, he's feeling confident enough to employ that delivery after having dismissed the captain of the Windwards team.
Oh, beauty. Oh, yes. Getting ready to play another line. And it pitched and moved away here again, this time from the right-hander. And Mackenzie definitely getting into the business. The Windwards, 134 for 5.
Yeah, that's about the line that I'm asking him to bowl. But because Edward is so reluctant to come onto the front foot, I'll just go just a little bit fuller than that if I were him. But that's the line that you want because he has to play. He has shown that he has a top spinner. He has shown that he has a googly. So it means that you can't just assume that it's going to be the leg break around off stump and leave it alone. So that's the line that I want to see from Mackenzie to the right-hander.
So we're hearing Amri from all the way down there. He's making sure that his players are awake. He's in the first slip position as Landerfort is picking up the attack again from the beautiful Beckway end. Oh, beautiful. Excellent fielding there. The man coming in from a point had to drop on it, and that will definitely spur Landerfort on Alan. So one of the best pieces of fieldings we've seen today.
Yeah, they would not have been satisfied with their ground feeling in the fourth session, and that was well stopped there by the man at backward point. I think if it had defeated him, it would have gone close to the boundary because it was well timed by Leo.
And that was Joel Andrew who effected that good piece of fielding. I believe he's one of the ones we need to look at when they get into their batting innings, I was told. I'll get more about that as we go along. But Landerfort, he's well into his work again. There and thereabouts, just back of a length. And hitting the wicket as hard as he can. Comes in again. Oh yes, this one pitched up a little bit more outside the off stump and going through the line there was Edwards. Leo, sorry. Was Leo teasing him, Alanson.
You could see that the non-striker reprimanded him immediately. I said, what was that shot? I mean, you got a few full tosses the last over that you patted back and now you're going to drive on the up outside off stump.
Yes. Landerfort asking of the batsmen to present themselves as they try to consolidate another position here for the Windwards. Shorter. And getting them top of it again was Leo. Onto the offside it goes once more.
I said, they has one on Roxell. They have moved a few of the fielders out of the slip cordon. It's now a 6-3 field. Earlier in the day, they had a 7-2 field. So they now have the mid-on in place along with the forward square leg. And of course, there's a fine leg on the boundary.
Okay, scores coming in from the other grounds at Cumberland, Jamaica 132 for 2. And Johnson is on 82 and Bedford 24. At Park Hill, Guyana 86 for 4. So, interesting early goings in the first round of matches here in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 Championship, 2022 edition. It's gonna get another single here. It's Leo. And the Windwards total moves up to 135 for 5, and they're trying to consolidate the position. They would have gone into lunch possibly in a stronger position than the Leewards based on how they started, but the Leewards did come back out after the luncheon interval and pegged them back, and so it's another opportunity for these two batsmen to try to consolidate, build a partnership, and try to push the score as close to the 200 as you said, may be required for a target for their bowlers to bowl at.
Yeah, and what we know for sure is that with the dismissal of August, And the way that he was batting, he was going at almost 100 strike rate. That the pressure now will be more on the Windward Islands batters to score.
This one was played uppishly in front of point, and they're looking for two. Yeah, they're going to get it easily at the end. So that's Leo. He moves on. The score moves on to 137. And Leo is on 4. So Mackenzie asking questions again.
Yeah, and the fielder, Harris, left arm throw there, you could see that he doesn't have the strongest of arms, and they may have already picked that up from a few deliveries that went to him prior.
Good pitch delivery, well bowled here. And coming comfortably and solidly forward is Leo.
That's the area that he needs to pitch them, and if he pitches the googly in that area as well, then he's going to create havoc.
Well, Leo is trying to make sure that he's prepared for whatever comes. He pulls away, settles himself. Whips this one in the air. He's going to get around the middle. Oh, my, through his arms, through his hands as he dove forward. And they're looking for a second. They get it comfortably at the end. And 139, the score moves up to Mackenzie still asking questions. And we have a mid-wicket discussion now because the batsman, that is Edwards, is making sure that Leo realize that he must stay there. He can't play these 4 strokes.
Yeah, he can't lose the plot. I mean, it was a full toss and deserved to be turned on the leg side, but he closed his face a little bit too early. And looked to hit it a bit too square.
Okay.
Got a bit of a leading edge.
This one is pitching and coming back very, very late. And this one he decides to just leave it outside the off stump is Leo. This one he gets hold of. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it does. Over the long on fielder. And that goes for the maximum. Leo moves to 12. And the Windwards with that 6 moves to 145. 145 for 5.
Yeah, he just got a little greedy there, I think, Mackenzie. Almost got a wicket early in the over and said, well, let me flight this one. But it was over pitched. Not a full toss, and this time Leo wasn't going to make the mistake that he made early in the over, so he went with a full-blooded shot, not just a little turn of the wrist, and got it over long on for 6.
Good response by Mackenzie up in the block hole and definitely on the stumps, asking Leo to come down and make sure he keeps it out, and that he did at the end. And another over by Mackenzie, mixed bag a bit, but still asking a lot of serious questions of the Windwards batsman.
Yes, he looks to have a lot of the raw materials that you need as a leg spinner. So far, he has bowled quite a few overs, and his control hasn't been poor for an under-19 leg spinner. I mean, this is really at a very young stage of that craft, which we know to be very difficult, which is leg spin. So what we have seen from him, he has a googly, he has a top spinner, he's bowling the leg break, he's pitching most of them in the good areas. So a lot to work with there for Mackenzie in the future.
Well, we'll get a little bit more information on Mackenzie in a bit, but it's Lander Fort who is going to continue his spell. Seem to be working away at that line, just about on or about the off stump and coming back into the right-hander. It's been quite consistent there since his first over, and definitely has a plan. Turns in the distance again. Wonderful, just about the inside portion of the bat, and went into the mid-wicket area, a single, but was not in control fully there. I make it Edwards.
Yeah, he looks, as we said before, he doesn't come that far forward, and because the ball is coming into him, it gives the ball a bit more time to move in. And so he's getting that off the inner half of the bat. Saw the gap between bat and pad on that last shot, actually. So with some more movement, it could have gone through the defenses. So it's a good line of attack for Langdefort to Edward.
Final leg moving a little squarer as he comes into Leo, who drives down to the man at mid-off, sorry, and no run the result. I believe this is a very probably is it the first time that he's facing Landefort? From my second, okay. So he right may not have had many of it. So let's see what happens in this over. Leo drives it wide, full delivery. Can't beat the man at the short extra area there.
Yeah, I think he faced him in his previous over, quite a few deliveries, including that one when he was looking for that big drive.
Okay, correct.
He was beaten outside the off stump.
And so the Leeward Islands are trying to spur their bowler on. Langdefort. This is a good delivery, rushing Leo into defense. Does so comfortably in the end. And you can see Edwards telling him, yes, you're doing well. So just get behind it and keep him out. That he did. And the Windwards definitely trying to push up to a score of 200 or more, 146 I make it, 14645. And not a good delivery. And stalled again in defense is Leo. As the over comes to an end. Intriguing cricket here after lunch.
Yes, Leo is a left-handed batter, quite short, but his batting, his defense looks quite organized. When he's in defense, he looks quite assured. He has only had a few alarms when he's looking to attack the ball from time to time, although he has gotten a 6 over long on. But his defensive technique looks quite assured, both off the front and back foot. His hands look good towards the ball as well. So that's an aspect of his game that seems to be in order. And as he develops and adds to his game over time, we would see him expanding in terms of his array of shots and scoring options.
It's going to be Mackenzie again from the commentary booth end. So on to Edward short outside the off stump and cutting away. Can't beat the man at backward point. Yeah, that was one of the opportunities he would have loved to get some more runs on, but couldn't beat the fielder. Mackenzie again. Oh, wow, that was a shot that we would not have him want to play again. Taking it off of middle, I make it, and turn it onto the onside. Mackenzie was up and ready. Changing the plot a bit there, Edwards. This one he puts away. This one is going to go, is it? The fielder from gets around, and he had gallant effort on the backward square boundary. Dove all the way. To me, it looks like Harris down there, but he could not keep it from hitting the ropes. And Edwards moves on to 36. Yes, Edwards moves on to 36. And these are the deliveries he needs to take advantage of, the bad deliveries. He doesn't need to manufacture a bad delivery.
Yeah, and I think based on what we've been seeing from Mackenzie, it's probably the first long hop that he has bowled. And it also was lined down the leg side. So we have seen that shot already from Edward against Amri, where he just gets inside the line and helps it behind square on the onside. With almost a short-hand pull.
And the 150 for the Windwards came up, and 152 for 5 with that boundary. Shortish again, and he punches it. Can't get past the man at mid-off. And you can see that he really likes to attack the bowling. This is Edwards. He moves on to 37.
Yeah, he's very Well, yes, he loves the shortish bowling. Yeah, he wants to be on the back foot.
Right. This was a good delivery. Shortish and coming back into the left-hander. Leo is just content and dropping it in front of him. And curbing his aggression, possibly. This one is a fuller pitch delivery, and he's calling for the single immediately. And that's good running, and that's good cricket as the over comes to an end, Lanson.
Yeah, that's well done based on where they are now. They are mounting a bit of recovery after the captain was dismissed. So they are now in the 150s. And as I said, 200 is what they would need to get. If they are able to keep this partnership together for maybe another 10 overs or so, they will be looking for a lot more than that, actually. And the Leeward Islands will have other ideas. They will want to break this partnership as quickly as possible and get into the bowlers, as Landefort will continue from the grinding end.
Well, I guess from here on, we may not be far from seeing Nathan Edwards coming back, because he was quite instrumental in putting the cats among the pigeons for the Windwards very early this morning. Landefort also assisted in that, and he comes in again. A good delivery on about the off stump again, and of course solidly behind it is Leo. Seems to be growing in confidence, Leo. And he's going to try to keep this middle order for the Windwards solidly intact.
Yeah, as I mentioned a couple of overs ago, he looks quite confident in defense, and his defensive technique is good.
This one he punches, tries to get past, that is Joel Andrew. But again, doing good work in the field is Andrew. Slow to get up, but let's see. Seems to be, did it hit inner part of his knee? Is up now, is he? Yes.
Yeah, the ball may have struck him as he went down there.
Right. But he's okay, young man, strong young man.
Seems to be a live wire in the field.
Drives, and they're running on the drive, and they get a single there. Leo, he moves on to 14. Didn't beat the man at mid-off, but they were committed, well committed to completing the single from the time he made connection.
And one of the key things there is that the fielder at mid-off, which is, it looks like Edwards, he's a left-handed fielder, and it was struck to his right, so he had to run around that delivery in order to gain access to his throwing arm. So that was a well-judged single.
155. 155 for 5, all of the 5s. This is well driven through the extra cover area. Is it going to challenge the boundary? It's not going to get there, but they get 2. A third is going to be on the way, yes. So Edwards is going to get 3 more to his total. He moves to 40. Edward moves to 40, 157. And Edwards, again, looking the part and possibly eyeing the second half century for a Windward Islands batsman in this innings.
Yeah, but again, you'll see there on that drive, he was still on his way forward. If he was already there, the timing would have been better and he would have gotten 4 glorious runs, I'm sure. So it's an aspect of his game I'm sure that he'd want to work on as time progresses, because he seems to be very comfortable on the back foot.
This is 158 for 5. Windward's inching up there quite slowly, but doing well. This one is in the air. Let's see. Harris is under it. None of them can get there. Harris nor, the other, Ogis, is it? No. That one again, trying to whip it away was Leo. And neither Walsh nor Harris could have gotten to it. 2 more to the total, 160. And after some good defensive work, the attacking strokes seem to be giving the Leeward Islanders some hope as they go airy-fairy sometimes.
Well, I think Leo, it seems as if he has a blood rush every now and again. He just defends quite solidly, and then he plays. what you might call an inexplicable shot based on the situation. He's doing well. He's supporting his batting partner. He's getting some runs. He's adding to the total. So there's no need for him to do anything out of the ordinary. He just continue to bat. You have 3 days to bat.
Well, ordinary is definitely not what we are going to see in this tournament. We're going to see some excellent cricket. We're going to see some fast bowlers of quality, some batsmen of quality. We have already seen a few on show on this first day, and I'm sure around the other 2 grounds, the viewers and the spectators at those grounds are also enjoying that. Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 Championship here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, the 2022 edition. Barbados are looking to regain their championship honors. The other teams are looking to dethrone them. As Mackenzie comes in this time to Edwards. Tries to turn it away. He had to be quite cautious and having some conversation about whether that was a signal or not. Mackenzie again. Shine the ball vigorously on his trousers. It's a good delivery just about the off stump, and backing away initially was Edwards.
Yeah, he was thinking about cutting the ball, and he's always quick to go on the back foot. As you say, he's looking to turn against the spin on some occasions. The last one was full enough for him to do so.
Full face of the bat there as he plays that one down to mid-off.
Yeah, he's starting to look the part now as he has progressed in his innings. He's now in the 40s and looking quite comfortable at the crease. So he shouldn't give it away at any point.
Oh, beauty. And there's an appeal for a stumping. The keeper is quite nippy. Got the bails out there quite quickly. And that one was a good delivery. Good delivery again by Mackenzie.
Yeah, it was a googly.
Right.
It was a defeated Edwards who was looking for Leo, who was looking for some turn into him.
Oh, asking again as this one was tucked away past the man at the leg slip position. There was some oohs and ahs, but I think it went too quickly for him to even have a chance. Another one to the total for Leo. He moves to 17, and the score is 162, 162 for 5. So wide delivery down the leg side. Having nothing to do with it was Edwards. He's looking to try to make sure he pushes the Windward Islands to a very respectable total. He has done well because he had to forge a partnership with his captain, Auguste, before he left. Now he is taking the responsibility of guiding the middle part of this innings for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, he's doing a good job so far. And the longer this partnership progresses, the more pressure will be heaped on the Leeward Islands. They would be pleased to have 5 wickets already. They have taken 5 wickets already, and they would want to continue to make inroads into this Windward Islands team, because one of the things that we have seen so far from the Windwards is that they're scoring at a fairly quick rate. So the longer they stay out there, whoever the batsman is, they will get runs in a fairly quick time, because they seem to have, as a team, a fairly aggressive mentality towards batting.
Well, Amri, who has a lot of experience, West Indies under 19 player in the last World Cup, and he's gonna come into Leo, taking over the attack now from Landerford. It's a full toss, loosener of all in all senses of the word, and did not make use of that one at all, Alanson. This is a better delivery. This is a good delivery. Played in the air. Pass a man at a short leg. Gets a single, Leo. And you hear the screams of Amri as he thought that might have been an opportunity missed by the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and as we said in his previous spell, he will get bounce. So that one was a little uppish because of the extra bounce that he gets. So this is something that the batsmen have to guard against when they're prodding forward to his deliveries.
And some adjustments to the field as Amri gets ready to come again. And driven through the covers area. They're going to get two. Are they going to come? No, they're two comfortably. And Edwards moves on to 43. And some shouting from all ends out there. The excitement seems to be brewing as this partnership continues to build. The Leeward Islands trying to spur their bowlers on. It's a good delivery again, but equal to the task once more is Edwards. Drives onto the offside, gets another to add and move his total to 44. Beautifully driven. This is a good shot. This was well played by Leo. One of the better strokes, attacking strokes that he has played, and getting well behind it, and you can see the full face of the bat going through and flowing there for Leo.
Yeah, it was a good shot for one. Probably one of the better shots that he has played. Even probably better than the six. But that's cricket for you. Sometimes the best shot doesn't get you the rewards, and the best delivery as a bowler doesn't get you the wicket.
Amri looking for another wicket for the Leeward Islands, and this one he can't effect the stop on his follow through as another drive down to a long off by Edwards. He moves to 45. The Windwards inching up slowly to that 200 mark that Lanson has suggested would be a good total for their bowlers to defend, or at least for them to work with. 165 it is for 5 at the end of that over.
Yeah, one of the things that I would like to see from the Leeward Islands here, they were very, I would say that they were very spirited before lunch. And it seems as if they are just getting a little bit flat. And I would think that with Amri and Mackenzie, both of them I think are attacking bowlers, I would think that they should bring the long on and long off up, giving away an easy single each time to these batsmen who... That is what they want. They want 2 or 3 or 4 runs like that every over.
This is where the cricketing knowledge and wisdom comes into play, as this one beats everything down the leg side. Is looking to complete 2 and make it 2 byes. Let's see what the signal is. Signal is about to come, yes. Umpire Banwari says 2 byes, so 170 is up for the Windwards. 170. And remembering they were 22 for 3. 22 for 2, and they lost another wicket not too long after that. Definitely looking at that. As we say, the moment we say that the batsmen are doing well, we see an ill-advised stroke by one of them, Alan.
Yeah, but as soon as they try to go over the top, they have been sent back. The mid-on and mid-off have been sent back. So now he gets the easy single, which was not on offer just a delivery ago. So he showed intent to go over the top. The captain sent the long on and the long off on back to the boundary. But I don't think that was the right decision, because the shot itself was actually an injudicious shot. He was beaten. He didn't have any shape to the shot. And it is something that you should be encouraging because you want to get his wicket.
I agree. Mackenzie comes again. And this is a shortish delivery on about the leg stump, coming back into the batsman. Plays it into the fielder at short leg. And it's about concentration. It's about focus. It's about digging deep here for the batsman, but You can't make it too easy for them, as you're seeing here now. They have to be teased into making that rash stroke, and you definitely said that if the fielders are on the long off and long on boundaries, and they're driven easy like that, just singles, consistently you get singles coming down to those areas. This one is going to beat leg stump for sure as the over comes to an end. 170 to 172 for 5. The Windwards are definitely in a better position as we speak.
And what I want to add to that, what I saw in the last over with pushing back the long on and the long off, if as a batsman, you know when the leg spinner flies the ball, you just need to come forward with your bat and pad nicely together and punch it straight, whether through long on or down to long off, and get a single. That is a much easier stroke. It has very little risk, as opposed to having to go over the top. And when he saw to himself that the mid-off and mid-on, they were in the circle, he tried to manufacture and he actually beaten. So that's what you want to effect that dismissal. I know the captain might be thinking about the runs that take 5 wickets for 20 runs. And wickets are of the optimum importance at this stage.
Amri will be looking to get the next one for the Leeward Islands as he operates from the Beckway end. Got to create some more pressure on the batsman, the Leewards, I believe. Yeah,
I would also want to add, based on my last point, that the leg spinner is also turning the ball. So when
Definitely.
you want to hit straight, you have to ensure that you're to the pitch. He's also bowling a googly, so he's turning it both ways.
And we've seen occasions where they were not to the pitch and the ball just eluded fielders after being played in the air.
Exactly.
This one is outside your stump left by Leo. Leo is on 20. Edwards, Tariq Edwards on 46. And the Windwards 172 for 5. And good delivery. This is good bowling here by Amri, showing his experience, showing his repertoire of what he can offer as a bowler who has been there at the highest level at this age. And he comes in again. Oh, good. Good cricket here by these two young men. One on the money with the ball and one definitely solid in defense in Leo. Looking for a single. There's a shout, a bigger, loud shout of no, solid shout of no by Edwards as he runs off to get some water. He seemed to be definitely in charge as he gets closer to his first half century for this tournament. And at the end of that over, a good over, very good over, I make it by Amri. And a few more of those will probably put a little bit more pressure on the Windwards batsmen, who have been quite comfortable in the last 5-6 overs or so.
Yes, he has pulled his length back just a little bit, Amri, and he was able to get in quite a few dot deliveries in that over, which should not be a problem. As you're batting, as I have been saying, it's a 3-day game, so a little spell of low scoring should not really put up the batsmen. But it's left to be seen what will happen. Harris is now replacing Mackenzie from the airport end, the now defunct E.T. Joshua Airport end. And he'll be bowling to Edward.
So we're going to hand over the mic to Caswell Morris as we continue this post-lunch session.
Thank you, Roxel. As action continues here, a bit gingerly set up movement here by the Leeward Island players. Somewhat seems to be disturbed by the partnership that is settling here. As Harris, left arm orthodox bowler, full delivery in the air, out to mid-wicket. Didn't time it properly, so we'll take somewhat a golf bounce, and they will only come back for two more to the total.
Yeah, he hasn't been dispatching those he hasn't been dispatching those full tosses. He has gotten quite a few of them, Leo. So, you know, you never know, that might be a delivery that can get his wicket.
It seems to be a plan against Leo, because Leo Lions figure out that he's not scoring on those full toss. So it's okay to bowl them at him if he's not hitting him. But I must say that his defensive technique, as you alluded to earlier on, is very solid. From the first tap or in the over that I saw him, it shows that he's here for business, to stay a bit. Seems to be that is the message that was given to him, to see it out until the day's play by the management team. Whilst Edwards, with number 31 on his back, really doing the eruptive work here for the Volcanoes, for the Windward Islands.
Yes, they are the Volcanoes, a mini volcano. They are the under 19 version.
We call them the little pitons. And that is a pity piton.
That has been crushed to the boundary, right? Yes, it gets there.
And that shot just crawled into the boundary ropes. 50 up for Edwards. And he played a very good shot. But if you look at that shot, it was something more of what he attempted in the previous over with Mackenzie. And he never got a hold of it probably. But this one, he played over cover. And he was able to get boundary for it, bringing up his 50.
So it also brings up the 50 partnership between Leo and Edwards. So good going here. Good recovery after the loss of their captain. The Leeward Islands team would have been buoyed by that wicket.
And what you don't want at this stage of the game is that where the batsmen, they have reached 50 and believe that they have done it all. So it's a case where you need to start over again, as the coach will tell you from a very tender age. Whenever you reach your 50, you start to count again.
Yes, and it's 180 for 5 here at the Arnos Vale playing field. And it's hot conditions here, very steamy. It's in the middle of August here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, around perhaps the hottest time of year, between August and September. So very steamy conditions, even here in the dressing room. So it must be very difficult for the players, sapping the energy as you're out there.
We normally see these palm tree taking battering from the wind during like the VPL tournament, but it appears now that they're in a more relaxed mood, the palm trees, than for other tournaments. But this one, a kind of reverse sweep, it almost take the keeper out, and they scamper for 2. A very dangerous shot there, almost taking the keeper out in that process.
Yeah, they're growing in confidence, but they must not get complacent here. The Windward Islands play at the wicket. Still a lot of work to be done. They can bat on and bat once in the game. That is what they should be trying to do.
That's a very good shot. Out to the cover boundary. Long chase there for the man that cover. And he will just pull it back because of the heaviness of that outfield there. Out on the boundary, and they scamper back for 2.
I think better running would have gotten them 3 there. I think it should have been 3 runs. Went very close to the boundary there, and that side of the boundary is pretty long. Really should have run 3. Should have run 3 there.
Need to say that Edwards is known for a century in the Winlot under 19 tournament. He scored a century, so he has merit with the bat. He's not by any means a chicken, as we would say here in our local cricket parlance.
Yeah, he's batting at a vital position at number 6. That link between the top order and the lower middle order or the lower order, and so he has to also develop a skill of marshalling the tail when that time comes, if he bats beyond this partnership. So he has a lot of responsibility in the middle of that innings, and now that he's gotten a score, that responsibility has grown.
So end of the over, 185 for 5, the Windward Islands.
I was asked earlier by Roxel about the score that they would think they need to feel that they're in the game, and that would be 200. But that was a score to be in the game. It's not necessarily a score that means that you will win the game. So they need to bat a lot deeper. At least they need to try to. And the Leeward Islands would have other ideas. They would want to dismiss them for as low as possible. Possibly from at this point, they will be satisfied with getting them out under 250. Having 5 wickets still in the hut and already at 185. So they would be satisfied probably with wrapping up the rest for about 50, 60 runs. And that is what they should be aiming to do. But I'm sure the 2 batsmen at the crease would want to prolong their partnership. As you see some changes in the field. There's no one slip, no leg slip, so a bit of a concession being made here by the Leeward Islands captain, getting him a bit more defensive.
Leo seems to be the kind of a Chandapur kind of batsman. He just stand there and just block, whether it's a good or a bad ball, and he just makes you sweat in the heat.
Yes, and it's some heat here today. Scorching conditions.
Well, he's out. He's out. Leo seems to be either bowled, that is, or stumped. Stumped out. Well, Windward Islands losing their 6th wicket. Stumped there, Leo. And just when we were speaking of his defensive method, he may have walked himself out of the crease a bit. And Tucker, who seemed not to be missing any opportunity, grabbed that one, and that's it. On the brink of a water break, he have lost the wicket for 185.
Yeah, good keeping there by Tucker, the skipper. That one was given a bit more flight by Harris, a bit slower in the air. And there was Leo. I was saying well, several times already on the air that when he's defending, he looks very assured. But almost every time he plays an attacking shot, he looks a bit loose. He doesn't look like he feels as comfortable and as assured when he's attacking the ball. And that time his back foot still out of the crease as he stretched to drive that one, and he was stumped. And he's replaced at the wicket by Luke Wilson, who is a Vincentian, so he's very familiar with these conditions. Off spinner as well. And also the captain for the St. Vincent on the 19 team.
Luke was the right-hand batsman. He played very well in the VPL tournament as the player that margin player, sorry. And he have really put his hand up, and thereafter he have really taken on the mantle of playing for his country here in St. Vincent. So it will be interesting to see now that he's in this Windward lineup, how he approaches this game and the tournament going forward.
But again, we were saying just a while ago, 185 for 5 as it was then, that just a few more wickets, it could change things, and the Leeward Islands can be back in the game. So what the Leeward Islands must be saying to themselves there now is that we need to keep making inroads as quickly as possible. What the Windward Islands have been successful in doing is that when a wicket falls, at least for the last 3 or 4 times, they have forged a partnership thereafter. And so they have avoided the collapse that you can have when you have a wicket falling. So you don't have consecutive wickets falling in very short periods of time. And that is something that they would want to do now as Wilson joins Edward. Will want to forge another partnership. But the Leeward Island team would want to ensure that they keep taking wickets to avoid any of those partnerships being formed, and so that they can dismiss the Windward Islands for as little a score as possible. At this point, I think they'll be satisfied with dismissing them anywhere below probably 240 or 250 or 230, based on where they are now. I think that if you ask them at lunchtime or earlier in the morning, they would have wanted less. But those partnerships have slightly changed the complexion of the game.
Well, Luke Wilson, new batsman for St. Vincent and the Grenadines captain, but he's in the capacity as the Windward Island batsman. First delivery, beaten outside your some. Welcome home. Well, you're home, so welcome to your own turf. Harris is welcoming Wilson with a very wide-ish delivery. So he wants to feel it on the bat first up.
I like the pace at which Harris is bowling. He's flighting the ball now and inviting the batsman to take a risk.
So a lot of action going on since Luke has come out here. Luke is known mostly for his bowling. You have played some 16 games in the in the limited over version for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And, in his batting, his average is somewhat 2.86. So he's more of a bowler than batter. And his high score in limited overs is just 7.
Yeah, and he's batting at number 8 in this side, which can signal that the team has a fairly long tail. Because usually Luke will be more along probably 10, 11, thereabouts in his batting side. So that basically should give the Leeward Islanders some hope.
But more so in the unlimited part, he has got an even better average of 6.25. So let's hope that with his high score is 11, so it's 4 more. That 11 will be important at this time.
Well, what he needs to do now is ensure that he's not dismissed. Just support Edward at the crease, so that will be his role. The role of Amri and Harris, who's bowling from the opposite end, will be to give the ball as generous flight as possible and to try to lure the batsmen into something injudicious. Because they're at a point now where if they take a couple more wickets, they'll be right back in the game.
What another issue is that you do not want Leeward Islands to be missing the trick. You have to bring back your main bowlers at this time to somewhat close off the innings for you. Tucker has to use back Edwards' opening piece, the left-arm bowler. See what he can get from himself and land the fort, yeah, and try to nip it in the bud at this back end of the game.
So that's another flighty delivery there. But I agree with you. I think that they actually should have brought back Edwards a bit earlier. I mean, we are well into the afternoon session now, and he has not come back for his second spell as yet. I think if you ask Luke who would he want to face, he will definitely prefer to face Amri and Harris than to face Edwards.
Because there's still a lot of opportunities around the ground for scoring. So the new batsman that is coming in, he's not put under any pressure to score. And what you do not want is partnership in building, even in the lower order, where you could have gotten them out under maybe a 10 or a 15-run partnership.
So that was good intelligent batting there by Edward. He just turned that one a little bit uppishly in the onside, but no one was there. It was in the gap to get a single. And so at the end of the over, it is 188 for 6 of 46 overs, Casnell.
Great recovery work there from the Windward Islands. Still, the knocking on the door there from the Leeward Islands. They need to somewhat get it and get it right before another 50 or 40 odd partnership is go here. You do not want Luke Wilson to be setting in his batting ability, and then you still have Edwards there who is scoring quite fluently and freely.
That was a genuine inside edge. He was playing for some tone, but it went straight on with the arm. Ooh, that's a good delivery there by Harris. Another arm ball. It just came in just a little bit of in swing, in dip, and almost bowled him.
Swing and a miss. So that's the point. The mid on and mid off is up. He's looking to go over the top. And that is what the captain should be looking at. There is a slip there still, awaiting that ball to peel off. What could have been important is a short toward man in the likely event it goes over the slips.
But this pace that Harris is bowling, it's a good pace. It's slow enough that is causing Edwards to have to think. Edwards have to think a little bit as the ball comes down to him.
Magnificently swept behind, in front of square, and that's a magnificent shot that goes into the boundary and carries the total up by 4. The Windward Islands, they are 192 for 6.
And just as I was speaking about and applauding the bowling of Harris, he bowls this one down the leg side, pitching outside leg stump, and there was Edwards sweeping that one for 4. It's a lazy shot that time there by Edward.
I am not somewhat understanding the shot there from Edwards. He's standing tall and is looking to swing that ball. The ball is turning away from him, and he's looking to manufacture that shot with a close back face somewhat over mid on or mid off. I am not understanding what kind of strength would he get. It would only balloon in the air. At the end of the over, it's 193 for 6.
Yeah, it looks like if he's tiring a bit, you could see the way he's moving between overs. As we said before, it's quite a hot day. But these are young men. I mean, they're 18, 19, 17 years old.
Don't be that harsh, man. Hot sun is hot sun.
I'm not saying that it's harsh, but they would be fitter than we are.
Yeah, but the heat stands the heat, Hansen. And they're young.
They will be fitter than we are, so I think they'll be able to endure it. But he definitely seems to be tiring a bit.
Yeah, fatigue started creeping.
Yeah, and I think that last shot that you described was a tired shot.
So just a switch of, and it would be interesting to know what is wrong with Edwards as to why. I'm not too sure if this is deployed to have the spin attack really scuttle out the innings for the Leeward Islands. I'm not too sure. But Mackenzie now switching in. He's coming from the Beckway end.
Well, I don't mind the introduction of the leg spinner because it's the attacking option as far as your spinners is concerned. However, I would definitely bring back Edwards as well.
Excellent first-up delivery. It's the joy of a leg spinner. Whenever you see a ball passes the edge of a batsman, it brings you comfort and joy.
I'll take it from you, Kaznel. I've only bowled leg spin in the nets. Not very well either. Although some of them have passed the bat, but not too often.
Not too often. It'll be interesting to see the feel that the captain will put here for Luke with that ball spinning into Luke. But despite the fact that Mackenzie have the odd delivery, the googly. So only a man deep square leg on the boundary.
I'm not in agreement with this feel. I think early in the day he had persons at short leg and some more attacking positions two more competent batsmen. And I think that Luke will most likely be trying to defend these deliveries. And now they concede the single. So that's not good cricket, I think, from the Leeward Islands. They need to ensure that that they stay in the moment. And I think that to Luke, they need to have a short leg with the leg spinner bowling. I think that that's a necessity. This one has been cut away in front of square, goes close to the boundary. They will get two. Throw is coming in, and two is all they will get. But yeah, I would say that they need to ensure that they have a short leg for Luke, and also that the fielders who are in the position saving one, that they actually save the one.
What I actually see in the shot, that last shot there from Edwards, he's moving away, anticipating a turn. Yes, the ball is turning, but you cannot be moving away from the shot. What it does there, it makes you get less contact with the ball, and it sometimes could balloon the ball in the air. So end of the over, the Windward Island, they are 197 for 6 there, Alanson.
Yeah, they want to. The team, the Leeward Islands team, should be thinking that we want to bowl at Luke Wilson more than we want to bowl at Edwards. So when Luke comes on strike, every fielder should be thinking, I need to save the one. And also, I think the captain should put a couple more catchers in place, just in case he goes to defend and something pops up off the edge. Not that he can't do that for Edward as well, but that's something that they should think of as we see Nathan Edwards now coming back into the attack. We have been calling for this probably since this morning, and now he's going to be bowling to Luke Wilson. Bowled impressively this morning, left arm swing bowler. Got the ball to move both ways in the air and off the pitch and troubled all the batsmen.
Well, we've been calling for this attack, so not hoping for him to really disappoint somewhat, but it's to see what he will bring to the table.
And immediately he gets the wicket. That's a full delivery, that's a Yorker. And he's dismissed Luke.
Forced delivery, full and straight. Luke Wilson cannot negotiate that one. And right away, Edwards was asking the captain, what do you have me here for? I can still use that old ball. Let me get it, put it in my hand, and there it is. Forced delivery, a wicket goes. Luke goes back to the Windward Island losing their seventh wicket at 197.
And I cannot help but think what may have, I wouldn't say it would have happened, but what may have happened if you were introduced to the attack a lot earlier. Because this morning, although the ball was new, if you're troubling the best batsman on the opposition team, then chances are as you start going down the order, you will trouble the others. And to have a partnership going for that long, you bowl a long spell, 6 overs in the morning. Yes, you get a little bit of rest, but you would expect that probably just before lunch or even immediately after lunch that he would have been in the attack. And I think that they really missed a trick here, the Leeward Islands. We have been calling for it for some time, and now he has come back and has taken a wicket with his forced delivery. Very good Yorker. He has proven that he has that delivery in his armory. He bowled one off his very first delivery this morning. So it's something that persons may have to look at when he's bowling, that his first ball of a spell may be a Yorker.
Well, it is a left-hander's ploy. He has a kind of Santoki Sam Curran action where he just smoothly goes through. There's not a jump, there's not a lift, there's not a high arm action. He just comes in, and by the time you look at it, the ball is rushing at you. So that is something that you should look out for as a batsman going forward. Well, now brings the new batsman to the crease. Kelshon Andrews. Bowled him! 2 in 2. My goodness. And boy, he walks away like he's telling the captain, you had me here just taking the sunshine here at Arnos playing field for nothing.
And now he's on a hat trick. And what did we say? What if?
What
That's the question. What if? As another batsman walks to the crease, and we're not even sure if Edward might get another bat. If he keeps bowling them on that line to the tail enders, then he's going to get a lot of wickets.
Well, Andrews did not even mark his guard properly, and he's already walking back halfway to the pavilion.
Yeah, it's a good delivery there, that one. It's the Yorker on a wrong off stump. And coming across the right-hander. Would have gotten a lot of players who bat higher in the order. So Andrew has nothing to be ashamed of. But a very good delivery there from Nathan Edwards.
So 197 for 8. 200 seems to be a troubled score here for the Windies Islands, but a good piece of comeback here from Edwards. Very importantly, 2 wickets back-to-back. He's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, and Solomon Bascom steps out to the wicket. Another Vincent should be familiar with the conditions. Pretty close to his home.
Well, condition is not really the matter here. It's a hat-trick delivery. Let's look at it. Looking for that Yorker again. Just got it a bit too full. And a good day here for cricket here in terms of Edwards. He's under a really good spell of bowling here. Coming back. First spell after lunch. Good axe there.
Yeah, and you could see what he was trying to do. He was attempting the Yorker. He had gotten 2 wickets off the Yorker before. Just overpitched that one. And he was very disappointed. He saw him kicking the dirt as he went back there. That's a proper delivery there.
Good live, bouncer. I am impressed. I am very much impressed by Edwards' action. And he's not by no means a tall lad. He's a very short stature. But he seems to have like a little upper build. And he knows what he's about. He's getting that ball in that right area. And even though that ball is old, he's still extracting bounce from it.
The action is deceptive. Doesn't seem like he is generating much pace, but his arm action is pretty quick. There's a little bit of similarity to what you would have seen with probably somebody like a Wazim Akram, except that the arms are not flailing as much in the delivery stride, but the arm action is quick, and he can be quite deceptive, as some of his deliveries tend to really kiss the surface and fly through quickly. That one almost beat Solomon there for pace, almost got through the defenses, but inside edge. So that's the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden, 197 for 7.
Double wicket maiden.
For 8, yes, that's true. Double wicket maiden.
Yeah, and I think that was a good decision not to take a single there by Edwards. He would have exposed Solomon to whoever will become Mackenzie. So he wants to really bring this total up to 200. And this is where shielding of batsmen starts.
Yeah, and what he'll want to do now as well is to probably attack the bowling a bit more, because he'll be running out of partners as he goes along. So he'll want to take most of the strike and also start to attack the bowling a bit more. And as I said before, at number 6, it's something that you have to be able to do, to shepherd the tail. One of the best persons we saw at that in recent times for the West Indies was the great man Brian Lara. Lara would make very big partnerships with the tail and does not make it much.
Well, that's class by itself.
Of course. We knew that Viv Richards did it before him, so Viv. You all know about that great partnership between him and Michael Holding against England when he scored 189 in a one-day game. Holding was not out on I think around 11 also.
Beat everything coming down to the boundary here is a googly. It came right between the batter, but a little bit of a mix-up there within the running with the batsmen. They scamper back for 2. 2 byes. Brings the total to 199. The Windward Islands, 199 for 8.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting one that Edwards was stretching forward. He was looking for the leg break, but that one bounced and turned into him. It was the googly. Totally defeated there by that delivery. Good delivery there by Mackenzie. Defeated the keeper, took it as well.
Excellent delivery. A good leg break. Even if you have been batting for a long time, excellence is excellence.
I like what I am seeing from this young man. I think he has all the tools necessary to be a very good leg spinner. And, almost all.
Magnificent shot. Pull away over mid-wicket into the mid-wicket boundary into corner area. Brings up the 200 for the Windward Islands, Alanson. And a very good recovery, even though they are 203 for it.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. And as soon as I was about to speak about the leg spinner, it seems as if and just gave him some compliments. He bowled a long hop. But he hasn't bowled many of them. So, in all fairness to him. But that one was very short and was duly dispatched over mid-wicket by Edward for 4.
Well, an easy delivery, chipped up there, and he was between two minds, either to play it hard or to just chuck it back to, as we will say, back to the bowler. But in this case, he was able to give him a lofty delivery, back, catch back to the bowler, and he accepted it. And there you go. Edwards back is turned to the umpires, and he has to march back to the pavilion, a lonely walk there.
Yeah, all he will be thinking right now is, why didn't I go hard at that delivery? Because at least if it went back at a catchable height, then he would have taken some catching. But instead he prodded forward and it was half-hearted, offering an easy loopy catch back to the bowler. But good rewards for Mackenzie for some good bowling from him today. So he's dismissed for 65. The last man now is walking out for the Windward Islands.
So that 65 was a very intriguing one, a very vital one at that stage of the game when he walked in for the Windward Islands, and he helped to recover the innings along with his captain, and he also had that 7th wicket partnership that also rebuilt and helped very strongly to bring the total to 203 for 9. The last wicket pair is at the crease. And the new batsman at this time, Tyson, number 17 on his back.
Yeah, so Devin Tyson, he comes out to replace Edward, who was dismissed for 65. Very good innings from him. He'll be disappointed in the way that he was dismissed. But there's a last pair that's at the wicket now. They'll be trying to see how many they can get to try to frustrate the Leeward Islands in the field even more.
Well, he's off the back right away. Sorry, it was number 40 that was on his back.
Yes, number 40, that's Tyson. And that's the end of the over. A successful one by Mackenzie. And it's 204 for 9.
Well, we heard a loud cheer when Tyson made that one. I'm not too sure why his teammates may have cheered his one. I know it's a somewhat of a cynical kind of move when you're a tail ender and you make a shot and make a one. This is that they're not expecting much of you.
Well, it might be that he has not scored in a while, so at the one run, is significant in that.
Well, I know in local cricket here, we will say raise your bat to reach 50. Well, Edwards will look to continue to close off the innings here. He's been bowling very well, so you have the challenge of Edwards, who was one of the mainstay in this back end of the innings. He has 2 new batsmen at the crease, both tail-enders. He will look to get that ball full and straight. Oh, look at that delivery there. Cut the batsman in half, past the keeper, and runs into the boundary for four. 4 extra runs there for the Windward Islands. They will welcome, well, runs given. So 4 runs to the new batsman there. The score moves on to 208.
Yeah, and I mentioned something about Wazim Akram the last over that he bowled, because that delivery was probably 2 yards quicker than some of the ones that he has bowled before. So he's able somehow, and at certain points, to get a delivery that just flies through and just beats everybody for pace. And that definitely beat the keeper for pace.
Batsman looking very solid.
Yes, looking, defending that one with a flourish was Tyson, very stylishly.
Yeah.
He's probably asking for promotion in the order.
Well, he could. A form punch, just like the boxer Mike Tyson, back to the fielder there. Unfortunately, didn't get any run for that one. This is something you would always get between tail enders, the indecisiveness of whether to go or stay. Not a very heavy traffic here at Arnos playing field, so that I do not know why this stuttering between the players.
Well, it happens. It happens. As you said, it is something that is common among tail enders. And one of the things that we are looking at here now is whether Edwards will be able to get a fifer. Yeah, he needs 1 wicket to complete 5. Has a good chance to do so, bowling now at numbers 10 and 11. But of course, I'm sure that they would have other ideas. They don't want to put another partnership together here for their side.
I understand he never allows a pace bowler to run up like that and let him have to walk back. So we want to see what will happen with this delivery. Expected delivery.
Yes, it's an angry reaction that you tend to get from a fast bowler.
Expected. So the umpire just signaling one as a 1 for the over. And that's the first time I'm seeing a delivery that high from Edwards. He's very frustrated with Tyson walking away and making him have to walk back without bowling a delivery with the previous ball there. Slower delivery. Missed there by Tyson.
Yes, that was an extremely slower delivery. I'm so sure as it came up, Tyson probably read all the inscriptions on the ball, but he was totally defeated by it. And luckily for him, it touched down just outside the off stump, because if it were on the stump, it probably would have gotten his wicket.
So great recovery work here by the Windward Islands. They're 208 for 9. Now, last search of wickets here for the Leeward Island bowlers. Better bat onto that from right where we are here. So the umpire will not have none of that in terms of the decision making in the appeal. So end of the over. And over number 51, 208 for 9.
Yeah, that one was pitching outside the leg stump as well. And one of the things that we are seeing from, and that is why we were calling for Edwards to be in the attack. Because an over doesn't pass where he doesn't seem to have the batsman in trouble for at least probably 2 deliveries in that over. Doesn't matter if it's the top order batsman or the lower order batsman. And you have your strike bowler, that's what you want. You want wickets. And they really, as we have said so many times, they have missed the trick in keeping him back so late. But he's doing the business now for them. So they have 1 wicket left to dismiss the Windward Islands team at a score of 208 for 9.
I think what Mackenzie needs to do now, he needs to slow it up a bit. Do not push it through. Loop it in the air. Allow the batsman to look up. They are the 12, number 10 and 11 batsmen. You just put it in the air there and let them manufacture their own shots. And by that, you will be able to get the tail enders out. That's what I'm talking about. Let it go up in the air. Let him look up.
A generous flight on that one and another chat, as is usually the way of the tail end batsman. Of course, 9 and 10 might be saying to, well, why are you telling me? What advice are you giving me to bat now? But of course, the advice is coming there from.
What do you think
From
might be
Tyson.
what do you think might be the advice there? Because we are all tailenders, we're all vying for seller position. Or what do you say? Wait and tea, or tea's coming just now?
The advice might be to listen to what I'm saying as if I'm saying something to you.
Alliance.
I'm sure you've played in games before where that is the advice that has come. I don't have anything to tell you, but pretend as if I'm telling you something that is important in the game.
Okay.
Just to cool your head off after what may have happened in the last delivery.
Well. Oh, good bowling. Great bowling here from Mackenzie.
Yeah,
Score
he's
still remains at 208 for 9.
yeah, he's slowing it up and getting more turn, but I would like to see him go a little bit fuller. Flight it again. See if Bascom is willing to take the aerial route. They may be able to get 2 here. This one is punch off the back foot. 1 run conceded.
And that's the thing that you're going to get from the batsman. They're going to stay on the back foot and wait for that ball to turn. Now, what Mackenzie needs to do, he needs to apply that pressure. It's either he push it up, bring it up to the crease some more, allowing them to play on the front foot, or he's just going to bowl one straight on, and let it skid on to the batsman, because they're just going to wait on the turn. They expect the ball to turn. They know that he's extracting turn, or you just set him up. You give him 2, 3 outside with that ball turning away, and then you just bring back one sharp at him.
And what you're noticing now is that the wicket is turning more than it was earlier in the day. So that's something that the Windward Islands spinners would need to take into consideration as well when they get their chance to bowl.
Well, this one is pitched outside leg, and with his left arm, that ball is not coming back. It's continuing with the angle.
Yeah, that one definitely pitched outside the leg stump, so should not be given out by the umpire, and indeed it wasn't. Rushed on to Bascom. He was onto him before he got his bat down. He may have some supporters in the crowd.
I would have deployed another slip, asking him, Bascom, because there you see that ball, he's looking for that ball to either be full or a Yarkling. So you put another slip in, and then you see what Bascom look to do. Put a drive. You know, Windy West Indies will love to drive. So once you put that ball in that drive, there is a possibility this slip will come into play.
Yeah, with 10 and 11 batting, I mean, obviously there can be a bit more attacking in the field placement.
That is what I'm talking about. Get it up in that area. Let him look to come onto that front foot. And then you could bring the second slip into play. There is a gully there already. That mid-wicket, to me, is what we'll call an idler man. We put him in the second slip area and feed him for a jive.
Yeah, I would agree with you that one of those players on the onside need to come into the slip cordon.
Hold him. That's it. Enough is enough, says Edwards. And he has gotten his 5th wicket, and he collects his first fiver for the tournament. And he have really done justice here for the Leeward Islands. And Windward Islands, they're scuttled out for 209 after being 22 for 2. Alanson.
Yes, very good bowling there by Edwards. It's something that we have come to expect from him based on how he has been bowling today. And it's always a good era to be bowling to the tailenders. That era, you know, even top order batsmen, there's an era that the ball kind of gets a blind spot, especially if you're a left-arm bowler. The Yorker is a bit harder to pick up than when the right arm bowls it to the right-hander, because you almost see the arm all the way, but the left arm, it kind of comes over your left shoulder a little bit. And so there's a little blind spot at times with that Yorker delivery, and he has exploited it. He has bowled of the batsmen today with Yorkers. That's been his primary method of dismissal. And so kudos must go to him. Well, I should say he's bowled 3 and he has gotten 2 LBW. So I think all his dismissals have been with that full pitch delivery. So that's excellent work from him. And just to summarize the innings, Kaznel, I'll deal with the batting and then I'll hand over to you for the bowling figures. So the Windward Islands, they have been dismissed for a total of 209. Ethan Gibson, he was bowled Landefort for 4. Stephen Pascal, he was bowled of the first delivery of the game by Nathan Edwards for a duck. Akeem August, he was the top scorer. He made 80 of 85 deliveries. Edmond Morancy, he was LBW by Nathan Edward and August, he was dismissed by Michael McKenzie, leg spinner. Devonny Joseph was LBW by Onaje Amory for 12. And Tariq Edward, he was the second to last man to be dismissed. He was caught on ball McKenzie for 65. Noel Leo was stumped by keeper Tuckett off the bowling of Harris for 28. Luke Wilson, he was LBW to Nathan Edwards for 2 of 10. Andrew, he was bowled by Edward. Bascom was also bowled by Edward. Andrew made naught, and Bascom made 1 of 14 deliveries. Let's see about the bowling, Kasdem.
Yeah, the bowling was really well put together. They started out very well. One apiece there from Landefort, Amory and Harris, but it was a 2-wicket for 43 from Mackenzie. But the pick of the bowlers there, Edwards for his 8.4 overs, 5 for 30. He will be pleased for that. And it was really a good start. And they finished well because he came back and had 2 quick wickets that almost put him on a hat trick. And it was really generous cricket here. There was a somewhat of a seesaw kind of cricket, Alanson. But we will see a run trace here when we come back, just about 5 to 10 minutes time by the Leeward Islands batsmen, and we will anticipate them coming out for a run chase, into this first innings total. So until we get back in the next 5 to 10 minutes, it's goodbye from Arnos playing field here.
Welcome back to the Arnisville playing field, where we are about to begin the first innings of the Leeward Islands as day one of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 2022 Championship is on its way here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Arnos playing field. The Leeward Islands taking on the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands managed 209 all out behind 80 from the captain Akeem Ogist, and we also have Tariq Edwards. Tariq Edwards, he got 65, bagging a 5-wicket haul. Nathan Edwards, and these three players were outstanding in their various formats as well.
Yes, it is always important when you start a tournament, you start just where you want it, especially where the captain is putting his hands up and taking responsibility all year. Also, the Leeward Island, they started the day very well. First ball, wicket, and then Edwards showed you that he's here for cricket, he's here for business. He took a fifer, a very important fifer in sense of the game. But it was the rebuilding process of the Windward Islands that was very commendable. Had some very good partnership at crucial times of the innings, and it catapulted them to reach 209, which is a very good total in light of the situation that they were in.
A rebuilding process that was probably aided by a decision not to bowl Nathan Edwards a little earlier after the luncheon interval. They got the breakthrough early, and in our estimation in the commentary box, Nathan could have been given a run out a little earlier after the luncheon break.
Yes, the Leeward Islands would feel that the Windward Islands may have scored about a 20 or 30 too much had they brought Edwards earlier on, as we were always seeking for Edwards' return after the luncheon interval. He could have made a difference in the game, but that is bygone. What we have here now is the opening batsman now for the Leeward Islands, and the opening pair now, bowling here for winner is Bascom. He will be taking the attack from the Grenadines end.
Yes, Solomon Bascom, would be familiar with the conditions here, and the opening batsman is Hayden. Well, Hayden.
Not Hayden Walsh, Jr.
Malik Walsh. Malik Walsh, actually the brother of Hayden Walsh, Jr.
Yes.
But it's ball in hand, the Solomon Bascom from the backward end. short rise in delivery, and he would have seen the pace bowlers operating on this a little earlier. May have lost a little of the juice, but definitely would still have that bounce and carry that the fast bowlers would like during this latter period of the day here, Casnell.
Yes, remember this ball is shine, it's hard, and it will have some bounce from the pace bowlers. What would have been more interesting is to see Bascom operating with this new chuck, and it would be important to see, this one down the left side off the pad. The fine leg fielder runs around, cleans it up, and let's see the signal from the umpire. Bye. So a bye to get things on the way for the Leeward Islands.
So we have Tariq Charles. Tariq Charles is now the non-striker, and striking now is Malik. Okay, yes, Malik Walsh. Yes, Malik Walsh, as we alluded to earlier, the brother of the current West Indian player, Hayden Walsh Jr., and he is going to take up the attack here for Leewards as it relates to the batting, the batting portion. He is now facing up to Bascom. 3 slips a gully, a man at point. This one is outside the off stump, and still working his way into a good rhythm here, Bascom. Saw his parents down in the stands a little earlier. Definitely having that support. But the Leewards would be looking for a good start here from their openers.
They should, and they should set a foundation because it's the back end of the day's play. The pitch is exposed to a lot of sun. It will be dried out at this time. That's why there's 3 slips waiting there. Well, wide.
Yes, I was pitching and going even wider. Pitched wide of the off stump and went even wider. And umpire Trudeau had no hesitation in calling I make it the first wide of the day.
Well, we see that movement off the pitch heading towards the second slip region. So it is something that Walsh should be mindful of. There could be movement here with this new ball.
That one came back into him, and he was rushed and didn't negotiate it well, but was not struck in a dangerous position. You could hear the Windwards fielders in their yellow caps, some in their white caps, and they're definitely boisterous as they try to support Solomon coming in from the backway end.
The thing also to note is that Bascom doesn't have that wind operating with him. So he has to use his natural ability and swing that ball if he has to get any sort of swing from that delivery. And so far he's been bowling very well. I miss the fact that he have gotten a wide of the over. He has really bowled wicket to wicket to the batsman, allowing him not to really have a free-flowing start as the Windward Islands would like him to do.
All right, so 210 for first inning honours, if you want to put it that way. The Leewards are looking forward to build this evening and then come back tomorrow and see how far they can bat into the day. The Windwards will definitely have other plans. That's a good delivery, short rising again from Bascom and hitting the upper portion of the bat, probably coming off of the glove and just bubbling out into the onside, ending the over quite well, Bascom.
Yes, two of the three, of the over. It's not a bad start, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of approach now the Windward Islands would take to follow up such a good over there by Bascom. As we call them, the mini volcanoes or the mini pitons. Oh, mini hurricane. Okay, so one is that a category 1 hurricane, Leeward Islands hurricane. A category 1, or is there just a storm coming off the Caribbean Sea? The African Ocean. So Tyson.
Okay, so it is Tyson. Tyson, Devin Tyson, Grenadian, is going to take up the attack from the commentary booth end. And he comes into Walsh. There you go. Pitched up delivery with a tint of a swing there away from the batsman. And just pushes it out into the offside, gets a single. Walsh moves on to one. That's his first scoring shot of the day. And the Leewards are on 4. Tyson, name more synonymous with boxing.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how he approached this innings. We're seeing Edwards for the Leeward Islands. He pitched the ball up, got the ball to swing. That first delivery that he bowled, they had a hint of movement on it. So it would be interesting. If that ball goes up there and begin to swing, Leeward Island batsman could be in for questioning.
All right, so the left-hander, Tariq Charles, comes in to strike. 3 slips in the gully. This was a good delivery, just about pitching and moving, just a touch away from the off stump. And Charles is moving away from the stumps, talks to himself, getting his composure back.
The follow through as well for Tyson is what is interesting. He's almost reaching up to the batsman and asking him about the delivery and some legal advice there.
Well, into the face of the batsman. You know, some people in some types of profession like to do those kind of things. I'm not saying your profession, Cosnell, just saying. But it's Tyson. It's Tyson taking up the attack for the Windwards. They got 209. And he is going to deliver again to Charles. So another good delivery on and about the middle stump, and coming behind it subtly is Charles. And another period that must be negotiated here by the batsmen. They get in and try to have a solid start for the Leewards, because 200 runs at Arnos Vale is in under the conditions, a heavy outfield, is not a small total.
I'm not too sure if I'm overthinking, but if I'm to get into the batsman mind as the captain for the Windwards, I would have taken out a slip and put a short leg in with the hint of movement that Tyson is getting coming back into that left-hander. There should be a short leg and for that bat pad kind of option, because there's a deep there's a fine leg to say, a wideish fine leg. And the only field apart from that field is the mid-wicket that is here.
Well, early days yet, and Tyson is probing just about the off stump and just outside there as he ends over number 2. The Leewards are 4 without loss.
One more to come. One more delivery to come.
Okay, well, I believe the movement of the slip cordon threw us all off. I thought they were rushing back to the top here, but there's still one to come, corrected by the scorer. So Tyson getting into his work, as we saw most of the bowlers, the fast bowlers, they took out an over or so to get their rhythm going. And this one is whipped off the pads. Man at the wideish. Finally comes around, one more to the total. This is the end of the over now, Casnell, and a steady going by both teams so far. Nothing too alarming for the batsmen, and the bowlers still trying to get that length and line consistent as they wish.
Yes, a very sedated start there from the Leeward Islands. Just as calm as the Caribbean Sea, as we've seen, talking of seeing the background there, heading down to the calm waters of the Grenadines. Bascom, I think what the Windward Island need to do is not miss the chick of the wicket here. It is dry. You need to probe around to see where you can pick up a wicket, pick up a run out, because you cannot allow the batsman to settle in at this time, because once they're in, the runs will come easier.
All Okay, hitting this one over point is Charles, and he's gonna come back for a second. Doing the fielding there is Edward, who got that 60 odd in the Windwards innings, and the score moves up to 7. Charles moves his tally up to 3, and a touch too short there by Bascom for sure.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. You're looking to exploit the wicket. You're looking to see what you can get out of the wicket. And what you don't want is these opening pair bowlers having a long spell and they're tired. Tomorrow is another day. This one manufactured shot over the slips into the third man boundary for 4. Welcome boundary there from for the Leeward Islands, and there you see it, the wicket is not really helping Bascom as he would wish, because it's dry. It's nothing is in it. But you would have to think quickly as the captain here for the Windward Islands and see what you can do.
Well, that was a better delivery from my estimation. A little closer to him, a shorter still, and it rushed him a little more. And it was on him before he was through the shot. And so a partial victory, so to speak, for Bascom. But he would like to be on a better length. And this is where he's at now, hitting the outer portion of the bat, and it peels off into the point area. And they committed to the single. 8 is now Charles, and the score moves to 12. And with both teams jostling for the ascendancy now in this first innings of the Leewards reply.
Must comment on the running between the wicket. It's very good running between the wicket there from the Leeward Islands. Still the 3 slips waiting.
Yes, that's a better delivery again by Bascom. Again on the stumps, and hinting back into the right-hander in Walsh. He was equal to the task.
Hayden Walsh?
Malik Walsh.
Yes.
Yes, Hayden Walsh's brother.
Right.
Yes,
that will be unfair to the Windward Islands to have Hayden playing.
Why not? If he's on the 19, he's on the 19. Oh, beauty! That was a beautiful delivery by Bascom. Beat and Walsh all ends up. It pitched and it moved away. And close in the face there was Walsh. But Bascom just failing to take the edge. That was where Bascom would like to pitch these deliveries.
Excellent delivery. There is nothing else you could have done to that as a batsman than to just allow it not to hit your bat. That's the only thing you could have happened.
Here we go again. Bascom to Walsh. And he's beaten outside the off. Some naughty stroke by Walsh. Just beaten before, and this one a little wider. You can see some byplay between both of them. They're giving each other a little talk. As Bascom got all the way down to almost the stumps of the striker. And that's the end of the over. And we can see things are getting really exciting here in the middle.
12 without loss. And Bascom just went up there and said, this is my home turf. I know how to operate on this wicket. And welcome to St. Vincent, where the uncertainties could happen on cricket.
Uncertainties in cricket, you say. Well, we'll see. We call it the glorious game of uncertainties. That's why we love it so much. Tyson is getting ready. Tyson operating from the commentary booth, and he is going to offer up to Charles. This one is down the leg side. Yeah. Tyson seemed to have thought that might have been an opportunity missed. But it was way past the stumps and even the bat of the striker, Caswell.
Yes, I think what happened why he chose his hands up there in anxiety is that Walsh went across very far, exposed his leg stump. So Charles, and it gives him an opportunity of hope, thinking that ball would have actually clipped the leg stump, but it was a bit off.
This one is down the leg side again, a little closer. The keeper did well to get around. And there's a lot of noise from the slip cordon and the men around the bat. Charles is trying to make sure he remains composed. Not sure if that the people in that boat behind the administrative center is composed, because they're moving really, really quickly, and the water is a little choppy, not as calm as we think it is, Cosnell, because you can see there's a very, very quick movement of the waves as they go through that channel. But trying to get in the right channel now is Tyson. This one is hitting him, but I believe that might have been pitching just outside the leg and coming back in.
Height is
And
a
height
factor.
as well? Okay. Okay, just a little bit too high. Tyson getting into his work here, and the excitement in the middle continues to bubble.
What Charles cannot allow Tyson to do is pick up a rhythm at him. If he's having that trouble with Tyson, he needs to turn the strike over. It's a right and left combination.
Oh, this is whipped. Back with a square. It's going to get one. They're running really aggressively, and you alluded to a good running by the Leeward Islanders, and this is good running by Charles. He moves into double figures. He's on 10. The score is 14. And he looks the part when it's on about the leg stump, and he's whipping it into that squarish area behind him. Let's see what happens if he's offered up a few in the middle and off stumps here for Tyson. That would offer us an idea of his repertoire of strokes. That's a good delivery.
John, I am yet to understand the feel from the Windward Islands, because they have placed a feeler at leg slip. There is a fine leg that is in. Now, Tyson is getting that ball to come back into the left-hander. Why not bring that feeler at leg slip more in front of square, so that you could always get that ball that is swinging? Maybe if you want to put him square leg, put him square leg. If you want to put him as a short leg, put him short leg. That position there, to me, from where I'm here at a vantage point, is a waste of, is an idle man.
I'll add to that in a bit. Now, this is what I perceive. There's prior knowledge about this batsman, Charles. And he moves, as we saw before, he moves into his wicket very, very quickly. And so it seems as if these guys had this plan from beginning. So let's see if it works. If not, then obviously they're going to have to revert to a more conventional idea, as you are suggesting.
14 without loss.
Yes, at the end of the over, 14 without loss in Leewards-Day are replying to the Windwards 209. And Solomon Bascom would be moving into over number 3, his third over. Yes. And Tariq Charles on 10. Hayden Malik Walsh. Malik Walsh is on 2. And he's going to take strike. And Cosnell, you got me talking about Hayden now. All right. Bathe in lovely sunshine here at the Arnos Vale's playing field. And Salo is given the support of his team as he comes in. This one is punched. Oh, beautiful. And this man looks like a live wire as well in the field, Edwards. They're looking for a second. Are they going to get it? Yes. Aggressive running here by the Leeward Islands. Good cricket. Being that the ball was a touch short, but the fielder, Edwards, did good work to restrict that to 2. And the running between the wickets, excellent.
A magnificent piece of fielding there by Edwards. He's been playing a good all-round game so far. He definitely saved 4 there. And whether the outfield is heavy or not, that shot was a great shot. He got on top of it, but only could have found the 10 fingers there of Edwards, who cut it down and saved 2.
This one is short, but down and rising down the leg side. Wicketkeeper does good work again. Working up some steam is Solomon Bascom, but he's not hitting the right areas, not hitting the areas consistently, I should say.
What you need to do as well is that if that end is not working for Bascom, you could switch ends. And we've seen that a lot with the Leeward Island bowlers. They switch ends to get a comfort zone somewhere. That one is squatted out to cover. It would not reach to the boundary, but
Yes,
well,
does.
it just crawled its way into the boundary. And at one point, I thought it was a competition there between the field and the ball, but the ball took the advantage and 4 more to the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, I think the short extra cover, short cover fielder should have done a little better there, but now getting his hands dried so that he can have that friction that is required to make sure he made those stops. Solomon Bascom will not be happy with that delivery either. He's going to make some changes. But Walsh is trying to whip this off the pass as an appeal, but the umpire, Trudeau, says not out. And he lives to fight another day. Score is 20. Charles 10. The striker Walsh on 8. Good battle ensuing here. The Leewards trying to get on top of the Windwards very early in their batting innings. Windwards are looking to make inroads. And this is day 1 of this 3-day encounter. Oh, beautiful. That's a good delivery. That's where he needs to be a little bit more often in terms of his line and length of Bascom. Taking just a little bit more, a little off of it, but hitting the right channel there in this case, Costnell.
That's the inconsistency is what is posing the threat. But it is a good line. He has hit a good error right there. If he could get 4 deliveries in the over just around there, it can confuse the batsman because he would need to know whether to play forward or play back. And that is what you want as a pace bowler. Confuse the bowler. In the air, short delivery, pulled away, will drop safe in no man's land.
So that's Walsh. He moves on to 10, joins his partner Charles, and the score moves on to 22. 22. And they're still not getting the contact they would like from these short deliveries, but they're gonna, the longer they stay there, they're gonna be able to time it better, and Bascom would be better served to be a little bit more consistent, take a little bit off of it, and just probe away at one area.
And all that is because the wicket in itself is not giving you the pace that the batsman is looking for. They are true to their shots, yes. They are looking to play shots. But in terms of the timing, they are not timing it because the wicket is not aiding them to play that true shot that they are willing to. What they have to do is to negotiate this shine delivery, wait until there's a bowling change to see how things are going from there on.
Devon Tyson pitches up to Charles. Charles is skirting that one out in the air to Luke Wilson. Wilson says, thank you very much. Tyson gets the breakthrough. Charles is gone. And a tame dismissal there for Charles, who was not looking bad.
Well, the thing is that Charles was hoping that the umpire would have said not out because I was thinking that ball may have played into the ground. But clearly, it's straight off the bat. The Windward Islands losing their first, the Leeward Islands losing their first wicket. And it clearly shows you with the ball pitched up what could be done because that ball swung into Charles. And the plan there really working out for the Windward Islands.
All right, so... breakthrough effected, score on 22. And Walsh is going to be joined by Michael Graves. Slim figure. So. As he is doing some gardening very early. And he is a right-hander. So the slip cordon readjusts their position. So breakthrough has come the way of the Windward Islands, and they have now brought to the crease Michael Graves.
Very synonymous household surname here in the Vincentian area.
Yeah.
Tyson, not one that is known for cricketing in St. Vincent here, but we'll work with that.
He's a Grenadian by birth.
Well,
So good delivery again early up, and Graves looks solid behind that, stepping and looking at the ball as he plays it, and gets over it very, very solidly. Good start. It's always a really good thing to feel that ball in the middle of the bat first up.
yes, as a batsman, you want to see what is coming on. You want to feel the pace of what is coming on, how hard the bowler is hitting the bat, and then you will be able to know from there how to play the bowler.
And this one is getting in line and leaving it outside the off stump. Already good signs of a good batsman. Getting a measure of where this ball is pitching and where his stumps are. Graves, we've lost the assistance of the player from the Leewards, so we'll find out where Graves is from in the Leewards area. This one is coming off of the thigh pad, it seems, and they have completed a run. Let's see, there's a signal of leg by. So they move to 23. 23 for 1, 23 for 1, the Leewards in reply to the Windwards 209. 209 in their first innings. And so far, we've seen a dismissal of Tariq Charles. He was caught off of Devin Tyson, and Charles made 10. Okay, well, Walsh whips this one away to fine leg. The fine leg, who was very wide, comes around and does the fielding. They get 1. 24 the score moves on to, and Walsh moves on to 11. We're being told that Michael Graves is the vice captain of the Leewards team.
He is. Shows that he has some pedigree in terms of understanding the game and what is required of him for his team there in the Leeward Islands. We are also aware that a number of them are from St. Martin, so we'll not be too surprised if he's not.
Well, here we go, getting solidly behind that, walking into it with ease, with general ease, and very composed, very compact, in control. And this is could be ominous signs for the Windward Islands.
23 for 1. 24, sorry.
End of the over there. And remember, if you're just joining us, the Windwards 209, 80 by Captain Akeem Ogist, 65 by Tariq Edwards, and Pfeiffer, 5-wicket haul from Nathan Edwards. It was very impressive from ball 1 for the Leeward Islands. Has that demeanor, really positive demeanor, knows what he's about, and now his team is looking to grasp a good first innings here. Bascom now is on about the area where we've been asking him to do. Just take a little bit off for it and just be consistent in one area, coming now to Walsh. And Walsh is behind that one solidly as well. A lot of chatter out there. A lot of chatter. Number 4, the wicket keeper for the Windward Islands, Noelle Leo. He played a good hand. It's another good delivery. Short and rising. Played into the onside. Walsh is moving with the stroke. He moves to 12. The score 25. 25-4-1 in reply to the Windwards 209.
Dead ball.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think he's signaling to run off the area.
Yes.
Yeah, the batsman there running down the middle of the track into that danger area.
Umpire Trudeau definitely in the game. He's quite animated.
Well, he's experienced. He have a lot of game under his belt.
This one is short and wide outside the off stump wall. I make it. Graves walks across, looks at it, and looks at the bowler, and then comes down and prods. Yes, says, listen, I'm not going to play anything out there. Puts back whatever soil may have been dislodged.
Well, it's somewhat of a teaser to set him up. I wanted to play wide, and then I'll just chop one sharp on you as he's been doing.
Let's see if that's the plan. And this is down the leg side. Not where he would have liked it to be. And Graves is still yet to get off the mark, though. He looks compact. He looks the part. Very solid in defense, but he's still not yet disturbed the scorers here. And we have two lovely ones up in this area. Not sure, Casnell, if you know these ladies. All right, I see you reserve your comment, so that's fine. Good delivery. This is a good delivery by Bascom. Pitching and rising, shortish of a good length, and a touch moving back into Graves. He was equal to the task because it looks as if he also dropped a bit of that bottom hand, so in control as well.
Yeah, he's very watchful. Good squared up delivery there from Bascom. He's still getting that hint of movement away from the right-hander. And that is what Graves is very mindful of.
This one is driven. Good fielding coming around at the end. Looking for a single. Was looking for his first one was Graves. First sign of some intent by Graves. And that was in his slot, so to speak. So signs of a good batsman. It's definitely not getting any run in that over. Maiden over, I make it? Is it? No, corrected, sorry. There was a single, I make it. So it's 25. 25 for 1. 25 for 1. We have Tariq Charles being dismissed for 10. Malik Walsh is on 12. Michael Graves is yet to score. Okay, so Devon Tyson, from the land of nutmeg, spices, my word.
Jab.
Oh, well, I see, I was waiting for that because I know you're a party guy. So
No, I'm not. I just know that they have just concluded. I'm not too sure if they're in the winding down stages of the
I've
jab.
seen pictures of you all painted in those black oil and stuff.
No,
but it
maybe.
is Tyson. Back to the cricket. Oh, this is a pitch, a delivery down the leg side. It's going to run into the boundary. Let's see. Did it come off the pad or did he get a snick onto it? Let's see what umpire Banwari signals runs. So that's 4 runs to Graves.
Well, a bit of late movement there by the keeper for me. I think he moved a bit late. He could have got some gloves onto that. But not so in this case. 4 runs to Walsh.
And so Graves still yet to score. He's a non-striker though, as Tyson comes back into Walsh. Down the leg side again. This one he's in control of and playing it behind square. He's looking for the second and that's he's going to get easily. We've seen both Walsh and Charles getting into their wicket very early and looking to turn those deliveries that are just about middle going to leg quite frequently.
Well, when you have a shot that you love or you relish, it could cause your downfall and it could cause you to score a lot. However, we do hope that this doesn't cause his demise.
Well, this one he's definitely solidly behind it. As it was just about what middle and off, and compactly behind it, and in the correct fashion. Well, is it MCC? The MCC cricket book you use these days, guys?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But,
Theory. You get the theory of it.
Yes,
Elbows and
theoretically
shoulders.
correct, yeah.
Yeah.
aesthetically pleasing.
Once you get the theory correct.
Oh my word, 31, I make it. 31 for 1. Trying to build a solid platform here for those to come, the Leeward Islands top 3 batsmen. Another good delivery. This one is coming back into him again. And again, that solid sound of wood on willow on the leather, and in control there. I make it. Walsh, he's on 18. Graves there, been there for a while, but yet to score, but he's been doing his job. And the Leewards trying to build here and doing it solidly so far. Nothing explosive, but they're getting rewards for their time at the crease. Another good delivery, and then well played again by Charles. And they're coming around from the on the offside there. End of the over, and make it 31 for 1. The Windwards will be looking to get another wicket or 2 here. Alanson, as you join me back.
By the Leeward Island team, they have not lost. Well, they have lost only 1 wicket, which puts them in a good position in response to 200 runs, 209, I think, being made by the Windward Islands team. I think Bascom has missed a trick here a little bit. He has been too short. If you saw the opening bowlers, well, I'll continue after this delivery. I mean, he has some pace, but he still needs to threaten the stumps. What he won't want is not just to upset the batsman or to unsettle them, but he wants to dismiss them. And so the best way to do that with a new ball is to attack the stumps.
I think that was a very first delivery that Graves seemed to be uncomfortable with, as it rose sharply into his ribcage area. Let's see if we can see something again, but this one is outside the off stump. But better lines and lengths here now by Bascom, as you alluded to, missing the trick very early. Shorter deliveries and wideish as well. But seems to have now come back to a place where he needs to understand that he now needs to work at a consistent line and length, and try to make the error, have the batsman make the error instead.
Yeah, and that is what is required at this level, or at any level, so to speak. As an opening bowler, you want to put the opening batsman under pressure, not giving him any easy runs to score. And
good delivery, just short of a good length, and coming back into the batsman. Well left in the end by Graves, but this is good cricket. This is good cricket by 2 young, budding West Indies senior cricketers who be knocking on the door sometime soon, if they continue to work there and ply their trade as they're doing here.
yes, so far he has come back well in this over. So he needs to make amends, I think, for his first few overs, which I'm sure he would want to do. It's a thinking cricketer.
It's an appeal, a stifled appeal, just as it looks like he was struck just as he was moving across, but beating the leg stump would be the call of umpire Trudeau as he signals leg by. The score goes up to 32 for 1. And Bascom, as you did say, Alanson, looking much more composed and controlled in this over.
Absolutely, and you and Caswell, both of you mentioned this earlier, that the the batsmen for the Leeward Islands, they seem to have the top three, they have the tendency to walk across the stump. And the LBW can come into play.
And this is Walsh again, just keeping that one out, taking off the bottom hand at the last minute there as well. And runs are being scored by the Leewards. Graves is still there without troubling the scorers. He's actually having the scorers putting some dots into the books and the computers, etc., etc. But the scoring has been propelled forward by Malik Walsh. He's on strike. 32 without loss. 32 for 1. Correction. Oh, that's a magnificent shot. Oh, beautifully played in front of point. The only man that moved is the point fielder in Edwards, who is now going to get that ball back, thrown back to him by one of our local cricketers here. That's class. That was a good shot.
That one gave him a lot of wit. He actually played it on the up, but he ensured that he didn't use a straight bat. He actually flat batted that one just in front of point for 4. That was a lovely shot there by Walsh. Looking the part thus far, Bascom would be disappointed with that. That was the last delivery of his over, which was a good over up until that point, and conceding the boundary of the last delivery.
So building a foundation here, as they would definitely would have planned when they came out to reply to the Windwards 209, 36 for 1 the Leewards. As Graves faces up again from Tyson. This one is taking the pad, beating the keeper. Is it going to run into the boundary? It does so. No, it doesn't. Finally cut off as the pace diminished as it moves down to that fine leg area. They completed two leg buys. Yeah, 2 leg buys. So it's 38. And that pronounced movement across the stumps, Alanson.
Yeah, if he gets one of those deliveries just a bit straighter, can pose some problems, because I'm assuming that they will be in a position where they will be struck in front.
This one is shortish of a good length and coming into Graves. Graves punches it down to Wilson, who is fielding at the mid-off position. It turned out to be a good day after all the rains yesterday and last night.
Yes, and this morning as well.
All right.
I'm going back to that movement that they're making across the pitch. And I think that what is happening is that Tyson is getting a little bit greedy. He's trying to start that outswing on the middle and leg instead of on off stump.
Well, he's working outside the off stump in the last of the deliveries, or just about the off stump and moving in.
And in an effort to do so, he has strayed onto the pad several times. So something that he needs to bear in mind. Doesn't need to bowl that magical delivery as we call it. That outswing or that pitches around mid and leg and hits off stump.
Tyson to Graves again. As he punches this one in front of point, he's going to get his first run. Yes, Graves is off the mark. And the score moves on to 39. Graves, the vice captain of the Leeward Islands on the 19 team here. And Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 Championship 2020. This is day 1. And this is the Windward Islands versus the Leewards. The Leewards won the toss earlier today, inserted the Windwards, who got 209. And in reply, they are 39 for 1.
We're going so far from the Leewards in response to the Windward Islands score.
Fluent drive. Not much on it, but still got the single. And looking the part is Malik Walsh, definitely pleasing to the eye.
Yeah, so far he has shown a good technique. And on the drive, he's getting his weight into the drive. He's also getting his foot to the pitch, which is very important. Sometimes You find the batsmen driving, their feet are down the pitch, but they're not necessarily across to the ball outside off stump. And he's doing that quite nicely at the moment.
Graves comes back into strike. Good delivery again, but solidly behind it, compactly behind it is Graves at the over ends. It's 40 for one. Malik Walsh, he is not out on 23, and I speaking to one of my Antiguan friend yesterday evening in preparation for this game. He said that he calls Malik Walsh the next Collis King, so I'm not sure. You tell me.
Well, we haven't seen enough of him really to make a determination. But if he calls him Collis King, that means that he's an explosive batsman. So if he gets a long innings here during this game, then we might see some explosive hitting at some point. Collis King, it's a big. Those are big shoes to fill.
The next Collis King. So let's see if this is the material that we definitely would love to see the Windwards producing once more. Edwards, who've just got 65 with the bat. He's been a live wire in the field as well, and he's now on the ball. Looks as if he's a man about business and probably looking to do the business here in terms of creating a breakthrough for the Windwards. Tariq Edwards with the ball. Well played there by Walsh. He moves at 24, scores 41. Let's see what Edwards would offer up.
Yeah, he's bowling off break. And the field there's a man at deep square leg, but everybody else is in the circle.
Good pitching right on the stumps here, making sure the batsman play and getting behind it as he's done for most of the deliveries as faced Graves solidly. Similar delivery, similar response, and making sure that the batsmen are kept in check. Is Graves so far in this over. One's down the leg side, missed out there. Graves will be saying to himself, all he needed to do was to get something on that one, and it would may have ran down in front of us here to the boundary. He drives into the covers, can't beat the fielder. That's a good delivery. That's a probing delivery there. Just on about the off stump, and Graves had to make a decision whether he's going to just keep it out or going to make an attacking drive at it. He just, at the end, kept it out. Not a bad offer up so far in his first over from Graves.
Yeah, seems to be a good cricketer, Edwards. Made a nice 65, well compiled. He has been good in the field, quite sharp. And he has bowled a nice over of off spin, so three-dimensional player. Just to go back to the Leeward Islands in their response to the score, one of the things that has impressed me so far from the Leewards is the running between the wickets, and I think a lot of the credit has to go to both openers, but I would single out Walsh. Seems to be a good judge of a single, and he has taken quite a few. Two fielders and just to the left and right of fielders within the ring, and that is commendable because that is something that even some of our senior players are struggling with in terms of rotating the strike, especially in the limited overs format.
So Kelshan Andrew will now take up the attack for the Windwards from the commentary booth end. A medium pacer looks like as it's driven into the covers, looking for one. They're looking for the second. They complete that quite comfortably, and that's Walsh you just spoke of. He's on to 26, and the score moves to 43. So medium pacer. Kelshawn Andrews, again from another Grenadian in the Windward Island setup.
Yeah, and he did get some swing on that last delivery. So most of the bowlers seem to be getting the ball to move, just to get.
That's a down the leg side. The keeper went up in hope more than anything else.
Yeah, it will just be to get these bowlers to get some consistency. What we saw from I would say what we saw from Edwards is something that I think that a lot of the other bowlers should take a page out of his leaf. He was quite consistent in his spells, putting the ball generally in good areas, and he reaped the rewards.
You're talking about Nathan Edwards here.
Yes, not
and
to be
Nathan
confused
Edwards.
with Tariq Edwards.
Tariq, yeah, so he's just bowled one. And back onto the stumps there was Andrews. Yep, Andrews. Andrew, as he comes up again. Have you bowled? Is it? No! Oh my word! What did that miss? Did the stumps duck or move or shift or sway? Because that was a Yorker that swung in rapidly, and you did allude to the fact that he had that from the first delivery, and the batsman was beating all ends up.
Yeah, that's an interesting action as well. Seems to be bowling off the wrong foot, almost a la Jasprit Bumrah. And the arm is also quite splayed.
Well, this one is whipped over the square leg umpire into the boundary. Is it? Yes, 4 runs. Just sliding down onto the leg side, and Walsh it is. Taking good advantage, is it? Yes, was it Walsh? Correct. Yes, Walsh taking good advantage. He moves up to 30. Walsh moves up to 30, and it's 47 for 1. Great delivery, but again, coming back with a looser one that was whipped away quite well.
Yeah, so he needs to be on the off stump, thereabouts.
So one of the slips have been taken out. He pitches that one up again, looking for that Yorker once more. This one was dug out, and Malik Walsh moves his total up to 31. A good response being formulated here by the Leewards. They are 48 for 1. At the end of that over, at this stage, the Leewards will be happy, Alanson.
Yeah, they'll be elated with the response so far, and they would want more of the same as they continue into the evening. I was speaking about Andrew and his action, and with that action, it is likely that if he's to stray to the right hand, it would be to the leg stump or down the leg side, because of his action seems quite open-chested. And as I said before, he seems to fall away just a little bit on the delivery stride. But with that same action, when he gets the ball outside off stump, he can get it to swinging.
Yes, just like he did at the one where the stumps actually moved because they didn't want to be struck from our vantage point. Edward. Tariq. Oh my word, that one was whipped into the midriff of the man at short leg. That those either stay or fall to the ground like they did here. Alanson.
Yes, that was feeling there at short leg Moranci.
Beautifully punched through the covers. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Doing the do here is Hayden Walsh's brother, Malik. He moves on to 35. The Leewards of 50 comes up. They are on 52 for 1. And after, I don't know if you want to call it a chance, the delivery before, again, back into what he's been doing well so far for his innings, punching that one beautifully.
Yeah, it would be hard to call that one a chance, but that was a lovely shot off the back foot there against the turn through the offside. Top shot.
And this one, he's trying to paddle behind the keeper. He as Edward erred down the leg side, didn't make contact. This one again, punching it into the onside, coming around and doing some fielding there. It looks like Joseph. Oh, this is whipping now, he's sweeping, trying, looks a little bit more attacking this over. I'm not sure if he's one that loves to take on the spinners, but he's been quite aggressive with the exception of the first delivery.
Yeah, you would feel that he missed out there. Either side of him, it was 4, that sweep shot.
Inner portion of the bat, wasn't in full control then, but end of another over. Getting through his overs quite quickly is Tariq Edward, and that's another over coming to an end. The Leewards 52 for 1 in reply to the Windwards 209.
Yes, it's a good response so far by the Leewards. The Windward Islands players seem a little bit flat on the field. We heard the encouragement a little bit earlier in the innings, but most of the chatter and the little banter, it has died down a bit now.
A little too flat, a little too early?
Yeah, they need to G themselves up very quickly. They're still well in the game. And of course, what you are always told is to add a couple of wickets to the score and picture it then. So they need to G themselves up.
So Kelshawn Andrew is going to be looking to pick up another wicket for the Windwards. Graves is struck on the pad. And one looks like it's going to be beating the leg stump from our vantage point. And the umpire, Banwari, is he going to signal? Yes, he does now. A leg by. So 53.
Again, you see the Roxel, that vicious inward movement. It's something that if he gets good control over that, he can be quite a handful. So it's something there to work with.
Has to be pitching it about the off stump, but just about off coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good delivery. It was just about the area, just a little wide. He may love to have that landing, but that was where we're talking about. But again, Walsh was equal to the task. Drove, peeled off into the onside, but good signs for Andrew. And
yeah, just a little bit shorter than that, and just a touch outside off stump to hit around middle and off. That would be ideal.
That's
just
it.
About there.
Yes, that's it. A
Yeah,
little bit too much up to the bat on this occasion.
Yeah,
Yes.
just about that line, and maybe just a little shorter.
Well, let's remember Walsh Walsh has been batting quite well. He looks very compact, businesslike, running quite well, as you said, between the wickets, and he is really taking the brunt of the attack, if you want to put it that way, to the Windwards bowlers. In terms of batting well here for the Leewards. Drives back past the ball over his head. Again, compact, walking into the stroke. I like seeing that. That means he's on top of his game, so to speak, here, Alanson.
He's looking quite confident, and he has gotten a good start. You would want to continue and build a big innings here, score something, maybe 70, 80, or even 100. To aid his side to overhaul the first innings score of the Windward Islands.
Remember, we're here at the Arnos playing field, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Championship, Rising Stars. Good delivery again. This is what the Windwards bowlers need to do a little bit more of, consistently in that area. One area, asking of the batsmen to keep playing, keep trying to keep me out. So far, the batsmen have been up to the task. They've been doing well, but this is what intriguing cricket does, and someone will have to break at the end of the day.
Yeah, they have been given enough runs, enough opportunities to score the batsmen to feel quite comfortable.
And this is another one, is it? Yes. And driven past the man at a wide-ish, long off. He gets one, he gets a second. It was in the air for us a little bit, but not enough for Wilson to effect a catch. And two more to Walsh. Walsh moves to 37 to score 55 for 1.
So it's an interesting reply here at the Arnosville playing field. Lovely weather we're having at this point. We expect it to go to about in the vicinity of 6 p.m. today, light permitting, because of the rain interruptions that we have had and the delayed start this morning. But conditions here, this is probably one of the best times to be batting. Of course, late in the evening, your opposition will be a bit tired. And in the case of Walsh having already gotten a start, your team going after a score to overhaul in the first innings. That is not a mammoth score.
Oh, this is a good delivery from Tariq Edward.
Seems as if he's getting the ball to hole in terms of the line, and that's defeating, that's challenging the outside edge as well.
Graves on strike. And he is punching this one on the onside. Again, there and thereabout, asking the batsman to play, making the batsman play is Tariq Edward.
He seems to be quite a consistent off spinner.
And that's what's required at this level. And there again, and that the inner portion of the bat wasn't in full control. Edward was opening his hands, looking for a return. Didn't come his way.
And you're told as a spinner to always expect the return catch.
Good in defense again. Solid in defense is Graves. It looks like he's going to be playing a sheet anchor role of the old days. Just stay and block and keep the bowlers out. Again, he does that. Good pick up at the short leg there by the fielder. Another consistent over. Very well bowled, I make it, by Tariq.
Yes.
Edward.
Yes, good bowling by Tariq Edward. He has maintained a good line and length. He was punched for 4 through the offside, but that wasn't fault of his. The ball wasn't that short, but it was very good footwork, getting back into his crease and also moving to the leg stump. On that occasion was Walsh to dispatch him. So he hasn't really bowled a bad delivery throughout his spell so far. So he has been doing a good job. But what he'll be asking for is for the seamers to bowl with some consistency at the other end.
They have to
build the
work in
pressure.
tandem. They
Of course.
definitely have to work in tandem in terms of consistency. And this is what I make it Andrew is trying to do here now. The last few overs of the previous over were not bad. And he started again on that area, just about the middle and off stump. And sliding into the right-hander. But Charles once more. It's been equal. Walsh, I make it equal to the task. Charles was dismissed earlier. This is a good one. This is where you've been asking him to bowl, and he wasn't in control of it. But gifting some runs here is the Windwards fielders. So one more to Walsh. He moves at 38 and 56. Good delivery there. Where you want him to bowl more consistently, Alanson.
Yeah, it's a good full delivery. It's an era that I think that what he can do is make his top delivery the one that is just a bit back of that length, and every now and then he should just aim for that in-swinging ball just around middle and leg stump as a surprise delivery, and he could be quite effective.
This one is striking Graves on the pad. That's going to beat the leg stump again. We've spoken about the angle and where he's going to end up with the style and the arm, the position of the arm as he brings it over. And umpire Banwari says not out.
Yeah. I think to these two batsmen, if you have a bowler who is fairly stump to stump, they'll be very big LBW candidates. If the arm comes over quite close to the umpire. But because of the fact that Andrew is wide on the crease, the angle doesn't really aid him.
Again, he goes wide of the crease. This time he pitches it outside the off stump, and Graves was content in leaving it alone. You can see the boat from Beckway. Not sure if I should be saying that because I might be missing the boat this afternoon, one of our friends. But yes, we do have ferries between the islands in here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent, the main island, the Grenadines, Beckway, Mustique, Union Island, Canoan, etc., etc. This one again is outside the off stump. Beautiful, beautiful places to be, Alanson.
Yes, we have 32 islands and keys. It's a nice archipelago. There's an argument geologically as to whether the Grenadines are St. Vincent's or Grenada's geologically. But of course, politically, most of the islands belong to St. Vincent. And of course, some of the best sailing waters you'll find in the world, the Tobago Keys, the Mairo, Canoan, Beckway, Union Island, Mustique, all of them lovely places to be.
And third consecutive delivery outside the off stump by Tariq, by Tyson, that is, Devon Tyson, left alone by Graves. And another over comes to an end as the breeze begins to flow through our box here. And the Leeward Islands have been doing well in their reply to the Windwards 209. They are 56 for 1.
Yeah, at the end of 9 overs, they were about 35 or so runs. So the last 6 overs have been, they have pegged it back a little bit, mainly due to the bowling of Edward, who has been bowling consistently. So they have stymied the run flow just a little bit, but they would definitely want to take wickets because with 9 wickets in hand, the Leeward will definitely have their eyes on surpassing this total of the first innings from the Windward Islands. And there you see another drop by Moranci, but it's not an edge by any means. It's off the bat pad. It's a full-blooded shot.
I struck him very, very hard, this one. He's getting some attention now. And that almost turned into him.
I think that what happens in cases like that is that you really probably just have to get low and hope that it lodges in the midriff. And you hold on to that as a catch rather than with your arms because you have very little time to put your hands in the right position, so you can actually end up with a broken finger.
True.
And hopefully that is not what is happening to him here now.
Well, let's see. It looks as if there's going to be a drinks break at this point. Yeah, a drinks break. So just to recap what has happened, the Windward Islands inserted 209 all out. 209 all out as we try to gather some information. 80 was made by Akeem Ogis, 65 by Tariq Edwards, and Nathan Edwards, he picked up 5. We'll get you the exact figures for him, but he picked up a 5 for bowling excellently for the Leeward Islands. So far, the Leeward Islands are on top in terms of their reply. They are 56 without loss. 56 without loss. We have Malik Walsh, 56 for 1. I keep saying without loss because I have Tariq Charles on the other side of my book here. But it's 56 for 1, the Leeward Islands in reply to the Windwards 209. 38, Malik Walsh, he's not out. And Michael Graves, been there a long time, he's doing his job, and he's on 1 so far, Alanson.
Yes, and it's a good recovery. They lost the first wicket after a fairly good start. And if there was a flurry of wickets at that time, if that had happened, then they would have found themselves in some problems. So this partnership is doing the business for the Leeward Islands. And the Leeward Islands would be saying, long may it continue. While the Windward Islands would be thinking to themselves, we have a few overs remaining today, and we would want to make some inroads into the batting lineup so that when we come back tomorrow in the morning when you have that little bit of moisture in the pitch, most likely there will be some overnight rain because of the time of the year, that we could set the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, by taking up a few more in the morning. But they are a long way from that, so they need to get a few wickets tonight to really cause some problems.
And on the other hand, the Leewards would definitely like to continue this partnership to continue to build and get into the 100, 120, 130 by the end of play today, and without further loss, so that when the moisture comes and it's a little ticklish and tricky in the morning, they would have had a total just to build on and not to take any undue risks.
Yeah, they would want to just be able to be in a position where they could say, let's weather this storm and move on from here. Rather than thinking, well, you know, we are on the back foot and we need to try to get something going even in those conditions. We also know that as the game progresses, the spinners will get some turn. You know, as the wicket dries out, and Vale is known for aiding spinners, and so we will see that coming into play as well. And that's something that both camps need to take into consideration as they go forward into the game. We'll now be rejoined by Casnell Morris, who replaces Roxel John. Casnell, what do you make of the Leewards' reply thus far?
A very strong foundation laid here, amidst the fact that they have lost 1 wicket. Good batting by Walsh. And they have got some, well, 1 or 2 chances, we will say, in light of the slow scoring. But it's somewhat what they would have asked for. They have been having a good day, and it is now showing in the batting.
Indeed. And of course, the over was not completed, but because Morency was struck, there were some changes that had to be made, and they used the opportunity to have the drinks break. So we will continue with that over now. As the field here is set, there's a short fine leg. Forward square, mid wicket, mid on. Square leg on the boundary, slip, short third man, cover point, and a mid off. So it's a 5-4 leg side field. So the leg side has 5 fielders. Of course, it's an off spinner bowling to a right-hander, so you would expect that bias. Good feeling off his own bowling there. Edward looks up for it. He had a fairly long innings today. So, of course, as the day wears on, you know, you'll feel that burn, that tire, that fatigue, but he's doing well so far. Another good delivery from him there. Played with a nice straight bat by Walsh, who looks very organized, both against spin and pace so far in his innings, Casnell.
Well, I believe his brother, he would have bowled a lot of balls to him, so he should be familiar with spin and what is expected with the different varieties. He have not played a loose shot per se. I miss the fact that maybe 2 drop chances would have gotten off, but he have played with serious, solid defense and great temperament in light of all that is going on around him, noise and everything. And he have really capitalized on the opportunities which he have now.
And at the end of the over, the score is now 56 for 1. 56 for 1 here at the Arnos Vale playing field. The Leeward Islands, they are replying to the first inning score of 209 by the Windward Islands. And they will feel that they're in a good position now at 56. They are 153 runs behind where the Windward Islands got, and they still have 9 wickets in hand. So they would be thinking to themselves at this position that they would want to press further and further on this evening, and maybe tomorrow at some stage surpass the Windward Islands' first innings total.
Well, I think earlier on in commentary, earlier on in the day, you made mention in terms of chemistry and what sometimes a little break in terms of a water break, tea break, lunch break tend to break momentum. I do not know if overnight might cause destruction to the Leewards if they do go into this day without losing another wicket. But it's great bowling here, and the Windward Islands really need to get a breakthrough if they are to really get into any sort of momentum going into the second day.
Yes, and as I had said before, the 2 bowlers on now, over the last 5 or 6 overs or so, they have pegged things back a bit So they have started to build a little bit of pressure on the Leeward Islands batsmen. Good delivery there by Andrew. So that's where he needs to be. Just there or thereabouts. Keep it there for 5 or so deliveries of the over. Maybe all 6. And probably after 2 or 3 overs in his spell, then he tries something different. There's no need to rush. It's the white ball, the red ball variety of the game. So you have to have a plan that that you can execute over probably a more lengthy period of time against a batsman. This one down the leg side again because of his action. He is likely to spread that ball down the leg side. Very open-chested. Also the arm is beyond the perpendicular. So it's kind of splayed out almost. Slingy variety.
Boomer.
Yeah. And I mentioned before that his action reminds me of him because he almost seems to bowl off the wrong foot as well.
Okay.
Where he's, it's...
Based on theory.
Yes, of course. And you could see him falling away in his bowling action. You could see by the time he bowls, his head is usually quite low. And that can cause him to spread the ball down the leg side to the right-hander. It will be interesting to see how he goes to left-handers. And I remember the other bowler who bowled Tyson, he was quite effective to Charles. It will be interesting to see how he bowls to left-handers because with that action that he has, if he pitches around mid and leg to a left-hander, it will be going across them quite sharply.
Natural angle. Grace has been very watchful because that delivering it back a bit. But he knows where his off stump is and he have been playing along that corridor and with much certainty. He knows that there's not much movement coming back. If there is any sort of movement, it will be a little hint of movement, but nothing to trouble the off stump.
Yeah, it was wide enough of off stump that he could play that he could leave that with some assurance. This time I think he was looking for the Yorker that he has bowled early in his spell, but just overpitched. But still a dot delivery. So as I said before, the spells here, the joint spells in partnership here between Andrew and Edward, those spells have served to build a little bit of pressure on the Leeward Islands, but they will not be feeling overly taxed because they know that they're looking to overhaul a 4 innings total of 209, and they are 56 for 1, so that was a maiden bowled there by Andrew. So I'm being told by the scorers that in the last 4 overs, only 1 run has been scored.
And that's good. That's a psychological advantage for the Windward Islands. However, for the Leeward Islands, they do not want to apply that pressure onto themselves, whereas they feel as if they need to score, they need to catch up with the game. They are going into the first day. They are not under any sort of pressure. They have bowled well. They have bowled out the Windward Islands, 209, and they're in a position of close to 60 without for 1. So they should be in the better position there. And what is happening there, that's where you become too relaxed. And when you become too relaxed, you will start to get the umpire have to make decisions like for an appeal.
Yeah, that one was an appeal for LBW. Our vision was obscured by the batsman, so we couldn't really see the line and the length of that delivery. But he's not really giving much away, is Edward. Looks like he's feeling it in his body now after all the exhaustions of the day.
Yeah, and according to the time that is allotted for end of play, he has a lot more time. He still continues to score runs. He could play himself and do not get into a situation where he becomes drummed somewhat per se, that he cannot find the odd singles and twos and the boundary if there's a loose delivery.
And he goes out. That's the dismissal. And he was looking to pull that one was Walsh, and it came off the twin of the bat right back to Edward. And I would think that that is a wicket that they really didn't have to lose. But kudos to the Windward Islands. The last 4 overs we mentioned prior to this one 1 run was scored, and something had to give. And by building pressure, they have gotten the wicket.
And this is what I was talking about. You apply pressure onto your own self, that even when there's a loose delivery, something like this could happen. Now, this is 2 wickets down for the Leeward. They are not in any stress, but that sort of pressure that you have soaked up, yeah, is somewhat of a challenge now. So it brings a new batsman to the crease, and he have to now settle himself in to hold this partnership to see out. So the Windward Islands will look to make inroads here, whereas I do not think they would want to send a night watchman per se at this time of the day. Maybe it's too early, or but it is important that they do not lose any wicket here going forward, the Leeward Islands.
Yes, and he's replacing the wicket by Joel Andrew, who, of course, is one of their top order batsmen. So very early to be thinking about a night watchman, because play is scheduled to finish in the next hour. So the Windward Islands will be thinking to themselves that we need to nip out a few more this evening, so that we can come back tomorrow feeling good about our position. But one of the things that happened is that the singles dried up. I commended them for rotating the strike earlier. But once the singles and the boundaries dried up, oh, that's a lovely shot to come off the mark. Not played with a lot of power, but nicely placed and good form to the good lines to the stroke, as we would say. Nice looking shot there by Graves. Gets the single. And that's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, the score is 58 for 2. 58 for 2 here after 19 overs. And as I said before, they were going well over 4 runs and over at one point. They are now just around 3 runs and over. So they have pegged them back, and they have gotten one reward, which is 1 wicket, and they would want to continue to put that pressure on for the remainder of the afternoon and to see how many they can prize out. But the Leeward Islands, at the crease now, is their vice captain, who has been there for some time, which is Graves, and Andrew, who is reputedly one of their best batsmen. So they would have other ideas. So dead ball bowl there. Pulling away from that delivery was the batsman.
Maybe just somebody walking across here below commentary booth N. It's facing up. See, there's a bit of signal to the bowler that somebody is passing.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Nice looking drive there by Graves, but didn't find the gap, so no run conceded. Doesn't seem to have a lot of power as a batsman, but he has good technique. And seems as if they have given him the role to just bat as long as possible. And a few of the others around him are a bit more fluent in their stroke play, and they will keep the scoreboard moving.
Well, that seems to be Graves. From the time he marched to the crease, I have not seen any raw shot or aggression as per se as to judge him otherwise. But he has that temperament, that patience in him, that he's not perturbed whether or not you're bowling fast or whether or not you're bowling aggressive. His thing is just to get his bat the ball onto the bat, feel it there, get the odd boundaries, get the odd ones and twos, and put the pressure back onto you. So far, he's been doing very well with that.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the action of Andrew again, that last delivery. Very boomeresque. Is there any bowler who you emulated, Casnell, to try to, take the action?
Casnell.
So you emulated yourself. That's
Very
a good response. And the response to that would be that's why your action is only like Casnell.
Yes.
So he does no other action. It's just Casnell. So no Shane one, no Abdul Kadir. It's probably before the time that you used to watch cricket.
No, well, mainly what had happened to a leg break bowler, you will have that shade one looking action, especially if you don't have a jump. If you just have a smooth, good through.
A walk up to the crease.
It will appear as if it's more of a shade one looking action. But it's more Casnell than anything else.
All right, Casnell. Andrew will continue. It is boomer-esque action. Yeah, Bots his run up this time. He was about to bowl to Graves. So another dead ball in this over.
We see a lot of fatigue creeping into the Windward Island players. A lot of them, tilting over, holding ties. They observing a lot of drinks, water. Yeah, it must be rehydrated, but the fatigue is creeping in, and it could tell on them, and they're not that strong looking as the Leeward Islands were looking. The Leeward Islands has some mini giants on them on their team, but these Windward Island guys, they're looking at if they're in form 1, 2, looking, but the age is is reflecting. But the fatigue is something that they have to hold on to and better exercise and work out and make sure that they were able to hold that mindset for the 3 days of cricket.
So Andrew to continue. Let's see if he will bowl this one. This one is driven nicely again, but straight to the man at extra cover. No run is conceded. Looks the part, Graves, but it doesn't look like if he will keep the scoreboard moving or taking too much. And I think the Windward Islands will be satisfied with that for the moment, but they will want to also get a few more wickets this evening. But they will want to keep the Leeward Islands as far away from 209 as they can.
I think, Alance, the Leeward Island Cricket Board must be given a lot of credit for the development of cricket over the Leeward Islands for the past 2-3 years. I've been following cricket for a number of years now, and when you back then when you hear about the Leeward Islands, you were looking at the last stellar positions. But now they have been very competitive over the period of years. They have really gone back to the joint board. They're not really out of the woods yet, but they have really created some talented cricketers who have emerged and are now playing even onto the senior team.
Yeah, that's very true. And one aspect of that I think we highlighted earlier was the fact that you're seeing so many players out of St. Martin. We have a Dutch and French side of St. Martin, but the explosion of cricket there has been noticeable. And also the fact that they are bringing players into the Windwards, the Leewards setup and West Indies setup. And that's driven for 4. Should it get to the boundary? No, it will stop. Not timed fully by the batsman there, Andrew. But he has a lot more aggressive intent than Graves. You see, that one was flighted, and he was into the drive quite early, over the man at extra cover. He got 2 runs.
Still haven't seen an introduction of Luke Wilson, the off spinner, that will know this ground very familiar.
He's back to his old self in terms of his line and length. is Edward. Yes, this is Luke's home ground, if you want to put it that way. So you would have thought that he would have been given an early introduction into the bowling. Seeing that he would be familiar with the conditions. And not just the conditions overall, but the dimensions of the ground, the wind, everything. You know, you'll be very familiar with that.
Tremendous save there. And the man at point. Almost going away from him. Well, went to his strong side there.
Yes, excellent feeling there by the fielder there at point. Not sure if it's a substitute because I think that Morancy is off the field. And this one is cut off the edge. It should go close to the boundary. It's being pursued there by August. But August, he can't draw that one in. Can't reel it in, and it goes for 4. That one was a bit short and wide outside off stump. And there was Andrew, as we said before, he has an aggressive intent as a batsman. He looks like he will not let anything even remotely loose pass.
That's it. Now the momentum hasn't picked up with Andrew coming into the wicket. He have added some runs as we before the last wicket fell. He have whole 4 to went into the 5th over without having a boundary. Now we have come and scored a boundary. So the first boundary I've seen in a long time. So a welcome one.
Yes, it is. I think the last one was scored before that by Walsh before he was dismissed. So at the end of the 21st over, it is 61 for 2, 64 for 2. As we see a change in bowling, Ethan Gibson is going to be introduced into the bowling. Interesting. And he's being introduced into the bowling prior to some of the other frontline bowlers. Think he'll be bowling leg spin?
Yeah, I think he practices the leg spin bowling, and I've seen him in the VPL T10, and he has gotten some reward with it. So we are seeing that the leg spin Mackenzie for the Leeward Islands did very well economically with leg spin. So that's the reason why the captain may have opted for a leg spinner, in this case Ethan, rather than going for another off spinner.
Well, let's see how he goes. Mackenzie, of course, is a frontline bowler. This one is short and it's dispatched, it's pulled, but it's well fielded there by the man at mid-wicket. Really thought that one should have gone into the boundary, but Graves, after being so defensive for a long period of time, wasn't able to take advantage of that opportunity presented to him. Oh, that one has been cut nicely in front of square. Shouldn't get to the boundary. Luke is herring after it. Should be only a couple. He has a good arm. Yes, and 2 conceded. But that one was pretty short. Nicely cut away by Graves. He made room and got onto the back foot. Played it well, but of course, as we mentioned before, he doesn't seem to have a lot of power. And the outfield is heavy. But a nice looking shot nevertheless. Interesting action there, Kaznel. You want to comment on that action?
No,
You
not
are the
only
leg spinning expert.
not only the option, but he's getting that ball to swing. So you see why the captain may have opted. There is one slip still waiting, and Ethan. That was Chuck the man there. That's a very favorable position to be feeling in these conditions. See the first slip fielder making fun of that.
I think that one struck him before he knew it. Well, all of a sudden, seems as if Graves has awakened from his slumber. He's now on 4 of 51 deliveries. But he's doing a job for his team. Had a useful partnership with Walsh before this. And of course, with the tiring Windward Islands bowling attack, could grind them into the ground just a little bit by just being there as a batsman playing that type of innings.
So,
As Luke Wilson is now introduced to the bowling, so he'll be bowling from the Beckway end. Might be an end of preference for him, so he may have requested that from the captain. He tends to bowl from that end in the competitions that we have here. Where hitting against the wind would be the case for the right-hander. What do you make of this change, Kaznel?
I think it's a very timely change. It's getting late in the evening. It's getting to the last 40, 45 minutes of the game. Luke Wilson doesn't put pace on that ball. So it will ask Graves and Andrews to manufacture their own strength. Now, Graves is not more so the aggressor. Andrews is. So Andrews will want pace on it. Forced up, loosed, and down the leg side, it now runs into the boundary for 4. So the first up delivery a bit loose now. And Andrews relishes that opportunity and dispatches it to the boundary.
Yeah, he's an attacking batsman. I like the mindset of his batting. He has not necessarily played a loose shot, but he's just looking for opportunities to score. And that is what I think batting is all about. You have to stay at the wicket, but you also have to score. And that's very good so far from the young man. Nice single. Well judged, well weighted to the mid-off fielder. And a good single there by Andrew. And you could see that intent in his batting. He's a positive batsman, not just in the stroke play, but the running as well. This one is short, but well fielded by the man at short leg. Well done by him. Seems quite pleased with his efforts.
Have you ever been put in that position to field an answer?
No. Yeah.
No, that's the problem that Luke will give Graves and somewhat so Andrews. He's not putting any pace on it. He's just throwing it up there. And with the wicket taking a little bit of rev, or what we call spin, with the flight, once it hits the turf, it will do its own thing there.
And that's the end of the over. And the score at the end of... The score is at 71 for 2. So the Leewards in response to the Windward Islands are 71 for 2. The Windward Islands made 209. At this time we'll have a change in commentary where Roxell John will rejoin Kaznel Morris.
So Ethan Gibson continues. Roxell seems a bit refreshed and ready for the last lap. And the last lap tends to be a very intriguing part of any relay race or what you may have. So maybe we have the energy from you to go up to this last lap. As Ethan, a lot of torn extracting there. It seems to me that he's extracting more torn from than what I've seen from Mackenzie earlier on. And that so is because he's using his arm action somewhat to swing that ball or to rip it off the chalk.
Yeah, and he definitely needs to get some consistency in terms of where he's pitching it, because he's definitely getting that turn and bounce as well. So he comes up now, and this one is beating the batsman outside the off stump. And that's Joel Andrew, and he was spoken highly of from my Antiguan counterpart as well. So an all Vincentian spin attack employed here by the Windward Islands, Cosnell.
I think what is important to note here as well, John, is that Ethan is he's revving the ball, but he's putting pace onto it. So somewhat like a Shahid Afridi kind, not the action, but with the pace. With the pace that is onto the ball and getting that turn, it creating that doubt in the mind of Graves and Andrews as to whether to play forward, because they don't know at what point or where the ball pitches, how far it will rip away from him.
This one is short again, and moving away from Andrew. And he had to get a little lower on that one. That's Graves? Yeah, Graves. All right, correction made, because it stayed a bit low and didn't bounce appreciatively as he would have liked, and as the wicket was playing before. So the Leeward Islands 72-for-2. They would not be displeased at all with their position, but they would definitely not want to lose another wicket within the next half an hour or so remaining in the day's play. But the Windwards would like to continue to peg them back, because that has happened in the last 10 or so overs as the game progressed. Wilson. He is coming into Andrews. And there's a loud appeal. Andrews is on 13. He came and he met Graves and he's left Graves. But Graves is doing his job. He's been very, very, very watchful and solid. Wilson again to Andrew. And this one is on about the off stump again with his off breaks. Off spin bowler here. And you're correct. He's not putting a lot on it. And he's asking the batsman to make sure that they generate the power.
And the statisticians have just informed us that the last 12 overs have only yielded 24 runs.
Right.
Which is showing good signs from the bowling attack here. But Leeward Islands should not be dismayed, because they're in a great position of just losing 2 wickets. If they close the day's play, maybe under 100 runs to get it going into the second day, it will put them in a much better position. But the Windward Islands should be looking more so for wicket instead of trying to secure lessen the run rate.
Pulling out of this one is Andrew, as it was shortish, and he was thinking initially to punch it hard, but decides against it, and it turned appreciatively again.
Because of the lack of pace on it.
This one he goes over mid-on, and that's going to go into the boundary. That's a good shot. Loose delivery on the pads, just about the middle and leg, and he dealt with it in the way it should have. And that is a good sign. A good sign here for the Leewards, because Andrew is playing well within himself. He's contributing to their score positively when it's there to be hit.
Of course. And that's the thing. He's observing the good ball from Luke. And when there is an opportunity to score, he scores on those bad balls.
All right, and Joel Andrew faces up again from Wilson. It's a better delivery now, slower again through the air and bouncing and turning, and Andrew's behind it. The Leewards on 76. Cosnell in the Leewards. Andrew has been a member of the Under 17 team that just came out of Trinidad, and he has been quite prolific in terms of run scoring in local and schools cricket. And I'm sure the club he plays for, All Saints, his supporters would be quite pleased to see him bat through this evening. But the Windwards would definitely have other thoughts.
Well, one of the things I know with cricket is that after this play, your parents will call you to ask you scores and what you did, and the community will want to know what you're doing. So they will be very pleased to know that you have the Leeward Islands in a good position. And so to Greaves, one of the first calls I know will be done by Nathan Edwards, to make sure that the people of St. Martin know that you have bagged the fifer.
I'm sure they know they're locked on to the stream, and they're definitely waiting for that period of time this afternoon when they can make a call. But it's Gibson again. He is offering up to Graves. This is outside the off. Some Graves drives. Again, quite solid, but his scoring repertoire is probably limited. I'm not sure if we want to say that, but he's contributing to the occupation of the crease and making it very difficult for the Windwards bowlers to get through.
Yeah, one thing I observe, John, is that even though the Windward Island bowlers, they are restricting the run flow, they are not creating opportunities for wicket. They're not creating the field placement. They're not creating, like, this is a loose delivery and sloppy walk there by the fielder, evading him, and goes into that wide-ish mid-off boundary 4-4.
Well, that's Graves' first boundary, and he moves on to 8. Graves moves on to 8, and the score for the Leewards is 80 for 2. 80 for 2. And Gibbs is not too pleased at all with probably the effort of the fielder. But these are some things that you get with youth cricket. A little inconsistent in terms of the fielding, etc., etc. And yes, fatigue at the end of the day comes into play. That was a good delivery as he came back there. Graves again equal to the task, picking up the line, the length, and allowing that one to pass outside his pads. So 80 for 2, a good positive response by the Leeward Islands, a solid response as it relates to even Graves and his contribution so far. And I believe the Leewards, if you told them at the beginning of the day that they're going to be 80 for 2 and have dismissed the Windwards for 209, they would have opted to take that.
Any day in cricket. And the partnership is what is key. They have been building partnerships, and very vital one at crucial points. And they have not have the cadre of left-handers as what the Windward had earlier on. So the bowlers here, they have to now negotiate right and left combination most of the time.
All right, so it's Wilson again. This time to Andrew. And he comes solidly forward and keeps that one out again. Pitched on about the off stump. Still getting some support, Wilson, from his fielders. Some clouds seem to be building up on the... this one is pulled through mid-wicket. It's going to get a single. Andrew moves up to 18. The score to 81 for 2. We may have some showers before the end of the day. Hopefully we can get through the next half an hour or so without further interruption. And this one is pitching and coming back into... that is Graves getting some turn again here, Wilson. And he will know this surface, he will know this ground quite well. And he will be banking on his experience and local knowledge. We see the groundsmen making their way around to the covers, so my estimation seemed to have been correct. Wilson again into Graves. He comes forward and pushes it back onto the onside. the Windwards would be pleased that they would have slowed the progress. Obviously, with the wicket of Walsh, who was scoring quite comfortably. This is a good single. This is a very good single. Well ran there, and it looked as if they were ahead of the fielder by miles there as they completed that single. 82 the score, Costner.
Right, a very good thing, and that's the thing with Andrews and Graves. They have been turning the strike over since Andrews came to the wicket. He has been a very busy player, which he upped the score just a notch than we expected for the when the Graves and Walsh was there.
Andrew long forward, correctly in defense and keeping again that one out. As another over comes to an end. Leeward Islands in response to the Windwards 209, they are 82 for 2. So the winds, the flags are fluttering lustily in the wind, and looks as if the groundsmen are definitely out in their numbers. Akeem Ogist is now going to take up the attack for the Windward Islands. The captain of the Windward Islands team got 80 in their batting innings, and the off breaks. Good start. Pitching and coming into, I make this Andrew, or is Graves? All right, the tall of the two. There's a stroke. He is asking of the umpire Banwari. He says not out, and spinner of your caliber, Casnell. You would definitely say that was a close one.
Yeah, it's a close call. I think what would have been a bit of hint of movement down the leg side. It was a googly, and he got it to spin back into Graves, and Graves was caught just a little bit tired, I would say, and a really good shot.
Okay, so Graves now is trying to tickle this one down the leg side. It beats him. It beats the keeper. The man who is at square leg does the fielding, or short third man was he? Short fine leg, yep. There's no signal, so I did tickle it. Did get 2. So Graves moves into double figures, 1 to 11. And the score is 84 for 2. Ogist, a man of business, on about the off stump again and driven back right into his hands. Ogist again. And this one sliding down the leg side. The wicket keeper in Leo does good work. And another over comes in, and as we try to complete day one, there's a beautiful rainbow stretching across behind the double-decker stand. A few people looking out to see where and why the groundsmen are on the covers, but they know the area quite well, Casnell. They are very familiar and they are accustomed to this area, so they are definitely going to be making the call as it relates to when it's right to bring the covers on.
Well, the good part of it, I see some of them are dropping the covers to somewhat say, okay, that will look towards Kingstown, most central area. So we do hope that we get cricket play here.
Here's Luke Wilson back into service here for the Windward Islands. Another slow turn in delivery outside the off stump. Comes up this time again to Andrew. Shorter, stocky of the two batsmen, both in long sleeves. He's running back to his bowling at mark is Wilson. Again to Andrew, he drives through the extra cover area. It's a good shot. He's going to get 2 at least. They may turn for a third, but they seem to be content with 2. So Andrew moves into 20, moves on to 20. And the Windwards, the Leewards, in reply to the Windwards, they are now 86. 86 for 2. Slowly but surely edging up to that 100 mark. And as you said correctly, if they can reduce the target to anything less than 100 going into tomorrow, they will be well pleased with their job today. Another good delivery by Wilson. Not a solid defensive prod by Andrew. And he goes high over the ball, back over the bowler's head. That's a wonderful stroke. That's a stroke of authority. That's a stroke of a big man saying, this is where I plant my foot and I decide that I'm going to put my foot down. That's a shot of class. Another good shot here by Andrew. Out of nowhere, I make it.
That's a shot of distinct. That shot shows that, okay, Luke, you have been patting it there, I've been patting you, but this time this is overdoing the good joke, and I have to show you and teach you some lesson here.
Okay. Joel Andrew, really good shot, and the shot probably woke up a few people around the stadium here this evening. Let's see what he does. This time he gets a full pitch delivery almost, and I think played sensibly. He didn't get overawed about it, and just played it down to the man coming off of the long on boundary. Gets a single, and you could hear the appreciative support from his teammates down in the dugout.
Yes, it is very important that they do not lose a wicket going in. Now you could see the body language of the Windward Island players. It is somewhat now relaxed and accepting, okay, we have only got 2 wickets, that's it, and we just are waiting that time will finish. That should not be the approach going forward, because if you do that, Andrews is attacking and he's putting back the pressure onto the bowlers. We see earlier when the pressure was onto the Leeward Islands, they were not scoring, and when they were not scoring, Walsh went. So now that the Windward Islands are getting the pressure back onto them, they have become a bit relaxed and accepting what it is. It is what it is.
Well, Andrew Joel is looking the part. He's looking, as I was told, he was a very good, prolific scorer in the Leeward Islands schools cricket. This one from Ogis is hitting Graves on the pads, but another single just prior to that delivery. Well driven into the extra cover. Yeah, he's from Antigua, Joel.
I don't want to sound too much like a prophet, but Graves has to be very particular with the captain here, because he's bowling wicket to wicket, and Graves is making that lazy movement, and once that ball chop on that pad, he's a candidate for LBW.
It looks as if he's also keeping just a touch low now as well as the evening wears on, and so he can. I take your point on that. Him needing to just continue to play as solidly and as confidently and as pushing and making sure these deliveries are kept out as he's done before. But is Ogist with other thoughts and beating him out? Well, not leaving one outside the off stump, classy, making sure he knows that listen, I know where this one is. He's not batting like Courtney Walsh, but that was a stroke that Courtney Walsh would have played in terms of his leaving of deliveries outside the off stump. Costner, I was told you do this, do that sometimes.
That's when I'm seeing it well.
So I guess Mr. Graves must be seeing it well. He's on 11. Joel Andrew on 28. The Leewards are 94 for 2 as beautifully driven. He is not even moving, Mr. Andrew. He stands there as a first delivery from, I make it Tariq Edward, is being struck through the covers for 4.
So slight dew now coming across some drizzle coming across the ground. Nothing to impact the game so far.
Yes, well, Graves is doing well. Andrew is doing well. Tariq Andrew has been brought back to try to effect another breakthrough. Edwards, that is, Tariq Edwards. Let's get that right. He's now deciding to come around the wicket. This one is short outside the off stump, and he's decided to medium pace it, seems, off of a short length. Seems to have a lot in his repertoire. Let's see what he continues to do as the rain comes across the area. Tariq Edwards spins this one again through the covers, but into the legs of I make it Ethan Gibson. Can't score. This is a beauty. That is a beauty. That was a good delivery. Pitching and really ripped through and past the edge of I make it Andrew, but no damage done at the end. 98-4-2. Joel Andrew, he's on 32. Michael Graves on 11. And the Leeward Islands are positively placed at 98-4-2.
A great position to be in going into day number 1, the Leeward Islands. It will be interesting if they do not lose any wicket tonight to see the approach that the Windward Islands will come out with tomorrow morning. They will have to come out very strong and look to get wickets very, very early within the first hour or so. They should be able to make all the inroads. If not, if this pair bat half an hour into tomorrow's game, if they do not lose any wicket for the rest of the night, once they bat half an hour tomorrow's game, it will be a deficit tracing.
I agree with you that the bowlers have not been very penetrative for the Windward Islands. There have been 1 or 2 occasions when they've really good deliveries on about the off stump, Yorker lengths, etc. A few have beaten the bat and turned sharply, but they have not been consistent in terms of the penetrative nature that we saw with the Leeward Island bowlers, especially the opening pair this morning.
And that is vital. It is very vital. And even the bowlers, the spin bowlers, you could see it. They are going through the rhythm. Yes, they are going through the motion. They're getting the ball ripped. Everything is correct. But what is not correct? The odd chemistry of getting a man in a position. Sometimes the regular feeling position is not what you want. You could put a man in an odd position and he takes a catch or something happens. For you as a captain, you just have to go sometime against the orthodox.
Graves is adding 1 more to his total. He moves to 12. And they scored 99 and getting closer to their 100. So Auguste trying to effect another breakthrough here for his team. And coming solidly forward and keeping that one out, keeping another one out is Joel Andrew. The Leeward Islands replying to the Windwards 209, 99-4-2. And we have some messages coming out with some gloves and stuff. You know the byplay here and how you guys send messages, coaches, etc., managers, at the close to the close of play. From our vantage point, just another 15 minutes or so remaining.
Yeah, that's the regular message. You're almost there. You have a lot of just see the night off. Do not try anything rash. If the odd boundary is there, you take it, but do not look to lose your wicket. That will be most of the message going out there.
Okay, Tariq Edwards. Again into the attack and decided to come around the wicket. And
now, if Tariq is going to come around the wicket, the captain who is at slip, he has to go wider. So because he's using the angle. Now he's shielded there by the keeper. Look, the keeper take a wider stand. If that ball peels off the bat, there's no way he could go there for a contention for a catch.
Well. First of all, the catch must come, so let's see what happens as Edwards into Graves. Graves is playing that one behind point. No chance of a run. The evening becomes a little darker as the clouds hover over. This one is punching, attempting to punch again past point and doesn't get enough on it. And just as he started his earlier spell, I see Edwards again very consistent in just terms of where he's pitching and where he's asking the batsman to play from. Edwards again. And this one is being left outside the off stump. Seems to be something that he does at the end of the over. He knows this is the last one, and once it's not, he doesn't require to play. This is how he's going to end the over in terms of a leave alone.
But I'm in total agreement with him. There is no threat. You do not need 2 more runs to win. You do not need enough. You're just there. You're just there to sit off for the night. If there is no threat on the wicket, there is no need to play with it. And you've been a coach yourself, Raxel. Yeah. You would advise your players, once it's not on the wicket, it's not creating any fear, you do not go no way towards that.
That's not going to be bothering me in the dressing room at all. Leave that alone. This one is tucked into the onside. Looking for a single was Andrew. Graves was not going to move.
Graves is not going to move there because the rain where Graves is playing for the rest of the evening. But Andrews, in his aggressive nature, he's still looking to score. And
this is what he does now as he plays this one through the hands of Auguste, and he gets a single. He moves on to make it 33, and the 100 comes up. The 100 comes up for the Leeward Islands. 100 for two. Joel Andrew on 33, and Michael Graves back in strike on 12. Punch this one, and really looking compact. Probably as he develops, as he gets stronger, bigger, he will get stronger, and those would be converted into run-scoring drives through the covers and the cover area as it relates to Graves.
I wonder if Graves have an aggressive side to him in any different format of cricket.
I know what he's aggressive at is leaving outside the off stump, and he just did that again. He's pushing that paddle all the way there and said, "This is not where you need to bowl to me. I'll let you bowl out there all day." And this was a better delivery from Auguste, as it asked the question of Graves, so making sure he comes forward and kept that one out. Another over coming to an end, and the Leewards definitely would be pleased with their day's work. At this point, they're 100 for 2. Nathan Edwards again. From the backway end, he's caught, he's gone. Yes, Nathan Edwards has made the breakthrough. Oh, a big edge outside the off stump. Tariq Edwards making the breakthrough here for the Windwards. A big wicket in Andrews. Andrew, who was pushing the score along. Not sure if he was in 2 minds there, but. Good delivery. I make it by Edwards, and he once again in the thick of things for the Windward Islands.
What is noticeable as well is that he changed the rain is coming down, and the umpire has signaled for, well, it appears that this could be day's play because the umpire have signaled for the covers, and the players are off the field. But what was noticeable, he was bowling around the wicket, and he came from over the wicket this time. And Andrews, who was getting that ball angling across him, got this one come into him and playing forward. He got there too late, and he was able to just find the edge to the first fielder, which is the captain, and he swallowed it up.
Well, it looks like we may have a closure, but we'll be officially informed in a bit. And the Leeward Islands, just at that point when they would have loved to go in with both Andrew and Graves at the end of the day, coming up chump. It's Edwards to pick up another wicket for the Windwards. And although they're not badly placed, the Leewards, they would have preferred definitely to have those 2 batsmen not out at the end of the day.
Certainly. And on the contrary, the Windward Islands will feel much better knowing that tomorrow morning, or if play is to continue here, that they will have a new batsman coming to the crease and not the two set batsmen, especially Andrews, who is more so the aggressor to the innings. They will be somewhat satisfied with their job done. 3 wickets just after lunch, well, lunch to tea interval, they have make inroads, but the runs for the Leeward Islands is well poised. Just over 100 runs more needed. Nothing by far is needed. So great work from both teams. Is somewhat of a balanced scale.
If I definitely, what we'll do, we'll take a very, very short break, and we'll come back in about 3 minutes when we'll wrap up the details of this first day's play of the Cricket West Indies Rising Star on the 19 Championship 2022 here at the Arnos playing field, where the Windward Islands are taking on the Leewards. Okay, so we are back here at the Arnosville playing field where we are letting you know that the first day's play between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands in the Cricket West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Championship 2022 has just come to an end. About 10 minutes before the schedule. The rescheduled close. And just to give you a few details of the day's play, the Leeward Islands won the toss, and Casnell, they were on the money from ball one with a beautifully bowled in-swinging Yorker from Nathan Edwards that got Stephen Pascal back in the hut.
And that was vital. And they had to set the momentum, set the stage early. From they did that, they did not look back. And it really gave them the momentum into the day. And it also helped the Leeward Islands to feel better at the end of their bowling stint. They skittled out the Windwards to 209. Any day you will take that, because the Windward Islands could be a dangerous team on a given day. 208, 209, they took it, and then kudos to Nathan, who got a fifer.
Well, yes, a 209 all out, but on the way, the Windwards recovered from 22 for 2. They were 30-something for 3, but they had some good partnerships in between there, where we had Akimo Geist and Tariq Edwards with a 49-run partnership. There was a 60-run partnership between Edward and Noel, and there was a 54-run partnership between Akimo Geist and I make it Devoni Joseph, 54 runs. That took them up to a total that we were seeing that they needed to get anywhere close to 200 in order to be confident that they could probably take first in honors.
And that was crucial, the partnership. They needed batsmen to go there, spend some time at the crease. Once time was spent at the crease, you would have seen that drop shoulder from the Leeward Island at some point. But when there was a drop shoulder, there was a wicket. So they built back that balance, somewhat of a seesaw into the innings. The Leeward Islands played well, but the important part of it was the Windward Islands, who had partnership at very crucial points of the game.
Right, bowling really well today. The pick of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands was Nathan Edwards. He delivered 8.4 overs, had 2 maidens, and picked up 5 for 30. Extremely impressive youngster. He looked the part. He knew what he was about. He set up the batsmen in most cases, and he really bowled in the areas that he was supposed to bowl consistently well.
Very fundamental in any bowling, and you're leading the attack. What you have to do is to get it right. Send the signal to the batsman that I am here for cricket, I am not here to play. And once I'm out here, I'm going to do what the captain asked me to do.
Adding to that was Micah Mackenzie. He took 2 for 43 from 13 overs. As he grew into the game, he became more confident and asked a little bit more questions of the batsman.
Right, he came in very late into the attack. He got a wicket all year up in his bowling spell, but then he held that economy very, very crucial and very low, and which was very vital going into the Windward Islands attack.
Leewards happy with 209 as a total that it is missed the Windwards for, and they closed the day on 100 for 3. We had Malik Walsh getting 38 and Joel Andrew 33. They both looked quite good in terms of they were very solid. They were good in the attack. They put away the bad balls, but I would believe they would have lost their wickets at some crucial points of their innings.
I was just going to make that point. Just when they had partnership of vitality, they lost their wickets, and it is something that we need to see with the Leeward Islands. They need to build their partnership and get into the 60s. We saw that with the Windward Islands. They got there at the crucial point, and that is so because the Windward Islands, they were losing wicket at a rapid pace. Now this is a different situation. You are replying to a total. You have it set, yeah, and you're in a better position. You should have more capitalized on those partnerships.
So far, Tariq Edwards, he's been the pick of the bowlers for the Windwards. He has delivered 8.1 overs, 2 of those were maidens, conceded 17 runs and took 2 wickets. So 209, the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands, 100 for 3. Tomorrow, our start is at 9:46, and we are wrapping up here, Cosnell, and we will be back with the viewers tomorrow.
Well, it's good to see you. It's good to see cricket at Arnos. I will be back tomorrow. It's an even Steven game so far, Roxel, and I'm really anticipating the approach for the Windward Islands tomorrow and also from the Leeward Islands. But it is good competitive cricket here. It is not one over the other. It's a 50-50 game so far.
All right, so we sign off here from the Arnos playing field, day one of Cricket West Indies Under 19 tournament, and this match is between the Windwards and the Leewards.